Chapter 1 of Eric Brighteyes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 1. How Asmund the Priest Found Groa the Witch. There lived a man in the south, before Thangbrand, Willibald's son, preached the White Christ in Iceland. He was named Eric Brighteyes, Thorgrimur's son, and in those days there was no man like him for strength, beauty, and daring, for in all these things he was the first. But he was not the first in good luck. Two women lived in the south, not far from where the Westman Islands stand above the sea. Gudruda the Fair was the name of the one, and Swanhild, called the Fatherless, Groa's daughter, was the other. They were half-sisters, and there were none like them in those days, for they were the fairest of all women, though they had nothing in common except their blood and hate. Now of Eric Brighteyes, of Gudruda the Fair, and of Swanhild the Fatherless there is a tale to tell. These two fair women saw the light in the selfsame hour, but Eric Brighteyes was their elder by 5 years. The father of Eric was Thorgrimur Irontoe. He had been a mighty man, but in fighting with the Berserk, the Berserks were men on whom a passing fury of battle came. They were usually outlawed. But in fighting with a Berserk who fell upon him as he came up from sowing his wheat, his foot was hewn from him, so that afterwards he went upon a wooden leg shod with iron. Still he slew the Berserk, standing on one leg and leaning against a rock, and for that deed people honoured him much. Thorgrimur was a wealthy yeoman, slow to wrath, just, and rich in friends. Somewhat late in life he took to wife Savuna, Thorod's daughter. She was the best of women, strong in mind and second-sighted, and she could cover herself in her hair. But these two never loved each other overmuch, and they had but one child, Eric, who was born when Savuna was well on in years. The father of Gudruda was Asmund Asmundsson, the priest of Middleof. He was the wisest and wealthiest of all men who lived in the south of Iceland in those days, owning many farms and also 2 ships of merchandise and 1 long ship of war, and having much money out at interest. He had won his wealth by viking's work, robbing the English coasts, and black tales were told of his doings in his youth on the sea, for he was a red-hand viking. Asmund was a handsome man, with blue eyes and a large beard, and, moreover, was very skilled in matters of law. He loved money much, and was feared of all. Still, he had many friends, for as he aged he grew more kindly. He had in marriage Gudruda, the daughter of Bjorn, who was very sweet and kindly of nature, so that they called her Gudruda the Gentle. Of this marriage there were 2 children, Bjorn and Gudruda the Fair, but Bjorn grew up like his father in youth, strong and hard, and greedy of gain, while, except for her wonderful beauty, Gudruda was her mother's child alone. The mother of Swanhild the Fatherless was Groa the Witch. She was a Finn, and it is told of her that the ship on which she sailed, trying to run under the lee of the Westman Isles in a great gale from the northeast, was dashed to pieces on a rock, and all those on board of her were caught in the net of Ran, the Norse goddess of the sea, and drowned, except Groa herself, who was saved by her magic art. This at least is true, that as Asmund the priest rode down by the seashore on the morning after the gale, seeking for some strayed horses, he found a beautiful woman who wore a purple cloak and a great girdle of gold, seated on a rock, combing her black hair and singing the while, and, at her feet, washing to and fro in a pool, was a dead man. He asked whence she came, and she answered, "Out of the Swan's Bath." Next he asked her where were her kin, but, pointing to the dead man, she said that this alone was left of them. "Who was the man, then?" said Asmund the priest. She laughed again and sang this song: Groa sails up from the Swan's Bath. Death gods grip the dead man's hand. Look where lies her luckless husband. Bolder sea king ne'er swung sword. Asmund, keep the kirtle wearer, for last night the Norns were crying, and Groa thought they told of thee, yea, told of thee and babes unborn. "How knowest thou my name?" asked Asmund. "The sea mews cried it as the ship sank, thine and others, and they shall be heard in story." "Then that is the best of luck," quoth Asmund, "but I think thou art fey," meaning subject to supernatural presentiments, generally connected with approaching doom. "Ay," she answered, "fey and fair." "True enough, thou art fair. What shall we do with this dead man?" "Leave him in the arms of Ran. So may all husbands lie." They spoke no more with her at that time, seeing that she was a witch-woman, but Asmund took her up to Middalhof, and gave her a farm, and she lived there alone, and he profited much by her wisdom. Now it chanced that Gudruda the Gentle was with child, and when her time came she gave a daughter birth, a very fair girl, with dark eyes. On the same day Groa the witch-woman brought forth a girl child, and men wondered who was its father, for Groa was no man's wife. It was woman's talk that Asmund the priest was the father of this child also, but when he heard it he was angry, and said that no witch-woman should bear a bairn of his, however so fair she was. Nevertheless it was still said that the child was his, and it is certain that he loved it as a man loves his own, but of all things this is the hardest to know. When Groa was questioned she laughed darkly, as was her fashion, and said that she knew nothing of it, never having seen the face of the child's father, who rose out of the sea at night. And for this cause some thought him to have been a wizard or a wraith of her dead husband, but others said that Groa lied, as many women have done on such matters. But of all this talk the child alone remained, and she was named Swanhild. Now, but an hour before the child of Gudruda the Gentle was born, Asmund went up from his house to the temple, to tend the holy fire that burned night and day upon the altar. When he had tended the fire, he sat down upon the cross benches before the shrine, and, gazing on the image of the goddess Freya, he fell asleep and dreamed a very evil dream. He dreamed that Gudruda the Gentle bore a dove most beautiful to see, for all its feathers were of silver, but that Groa the witch bore a golden snake, and the snake and the dove dwelt together, and ever the snake sought to slay the dove. At length there came a great white swan flying over Coldback Fell, and its tongue was a sharp sword. Now the swan saw the dove and loved it, and the dove loved the swan. But the snake reared itself and hissed, and sought to kill the dove. But the swan covered her with his wings, and beat the snake away. Then he, Asmund, came out and drove away the swan, as the swan had driven the snake. And it wheeled high into the air and flew south, and the snake swam away also through the sea. But the dove drooped, and now it was blind. Then an eagle came from the north, and would have taken the dove, but it fled round and round, crying, and always the eagle drew nearer to it. At length from the south the swan came back, flying heavily, and about its neck was twined the golden snake, and with it came a raven. And it saw the eagle, and loud it trumpeted, and shook the snake from it so that it fell like a gleam of gold into the sea. Then the eagle and the swan met in battle, and the swan drove the eagle down and broke it with his wings, and flying to the dove comforted it. But those in the house ran out and shot at the swan with bows, and drove it away. But now he, Asmund, was not with them. And once more the dove drooped. Again the swan came back, and with it the raven, and a great host were gathered against them, and among them all of Asmund's kith and kin, and the men of his quarter, and some of his priesthood, and many of whom he did not know by face. And the swan flew at Björn his son, and shot out the sword of its tongue and slew him, and many a man it slew thus. And the raven, with a beak and claws of steel, slew also many a man, so that Asmund's kindred fled, and the swan slept by the dove. But as it slept the golden snake crawled out of the sea, and hissed in the ears of men, and they rose up to follow it. It came to the swan, and twined itself about its neck. It struck at the dove and slew it. Then the swan awoke, and the raven awoke, and they did battle till all who remained of Asmund's kindred and people were dead. But still the snake clung about the swan's neck, and presently the snake and swan fell into the sea, and far out on the sea there burned a flame of fire. And Asmund awoke trembling, and left the temple. Now as he went a woman came running and weeping as she ran. "Haste, haste!" she cried. "A daughter is born to thee, and Gudruda thy wife is dying." "Is it so?" said Asmund. "After ill dreams, ill tidings." Now in the bed closet off the great hall of Middalhof lay Gudruda the Gentle, and she was dying. "Art thou there, husband?" she said. "Even so, wife." "Thou comest in an evil hour, for it is my last. Now hearken. Take thou the new-born babe within thine arms, and kiss it, and pour water over it, and name it with my name." This Asmund did. "Hearken, my husband. I have been a good wife to thee, though thou hast not been all good to me. But thus shalt thou atone. Thou shalt swear that, though she is a girl, thou wilt not cast this bairn forth to perish, but will cherish and nurture her." "I swear it," he said. "And thou shalt swear that thou wilt not take the witch-woman Groa to wife, nor have anything to do with her, and this for thine own sake, for, if thou dost, she will be thy death. Dost thou swear?" "I swear it," he said. "It is well; but, husband, if thou dost break thine oath, either in the words or in the spirit of the words, evil shall overtake thee and all thy house. Now bid me farewell, for I die." He bent over her and kissed her, and it is said that Asmund wept in that hour, for after his fashion he loved his wife. "Give me the babe," she said, "that it may lie once upon my breast." They gave her the babe, and she looked upon its dark eyes and said: "Fairest of women shalt thou be, Gudruda, fair as no woman in Iceland ever was before thee, and thou shalt love with a mighty love, and thou shalt lose, and, losing, thou shalt find again." Now it is said that as she spoke these words her face grew bright as a spirit's, and, having spoken them, she fell back dead. And they laid her in earth, but Asmund mourned her much. But, when all was over and done, the dream that he had dreamed lay heavy on him. Now of all diviners of dreams Groa was the most skilled, and when Gudruda had been in the earth 7 full days, Asmund went to Groa, though doubtfully, because of his oath. He came to the house and entered. On a couch in the chamber lay Groa, and her babe was on her breast, and she was very fair to see. "Greeting, lord," she said. "What wouldst thou here?" "I have dreamed a dream, and thou alone canst read it." "That is as it may be," she answered. "It is true that I have some skill in dreams. At least I will hear it." Then he unfolded it to her every word. "What wilt thou give me if I read thy dream?" she said. "What dost thou ask? Methinks I have given thee much." "Yea, lord," and she looked at the babe upon her breast. "I ask but a little thing, that thou shalt take this bairn in thy arms, pour water over it, and name it. Men will talk if I do this, for it is the father's part. It is a little thing what men say. Talk goes by the wind. Moreover, thou shalt give them the lie in the child's name, for it shall be Swanhild the Fatherless. Nevertheless, that is my price. Pay it if thou wilt. Read me the dream, and I will name the child. Nay, first name thou the babe, for then no harm shall come to her at thy hands." So Asmund took the child, poured water over her, and named her. Then Groa spoke. "This, lord, is the reading of thy dream, else my wisdom is at fault. The silver dove is thy daughter Gudruda, the golden snake is my daughter Swanhild, and these two shall hate one another and strive against each other. But the swan is a mighty man whom both shall love, and, if he love not both, yet shall belong to both. And thou shalt send him away, but he shall return and bring bad luck to thee and thy house, and thy daughter shall be blind with love of him. And in the end he shall slay the eagle, a great lord from the north, who shall seek to wed thy daughter. And many another shall he slay, by the help of that raven with the bill of steel, who shall be with him. But Swanhild shall triumph over thy daughter Gudruda and this man, and the two of them shall die at her hands, and, for the rest, who can say? But this is true, that the mighty man shall bring all thy race to an end. See now, I have read thy rede." Then Asmund was very wroth. "Thou wast wise to beguile me to name thy bastard brat," he said, "else I had been its death within this hour. This thou canst not do, lord, seeing that thou hast held it in thy arms. Groa answered, laughing. Go rather and lay out Gudruda the Fair on Coldback Hill. So shalt thou make an end of the evil, for Gudruda shall be its very root. Learn this, moreover, that thy dream does not tell all, seeing that thou thyself must play a part in the fate. Go, send forth the babe Gudruda, and be at rest. That cannot be, for I have sworn to cherish it, and with an oath that may not be broken. It is well, laughed Groa. Things will befall as they are fated. Let them befall in their season. There is space for cairns on Coldback, and the sea can shroud its dead. And Asmund went thence, angered at heart. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 2 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 2. How Eric told his love to Gudruda in the snow on Coldback. Now it must be told that, 5 years before the day of the death of Gudruda the Gentle, Savuna, the wife of Thorgrimur Irontoe, gave birth to a son, at Coldback in the marsh, on Ran River, and when his father came to look upon the child, he called out aloud, Here we have a wondrous bairn, for his hair is yellow like gold, and his eyes shine bright as stars. And Thorgrimur named him Eric Brighteyes. Now, Coldback is but an hour's ride from Middalhof, and it chanced, in after years, that Thorgrimur went up to Middalhof to keep the Yule feast and worship in the temple, for he was in the priesthood of Asmund Asmundson, bringing the boy Eric with him. There also was Groa with Swanhild, for now she dwelt at Middalhof, and the 3 fair children were set together in the hall to play, and men thought it great sport to see them. Now Gudruda had a horse of wood and would ride it, while Eric pushed the horse along. But Swanhild smote her from the horse and called to Eric to make it move. But he comforted Gudruda and would not, and at that Swanhild was angry and lisped out, Push thou must, if I will it, Eric. Then he pushed sideways and with such good will that Swanhild fell almost into the fire of the hearth, and leaping up, she snatched a brand and threw it at Gudruda, firing her clothes. Men laughed at this, but Groa, standing apart, frowned and muttered witch words. "Why lookest thou so darkly, housekeeper?" said Asmund. "The boy is bonny and high of heart." "Ah, he is bonny, as no child is, and he shall be bonny all his life days. Nevertheless, she shall not stand against his ill luck. This I prophesy of him, that women shall bring him to his end, and he shall die a hero's death, but not at the hand of his foes." And now the years went by peacefully. Groa dwelt with her daughter Swanhild up at Middalhof, and was the love of Asmund Asmundson. But, though he forgot his oath thus far, yet he would never take her to wife. The witch-wife was angered at this, and she schemed and plotted much to bring it about that Asmund should wed her. But still he would not, though in all things else she led him as it were by a halter. 20 full years had gone by since Gudruda the Gentle was laid in earth, and now Gudruda the Fair and Swanhild the Fatherless were women too. Eric too was a man of 25 years, and no such man had lived in Iceland, for he was strong and great of stature, his hair was yellow as gold, and his grey eyes shone with the light of swords. He was gentle and loving as a woman, and even as a lad his strength was the strength of 2 men. And there were none in all the quarter who could leap or swim or wrestle against Eric Brighteyes. Men held him in honour and spoke well of him, though as yet he had done no deeds, but lived at home on Coldback, managing the farm, for now Thorgrimur Irontoe, his father, was dead. But women loved him much, and that was his bane, for of all women he loved but one, Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter. He loved her from a child, and her alone till his day of death, and she too loved him and him only. For now Gudruda was a maid of maids, most beautiful to see and sweet to hear. Her hair, like the hair of Eric, was golden, and she was white as the snow on Hecla, but her eyes were large and dark, and black lashes drooped above them. For the rest she was tall and strong and comely, merry of face, yet tender, and the most witty of women. Swanhild also was very fair. She was slender, small of limb, and dark of hue, having eyes blue as the deep sea, and brown curling hair, enough to veil her to the knees, and a mind of which none knew the end, for, though she was open in her talk, her thoughts were dark and secret. This was her joy, to draw the hearts of men to her, and then to mock them. She beguiled many in this fashion, for she was the cunningest girl in matters of love, and she knew well the arts of women, with which they bring men to nothing. Nevertheless she was cold at heart, and desired power and wealth greatly, and she studied magic much, of which her mother Groa also had a store. But Swanhild too loved a man, and that was the joint in her harness by which the shaft of fate entered her heart, for that man was Eric Brighteyes, who loved her not. But she desired him so sorely that, without him, all the world was dark to her, and her soul was but as a ship driven rudderless upon a winter night. Therefore she put out all her strength to win him, and bent her witcheries upon him, and they were not few nor small. Nevertheless they went by him like the wind, for he dreamed ever of Gudruda alone, and he saw no eyes but hers, though as yet they spoke no word of love one to the other. But Swanhild in her wrath took counsel with her mother Groa, though there was little liking between them. And when she had heard the maiden's tale, Groa laughed aloud. "Dost think me blind, girl?" she said. "All of this I have seen, yea, and foreseen, and I tell thee that thou art mad. Let this yeoman Eric go, and I will find thee finer fowl to fly at." "Nay, that I will not," quoth Swanhild, "for I love this man alone, and I would win him, and Gudruda I hate, and I would overthrow her. Give me of thy counsel." Groa laughed again. "Things must be as they are fated. This now is my rede. Asmund would turn Gudruda's beauty to account, and that man must be rich in friends and money who gets her to wife, and in this matter the mind of Björn is as the mind of his father. Now we will watch, and, when a good time chances, we will bear tales of Gudruda to Asmund and to her brother Björn, and swear that she oversteps her modesty with Eric. Then shall Asmund be wroth and drive Eric from Gudruda's side. Meanwhile I will do this. In the north there dwells a man mighty in all things and blown up with pride. He is named Ospakar Blacktooth. His wife is but lately dead, and he has given out that he will wed the fairest maid in Iceland. Now, it is in my mind to send Koll the Half-witted, my thrall, whom Asmund gave to me, to Ospakar as though by chance. He is a great talker and very clever, for in his half-wits is more cunning than in the brains of most. And he shall so bepraise Gudruda's beauty, that Ospakar will come hither to ask her in marriage, and in this fashion, if things go well, thou shalt be rid of thy rival, and I of one who looks scornfully upon me. But, if this fail, then there are two roads left on which strong feet may travel to their end, and of these one is that thou shouldest win Eric away with thine own beauty, and that is not little. All men are frail, and I have a draught that will make the heart as wax, but yet the other path is surer." "And what is that path, my mother?" "It runs through blood to blackness. By thy side is a knife, and in Gudruda's bosom beats a heart. Dead women are unmeet for love." Swanhild tossed her head and looked upon the dark face of Groa her mother. "Methinks, with such an end to win, I should not fear to tread that path, if there be need, my mother. Now I see thou art indeed my daughter. Happiness is to the bold. To each it comes in uncertain shape. Some love power, some wealth, and some a man. Take that which thou lovest. I say, cut thy path to it and take it. Else shall thy life be but a weariness, for what does it serve to win the wealth and power when thou lovest a man alone, or the man when thou dost desire gold and the pride of place? This is wisdom, to satisfy the longing of thy youth. For age creeps on apace and is beyond darkness. Therefore, if thou seekest this man, and Gudruda blocks thy path, slay her, girl, by witchcraft or by steel, and take him, and in his arms forget that thine own are red. But first let us try the easier plan. Daughter, I too hate this proud girl, who scorns me as her father's light of love. I too long to see that bright head of hers dull with the dust of death, or, at the least, those proud eyes weeping tears of shame as the man she hates leads her hence as a bride. Were it not for her I should be Asmund's wife, and, when she is gone, with thy help, for he loves thee much and has cause to love thee, this I may be yet. So in this matter, if in no other, let us go hand in hand and match our wits against her innocence." Now, Koll the Half-witted went upon his errand, and the time passed till it lacked but a month to Yule, and men sat indoors, for the season was dark and much snow fell. At length came frost, and with it a clear sky, and Gudruda, ceasing from her spinning in the hall, went to the women's porch, and, looking out, saw that the snow was hard, and a great longing came upon her to breathe the fresh air, for there was still an hour of daylight. So she threw a cloak about her and walked forth, taking the road towards Coldback in the marsh that is by Ran River. But Swanhild watched her till she was over the hill. Then she also took a cloak and followed on that path, for she always watched Gudruda. Gudruda walked on for half of an hour or so, when she became aware that the clouds gathered in the sky, and that the air was heavy with snow to come. Seeing this, she turned homewards, and Swanhild hid herself to let her pass. Now flakes floated down as big and soft as fifa flowers. Quicker and more quick they came till all the plain was one white maze of mist, but through it Gudruda walked on, and after her crept Swanhild like a shadow. And now the darkness gathered and the snow fell thick and fast, covering up the track of her footsteps, and she wandered from the path, and after her wandered Swanhild, being loath to show herself. For an hour or more Gudruda wandered, and then she called aloud, and her voice fell heavily against the cloak of snow. At the last she grew weary and frightened, and sat down upon a shelving rock whence the snow had slipped away. Now a little way behind was another rock, and there Swanhild sat, for she wished to be unseen of Gudruda. So some time passed, and Swanhild grew heavy as though with sleep, when of a sudden a moving thing loomed upon the snowy darkness. Then Gudruda leapt to her feet and called. A man's voice answered, "Who passes there?" "I, Gudruda, Asmund's daughter." The form came nearer. Now Swanhild could hear the snorting of a horse, and now a man leapt from it, and that man was Eric Brighteyes. "It is thou indeed, Gudruda," he said with a laugh, and his great shape showed darkly on the snow mist. "Oh, is it thou, Eric?" she answered. "I was never more joyed to see thee, for of a truth thou dost come in a good hour. A little while and I had seen thee no more, for my eyes grow heavy with the death sleep." "Nay, say not so. Art lost, then? Why, so am I. I came out to seek 3 horses that are strayed, and was overtaken by the snow. May they dwell in Odin's stables, for they have led me to thee. Art thou cold, Gudruda?" "But a little, Eric. Yea, there is a place for thee here on the rock." So he sat down by her on the stone, and Swanhild crept nearer, for now all weariness had left her, but still the snow fell thick. "It comes into my mind that we two shall die here," said Gudruda presently. "Thinkest thou so?" he answered. "Well, I will say this, that I ask no better end." "It is a bad end for thee, Eric, to be choked in snow, and with all thy deeds to do." "It is a good end, Gudruda, to die at thy side, for so I shall die happy. But I grieve for thee." "Grieve not for me, Brighteyes. Worse things might befall." He drew nearer to her, and now put his arms about her and clasped her to his bosom, nor did she say him nay. Swanhild saw, and lifted herself up behind them, but for a while she heard nothing but the beating of her heart. "Listen, Gudruda," Eric said at last. "Death draws near to us, and before it comes I would speak to thee if speak I may." "Speak on," she whispers from his breast. "This I would say, then, that I love thee, and that I ask no better fate than to die in thy arms." "First shalt thou see me die in thine, Eric." "Be sure, if that is so, I shall not tarry for long. Oh, Gudruda, since I was a child I have loved thee with a mighty love, and now thou art all to me. Better to die thus than to live without thee. Speak, then, while there is time." "I will not hide from thee, Eric, that thy words are sweet in my ears." And now Gudruda sobs, and the tears fall fast from her dark eyes. "Nay, weep not. Dost thou, then, love me?" "Ay, sure enough, Eric." "Then kiss me before we pass. A man should not die thus, and yet men have died worse." And so these two kissed, for the first time, out in the snow on Coldback, and that first kiss was long and sweet. Swanhild heard, and her blood seethed within her as water seethes in a boiling spring when the fires wake beneath. She put her hand to her kirtle and gripped the knife at her side. She half drew it, and then drove it back. "Cold kills as sure as steel," she said in her heart. "If I slay her, I cannot save myself or him. Let us die in peace, and let the snow cover up our troubling." And once more she listened. "Ah, sweet," said Eric, "even in the midst of death there is hope of life. Swear to me, then, that if by chance we live, thou wilt love me always as thou lovest me now." "Ay, Eric, I swear that, and readily." "And swear, come what may, that thou wilt wed no man but me." "I swear, if thou dost remain true to me, that I will wed none but thee, Eric." "Then I am sure of thee." "Boast not overmuch, Eric. If thou dost live, thy days are all before thee, and with times come trials." Now the snow whirled down faster and more thick, till these two, clasped heart to heart, were but a heap of white, and all white was the horse, and Swanhild was nearly buried. "Where do we go when we die, Eric?" said Gudruda. "In Odin's house there is no place for maids, and how shall my feet fare without thee?" "Nay, sweet, my May. Valhalla shuts its gates to me, a deedless man. Up Bifrost's rainbow bridge I may not travel, for I do not die with byrnie on breast and sword aloft. To Hela shall we go, and hand in hand." "Art thou sure, Eric, that men find these abodes? To say sooth, at times I misdoubt me of them." "I am not so sure but that I also doubt. Still, I know this, that where thou goest there I shall be, Gudruda." "Then things are well, and well work the Norns." "The northern fates." "Still, Eric, of a sudden I grow fey, for it comes upon me that I shall not die tonight, but that, nevertheless, I shall die with thy arms about me and at thy side. There, I see it on the snow. I lie by thee, sleeping, and one comes with hands outstretched, and sleep falls from them like a mist. By Freya, it is Swanhild's self! Oh, it is gone!" "It was nothing, Gudruda, but a vision of the snow, an untimely dream that comes before the sleep. I grow cold, and my eyes are heavy. Kiss me once again." "It was no dream, Eric, and ever I doubt me of Swanhild, for I think she loves thee also, and she is fair and my enemy," says Gudruda, laying her snow-cold lips on his lips. "Oh, Eric, awake, awake! See, the snow is done." He stumbled to his feet and looked forth. Lo! out across the sky flared the wild northern fires, throwing light upon the darkness. "Now it seems that I know the land," said Eric. "Look, yonder are Golden Falls, though we did not hear them because of the snow, and there, out at sea, loom the Westmans, and that dark thing is the Temple Hof, and behind it stands the stead. We are saved, Gudruda, and thus far indeed thou wast fey. Now rise, ere thy limbs stiffen, and I will set thee on the horse, if he still can run, and lead thee down to Middalhof before the witchlight fails us." "So it shall be, Eric." Now he led Gudruda to the horse. That, seeing its master, snorted and shook the snow from its coat, for it was not frozen, and set her on the saddle, and put his arm about her waist, and they passed slowly through the deep snow. And Swanhild, too, crept from her place, for her burning rage had kept the life in her, and followed after them. Many times she fell, and once she was nearly swallowed in a drift of snow, and cried out in her fear. "Who called aloud?" said Eric, turning. "I thought I heard a voice." "Nay," answers Gudruda, "it was but a night hawk screaming." Now Swanhild lay quiet in the drift, but she said in her heart, "Ay, a night hawk that shall tear out those dark eyes of thine, mine enemy." The two go on, and at length they come to the banked roadway that runs past the temple to Asmund's hall. Here Swanhild leaves them, and, climbing over the turf wall into the home meadow, passes round the hall by the outbuildings, and so comes to the west end of the house, and enters by the men's door unnoticed of any. For all the people, seeing a horse coming and a woman seated on it, were gathered in the front of the hall. But Swanhild ran to that shut bed where she slept, and, closing the curtain, threw off her garments, shook the snow from her hair, and put on a linen kirtle. Then she rested a while, for she was weary, and, going to the kitchen, warmed herself at the fire. Meanwhile Eric and Gudruda came to the house, and there Asmund greeted them well, for he was troubled in his heart about his daughter, and very glad to know her living, seeing that men had but now begun to search for her, because of the snow and the darkness. Now Gudruda told her tale, but not all of it, and Asmund bade Eric to the house. Then one asked about Swanhild, and Eric said that he had seen nothing of her, and Asmund was sad at this, for he loved Swanhild. But as he told all men to go and search, an old wife came and said that Swanhild was in the kitchen, and while the carline spoke, she came into the hall, dressed in white, very pale, and with shining eyes, and fair to see. "Where hast thou been, Swanhild?" said Asmund. "I thought certainly thou wast perishing with Gudruda in the snow, and now all men go to seek thee while the witch lights burn." "Nay, foster father, I have been to the temple," she answered, lying. "So Gudruda has but narrowly escaped the snow, thanks be to Brighteyes yonder. Surely I am glad of it, for we could ill spare our sweet sister." And going up to her, she kissed her. But Gudruda saw that her eyes burned like fire, and felt that her lips were cold as ice, and shrank back wondering. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 3 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 3 How Asmund bade Eric to his Yule feast. Now it was supper time, and men sat at meat while the women waited upon them. But as she went to and fro, Gudruda always looked to Eric, and Swanhild watched them both. Supper being over, people gathered round the hearth, and, having finished her service, Gudruda came and sat by Eric, so that her sleeve might touch his. They spoke no word, but there they sat and were happy. Swanhild saw and bit her lip. Now she was seated by Asmund and Björn his son. "Look, foster father," she said, "yonder sit a pretty pair." "That cannot be denied," answered Asmund. "One may ride many days to see such another man as Eric Brighteyes, and no such maid as Gudruda flowers between Middalhof and London town, unless it be thou, Swanhild. Well, so her mother said that it should be, and without doubt she was foresighted at her death." "Nay, name me not with Gudruda, foster father. I am but a grey goose by thy white swan. But these shall be well wed, and that will be a good match for Eric." "Let not thy tongue run on so fast," said Asmund sharply. "Who told thee that Eric should have Gudruda?" "None told me, but in truth, having eyes and ears, I grew certain of it," said Swanhild. "Look at them now. Surely lovers wear such faces." Now it chanced that Gudruda had rested her chin on her hand, and was gazing into Eric's eyes beneath the shadow of her hair. "Methinks my sister will look higher than to wed a simple yeoman, though he is large as two other men," said Björn with a sneer. Now Björn was jealous of Eric's strength and beauty, and did not love him. "Trust nothing that thou seest, and little that thou hearest, girl," said Asmund, raising himself from thought. "So shall thy guesses be good. Eric, come here and tell us how thou didst chance on Gudruda in the snow." "I was not so ill-seated but that I could bear to stay," grumbled Eric beneath his breath, but Gudruda said, "Go." So he went and told his tale, but not all of it, for he intended to ask Gudruda in marriage on the morrow, though his heart prophesied no luck in the matter, and therefore he was not over swift with it. "In this thing thou hast done me and mine good service," said Asmund coldly, searching Eric's face with his blue eyes. "It had been said, if my fair daughter had perished in the snow, for, know this, I would set her high in marriage, for her honour and the honour of my house, and so some rich and noble man had lost great joy. But take thou this gift in memory of the deed, and Gudruda's husband shall give thee another such upon the day that he makes her wife." and he drew a gold ring off his arm. Now Eric's knees trembled as he heard, and his heart grew faint as though with fear, but he answered clear and straight. Thy gift had been better without thy words, ring giver, but I pray thee to take it back, for I have done nothing to win it, though perhaps the time will come when I shall ask thee for a richer. My gifts have never been put away before, said Asmund, growing angry. This wealthy farmer holds the good gold of little worth. It is foolish to take fish to the sea, my father, sneered Björn. Nay, Björn, not so, Eric answered. But, as thou sayest, I am but a farmer, and since my father, Thorgrimur Irontoe, died, things have not gone too well on Ran River. But at the least I am a free man, and I will take no gifts that I cannot repay worth for worth. Therefore I will not have the ring. As thou wilt, said Asmund. Pride is a good horse if thou ridest wisely, and he thrust the ring back upon his arm. Then people go to rest, but Swanhild seeks her mother and tells her all that has befallen her, nor does Groa fail to listen. Now I will make a plan, she says, for these things have chanced well, and Asmund is in a ripe humour. Eric shall come no more to Middalhof till Gudruda is gone hence, led by Ospakar Blacktooth. And if Eric does not come here, how shall I see his face? For, mother, I long for the sight of it. That is thy matter, thou lovesick fool. Know this, that if Eric comes hither and gets speech with Gudruda, there is an end of thy hopes, for, fair as thou art, she is too fair for thee, and strong as thou art, in a way she is too strong. Thou hast heard how these two love, and such loves mock at the will of fathers. Eric will win his desire or die beneath the swords of Asmund and Björn, if such men can prevail against his might. Nay, the wolf Eric must be fenced from the lamb till he grows hungry. Then let him search the fold and make spoil of thee, for when the best is gone he will desire the good. So be it, mother. As I sat crouched behind Gudruda in the snow at Coldback, I had half a mind to end her love words with this knife, for so I should have been free of her. Yes, and fast in the doom ring, thou wild cat. The gods help this Eric if thou winnest him. Nay, choose thine time, and, if thou must strike, strike secretly and home. Remember also that cunning is mightier than strength, that lies pierce further than swords, and that witchcraft wins where honesty must fail. Now I will go to Asmund, and he shall be an angry man before tomorrow comes. Then Groa went to the shut bed where Asmund the priest slept. He was sitting on the bed, and asked her why she came. For the love of thee, Asmund, and thy house, though thou dost treat me ill, who hast profited so much by me and my foresight. Say now, wilt thou that this daughter of thine, Gudruda the Fair, should be the light May of yonder long-legged yeoman? That is not in my mind, said Asmund, stroking his beard. Knowest thou, then, that this very day your white Gudruda sat on Eric's lap in the snow, while he fondled her to his heart's content? Most likely it was for warmth. Men do not dream on love in the hour of death. Who saw this? Swanhild, who was behind, and hid herself for shame, and therefore she held that these two must soon be wed. Ah, thou art foolish now, Asmund. Young blood makes light of cold or death. Art thou blind, or dost thou not see that these two turn on each other like birds at nesting time? They might do worse, said Asmund, for they are a proper pair, and it seems to me that each was born for each. Then all goes well. Still, it is a pity to see so fair a maid cast like rotten bait upon the waters to hook this troutlet of a yeoman. Thou hast enemies, Asmund. Thou art too prosperous, and there are many who hate thee for thy state and wealth. Were it not wise to use this girl of thine to build a wall about thee against the evil day? I have been more wont, housekeeper, to trust to my own arm than to bought friends. But tell me, for at the least thou art far-seeing, how may this be done? As things are, though I spoke roughly to him last night, I am inclined to let Eric Brighteyes take Gudruda. I have always loved the lad, and he will go far. Listen, Asmund. Surely thou hast heard of Ospakar Blacktooth, the priest who dwells in the north. Ay, I have heard of him, and I know him. There is no man like him for ugliness, or strength, or wealth, or power. We sailed together on a viking cruise many years ago, and he did things at which my blood turned, and in those days I had no chicken heart. With time men change their temper. Unless I am mistaken, this Ospakar wishes above all to have Gudruda in marriage, for, now that everything is his, this alone is left for him to ask, the fairest woman in Iceland as a housewife. Think then, with Ospakar for a son-in-law, who is there that can stand against thee?" "I am not so sure of this matter, nor do I altogether trust thee, Groa. Of a truth, it seems to me that thou hast some stake upon the race. This Ospakar is evil and hideous. It were a shame to give Gudruda over to him, when she looks elsewhere. Knowest thou that I swore to love and cherish her, and how runs this with my oath? If Eric is not too rich, yet he is of good birth and kin, and moreover a man of men. If he take her, good will come of it." "It is like thee, Asmund, always to mistrust those who spend their days in plotting for thy weal. Do as thou wilt. Let Eric take this treasure of thine, for whom earls would give their state, and live to rue it. But I say this: if he have thy leave to roam here with his dove, the matter will soon grow, for these two sicken each to each, and young blood is hot and ill at waiting, and it is not always snow time. So betroth her or let him go. And now I have said." "Thy tongue runs too fast. The man is quite unproved, and I will try him. Tomorrow I will warn him from my door, and then things shall go as they are fated. And now peace, for I weary of thy talk, and moreover it is false, for thou lackest one thing, a little honesty to season all thy craft. What fee has Ospakar paid thee, I wonder? Thou, at least, hadst never refused the gold ring tonight, for thou wouldst do much for gold." "And more for love, and most of all for hate," Groa said, and laughed aloud, nor did they speak more on this matter that night. Now early in the morning Asmund rose, and, going to the hall, awoke Eric, who slept by the centre hearth, saying that he would talk with him without. Then Eric followed him to the back of the hall. "Say now, Eric," he said, when they stood in the grey light outside the house, "who was it taught thee that kisses keep out the cold on snowy days?" Now Eric reddened to his yellow hair, but he answered, "Who was it told thee, lord, that I tried this medicine?" "The snow hides much, but there are eyes that can pierce the snow. Nay, more, thou wast seen, and there's an end. Now, know this: I like thee well, but Gudruda is not for thee. She is far above thee, who art but a deedless yeoman." "Then I love to no end," said Eric. "I long for one thing only, and that is Gudruda. It was in my mind to ask her in marriage of thee today." "Then, lad, thou hast thy answer before thou askest. Be sure of one thing: if but once again I find thee alone with Gudruda, it is my axe shall kiss thee, and not her lips." "That may yet be put to the proof, lord," said Eric, and turned to seek his horse, when suddenly Gudruda came and stood between them, and his heart leapt at the sight of her. "Listen, Gudruda," Eric said. "This is thy father's word, that we two speak together no more." "Then it is an ill saying for us," said Gudruda, laying her hand upon her breast. "Saying good or ill, so it surely is, girl," answered Asmund. "No more shalt thou go a-kissing in the snow or in the flowers." "Now I seem to hear Swanhild's voice," she said. "Well, such things have happened to better folk, and a father's wish is to a maid what the wind is to the grass. Still, the sun is behind the cloud, and it will shine again some day. Till then, Eric, fare thee well." "It is not thy will, lord," said Eric, "that I should come to thy Yule feast, as thou hast asked me these 10 years past?" Now Asmund grew wroth, and pointed with his hand towards the great golden falls that thunder down the mountain named Stonefell, that is behind Middalhof, and there are no greater waterfalls in Iceland. "A man may take 2 roads, Eric, from Coldback to Middalhof, one by the bridle path over Coldback, and the other down Golden Falls, but I never knew traveller to choose this way. Now, I bid thee to my feast by the path over Golden Falls, and if thou comest that way, I promise thee this: if thou livest, I will greet thee well, and if I find thee dead in the great pool, I will bind on thy hell shoes and lay thee to earth neighbourly fashion. But if thou comest by any other path, then my thrall shall cut thee down at my door." And he stroked his beard and laughed. Now Asmund spoke thus mockingly, because he did not think it possible that any man should try the path of the Golden Falls. Eric smiled and said, "I hold thee to thy word, lord. Perhaps I shall be thy guest at Yule." But Gudruda heard the thunder of the mighty falls as the wind turned, and cried, "Nay, nay, it were thy death." Then Eric finds his horse and rides away across the snow. Now it must be told of Koll the Half-witted that at length he came to Swinefell in the north, having journeyed hard across the snow. Here Ospakar Blacktooth had his great hall, in which day by day 100 men sat down to meat. Now Koll entered the hall where Ospakar was at supper, and looked at him with big eyes, for he had never seen so wonderful a man. He was huge in stature. His hair was black, and black his beard, and on his lower lip there lay a great black fang. His eyes were small and narrow, but his cheekbones were set wide apart and high, like those of a horse. Koll thought him an ill man to deal with, and half a troll, an able-bodied goblin, and grew afraid of his errand, since in Koll's half-wittedness there was much cunning, for it was a cloak in which he wrapped himself. But as Ospakar sat in the high seat, clothed in a purple robe, with his sword Whitefire on his knee, he saw Koll and called out in a great voice, "Who is this red fox that creeps into my earth?" For to look at, Koll was very like a fox. "My name is Koll the Half-witted, Groa's thrall, lord. Am I welcome here?" he answered. "That is as it may be. Why do they call thee half-witted?" "Because I love not work overmuch, lord." "Then all my thralls are fellows to thee. Say, what brings thee here?" "This, lord. It was told among men down in the south that thou wouldst give a good gift to him who should discover to thee the fairest maid in Iceland. So I asked leave of my mistress to come on a journey and tell thee of her." "Then a lie was told thee. Still, I love to hear of fair maids, and seek one for a wife if she be but fair enough. So speak on, Koll the Fox, and lie not to me. I warn thee, else I will knock what wits are left there from that red head of thine." So Koll took up the tale and greatly bepraised Gudruda's beauty. Nor in truth, for all his talk, could he praise it too much. He told of her dark eyes and the whiteness of her skin, of the nobleness of her shape and the gold of her hair, of her wit and gentleness, till at length Ospakar grew afire to see this flower of maids. "By Thor, thou Koll," he said, "if the girl be but half of what thou sayest, her luck is good, for she shall be wife to Ospakar. But if thou hast lied to me about her, beware, for soon there shall be a knave the less in Iceland." Now a man rose in the hall and said that Koll spoke truth, for he had seen Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter, and there was no maid like her in Iceland. "I will do this now," said Blacktooth. "To-morrow I will send a messenger to Middalhof, saying to Asmund the priest that I purpose to visit him at the time of the Yule feast. Then I shall see if the girl pleases me. Meanwhile, Koll, take thou a seat among the thralls, and here is something for thy pains." And he took off the purple cloak and threw it to him. "Thanks to thee, gold scatterer," said Koll. "It is wise to go soon to Middalhof, for such a bloom as this maid does not lack a bee. There is a youngling in the south, named Eric Brighteyes, who loves Gudruda, and she, I think, loves him, though he is but a yeoman of small wealth and is only 25 years old." "Ho, ho!" laughed great Ospakar. "And I am 45, but let not this suckling cross my desire, lest men call him Eric Holloweyes." Now the messenger of Ospakar came to Middalhof, and his words pleased Asmund, and he made ready a great feast. And Swanhild smiled, but Gudruda was afraid. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 4 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 4 How Eric Came Down Golden Falls. Now Ospakar rode up to Middalhof on the day before the Yule feast. He was splendidly apparelled, and with him came his 2 sons, Gizur the lawman and Mord, young men of promise, and many armed thralls and servants. Gudruda, watching at the woman's door, saw his face in the moonlight and loathed him. "What thinkest thou of him who comes to seek thee in marriage, foster sister?" asked Swanhild, watching at her side. "I think he is like a troll, and that, seek as he will, he shall not find me. I had rather lie in the pool beneath Golden Falls than in Ospakar's hall." "That shall be proved," said Swanhild. "At the least he is rich and noble, and the greatest of men in size. It would go hard with Eric were those arms about him." "I am not so sure of that," said Gudruda, "but it is not likely to be known." "Comes Eric to the feast by the road of Golden Falls, Gudruda?" "Nay, no man may try that path and live." then he will die, for Eric will risk it." Now Gudruda thought, and a great fire burned in her heart and shone through her eyes. "If Eric dies," she said, "on thee be his blood, Swanhild, on thee and that dark mother of thine, for ye have plotted to bring this evil on us. How have I harmed thee, that thou shouldst deal thus with me?" Swanhild turned white and wicked looking, for passion mastered her, and she gazed into Gudruda's face and answered: "How hast thou harmed me? Surely I will tell thee. Thy beauty has robbed me of Eric's love." "It would be better to prate of Eric's love when he had told it thee, Swanhild. Thou hast robbed me, and therefore I hate thee, and therefore I will deliver thee to Ospakar, whom thou dost loathe. Ay, and yet win Brighteyes to myself. Am I not also fair, and can I not also love? And shall I see thee snatch my joy? By the Gods, never! I will see thee dead, and Eric with thee, ere it shall be so. But first I will see thee shamed." "Thy words are ill suited to a maiden's lips, Swanhild. But of this be sure, I fear thee not, and shall never fear thee. And one thing I know well, that, whether thou or I prevail, in the end thou shalt harvest the greatest shame. And in times to come men shall speak of thee with hatred, and name thee by ill names. Moreover, Eric shall never love thee. From year to year he shall hate thee with a deeper hate, though it may well be that thou wilt bring ruin on him. And now I thank thee that thou hast told me all thy mind, showing me what indeed thou art." And Gudruda turned scornfully upon her heel and walked away. Now Asmund the priest went out into the courtyard, and meeting Ospakar Blacktooth, greeted him heartily, though he did not like his looks, and took him by the hand and led him to the hall, that was bravely decked with tapestries, and seated him by his side on the high seat. And Ospakar's thralls brought good gifts for Asmund, who thanked the giver well. Now it was supper time, and Gudruda came in, and after her walked Swanhild. Ospakar gazed hard at Gudruda, and a great desire entered into him to make her his wife. But she passed coldly by, nor looked on him at all. "This then is that maid of thine whom I have heard tell, Asmund? I will say this: fairer was never born of woman." Then men ate, and Ospakar drank much ale, but all the while he stared at Gudruda and listened for her voice. But as yet he said nothing of what he came to seek, though all knew his errand. And his two sons, Gizur and Mord, stared also at Gudruda, for they thought her most wonderfully fair. But Gizur found Swanhild also fair. And so the night wore on till it was time to sleep. On this same day Eric rode up from his farm on Ran River, and took his road along the brow of Coldback till he came to Stonefell. Now all along Coldback and Stonefell is a steep cliff facing to the south, that grows ever higher till it comes to that point where Golden River falls over it, and, parting its waters below, runs east and west, the branch to the east being called Ran River, and that to the west Laxà, for these two streams girdle round the rich plain of Middalhof, till at length they reach the sea. But in the midst of Golden River, on the edge of the cliff, a mass of rock juts up called Sheep Saddle, dividing the waters of the fall, and over this the spray flies. And in winter the ice gathers, but the river does not cover it. The great fall is 30 fathoms deep, and is shaped like a horseshoe, of which the points lie towards Middalhof. Yet if he could but gain the Sheep Saddle rock that divides the midst of the waters, a strong and hardy man might climb down some 15 fathoms of this depth and scarcely wet his feet. Now here at the foot of Sheep Saddle rock the double arches of waters meet, and fall in one torrent into the bottomless pool below. But some 3 fathoms from this point of the meeting waters, and beneath it, just where the curve is deepest, a single crag, as large as a drinking table and no larger, juts from the foam, and, if a man could reach it, he might leap from it some 12 fathoms, sheer into the spray-hidden pit beneath, there to sink or swim as it might befall. This crag is called Wolf's Fang. Now Eric stood for a long while on the edge of the fall and looked, measuring everything with his eye. Then he went up above, where the river swirls down to the precipice, and looked again, for it is from this bank that the dividing island rock, Sheep Saddle, must be reached. "A man may hardly do this thing, yet I will try it," he said to himself at last. "My honour shall be great for the feat, if I chance to live. And if I die, Well, there is an end of troubling after maids and all other things." So he went home and sat silent that evening. Now, since Thorgrimur Iron Toe's death, his housewife, Saevuna, Eric's mother, had grown dim of sight, and, though she peered and peered again from her seat in the ingle nook, she could not see the face of her son. "What ails thee, Eric, that thou sittest so silent? Was not the meat, then, to thy mind at supper?" "Yes, mother, the meat was well enough, though a little undersmoked." "Now I see that thou art not thyself, son, for thou hadst no meat, but only stock fish, and I never knew a man forget his supper on the night of its eating, except he was distraught or deep in love." "Was it so?" said Brighteyes. "What troubles thee, Eric? That sweet lass yonder?" "Ay, somewhat, mother." "What more, then?" "This, that I go down Golden Falls to-morrow, and I do not know how I may come from Sheep Saddle Rock to Wolf's Fang Crag, and keep my life whole in me. And now, I pray thee, weary me not with words, for my brain is slow, and I must use it." When she heard this, Saevuna screamed aloud, and threw herself before Eric, praying him to forego his mad venture. But he would not listen to her, for he was slow to make up his mind, but, that being made up, nothing could change it. Then, when she learned that it was to get sight of Gudruda that he purposed thus to throw his life away, she was very angry, and cursed her and all her kith and kin. "It is likely enough thou wilt have cause to use such words before all this tale is told," said Eric. "Nevertheless, mother, forbear to curse Gudruda, who is in no way to blame for these matters." "Thou art a faithless son," Saevuna said, "who wilt slay thyself striving to win speech with thy May, and leave thy mother childless." Eric said that it seemed so indeed, but he was plighted to it, and the feat must be tried. Then he kissed her, and she sought her bed, weeping. Now it was the day of the Yule feast, and there was no sun till 1 hour before noon. But Eric, having kissed his mother and bidden her farewell, called a thrall, John by name, and giving him a sealskin bag full of his best apparel, bade him ride to Middalhof and tell Asmund the priest that Eric Brighteyes would come down Golden Falls an hour after midday, to join his feast, and thence go to the foot of the Golden Falls to await him there. And the man went, wondering, for he thought his master mad. Then Eric took a good rope and a staff tipped with iron, and, so soon as the light served, mounted his horse, forded Ran River, and rode along Coldback till he came to the lip of Golden Falls. Here he stayed a while, till at length he saw many people streaming up the snow from Middalhof far beneath, and, among them, 2 women who by their stature should be Gudruda and Swanhild, and, near to them, a great man whom he did not know. Then he showed himself for a space on the brink of the gulf and turned his horse upstream. The sun shone bright upon the edge of the sky, but the frost bit like a sword. Still he must strip off his garments so that nothing remained on him except his sheepskin shoes, shirt and hose, and take the water. Now here the river runs mightily, and he must cross full 30 fathoms of the swirling water before he can reach Sheep Saddle, and woe to him if his foot slip on the boulders, for certainly he must be swept over the brink. Eric rested the staff against the stony bottom, and, leaning his weight on it, took the stream, and he was so strong that it could not prevail against him, till at length he was rather more than half-way across, and the water swept above his shoulders. Now he was lifted from his feet, and, letting the staff float, he swam for his life, and with such mighty strokes that he felt little of that icy cold. Down he was swept. Now the lip of the fall was but 3 fathoms away on his left, and already the green water boiled beneath him. A fathom from him was the corner of Sheep Saddle. If he may grasp it, all is well. If not, he dies. 3 great strokes, and he held it. His feet were swept out over the brink of the fall, but he clung on grimly, and by the strength of his arms drew himself on to the rock, and rested a while. Presently he stood up, for the cold began to nip him, and the people below became aware that he had swum the river above the fall, and raised a shout, for the deed was great. Now Eric must begin to clamber down Sheep Saddle, and this was no easy task, for the rock is almost sheer, and slippery with ice, and on either side the waters rushed and thundered, throwing their blinding spray about him as they leapt to the depths beneath. He looked down, studying the rock. Then, feeling that he grew afraid, made an end of doubt, and, grasping a point with both hands, swung himself down his own length and more. Now for many minutes he climbed down Sheep saddle, and the task was hard, for he was bewildered with the booming of the waters that bent out on either side of him, like the arc of a bow, and the rock was very steep and slippery. Still he came down all those 15 fathoms and fell not, though twice he was near to falling, and the watchers below marvelled greatly at his hardihood. "He will be dashed to pieces where the waters meet," said Ospakar. "He can never gain Wolf's Fang crag beneath. And, if so it be that he comes there and leaps to the pool, the weight of water will drive him down and drown him." "It is certainly so," quoth Asmund, "and it grieves me much, for it was my jest that drove him to this perilous adventure, and we cannot spare such a man as Eric Brighteyes." Now Swanhild turned white as death, but Gudruda said, "If great heart and strength and skill may avail at all, then Eric shall come safely down the waters." "Thou fool!" whispered Swanhild in her ear. "How can these help him? No troll could live in yonder cauldron. Dead is Eric, and thou art the bait that lured him to his death." "Spare thy words," she answered. "As the Norns have ordered, so it shall be." Now Eric stood at the foot of Sheep saddle, and within an arm's length the mighty waters met, tossing their yellow waves and seething furiously as they leapt to the mist-hid gulf beneath. He bent over and looked through the spray. 3 fathoms under him the rock Wolf's Fang split the waters, and thence, if he can come thither, he may leap sheer into the pool below. Now he unwound the rope that was about his middle, and made one end fast to a knob of rock, and this was difficult, for his hands were stiff with cold, and the other end he passed through his leathern girdle. Then Eric looked again, and his heart sank within him. How might he give himself to this boiling flood and not be shattered? But as he looked, lo! a rainbow grew upon the face of the water, and one end of it lit upon him, and the other, like a glory from the gods, fell full upon Gudruda as she stood a little way apart, watching at the foot of Golden Falls. "Seest thou that?" said Asmund to Groa, who was at his side. "The gods build their Bifrost bridge between these two. Who now shall keep them asunder?" "Read the portent thus," she answered. "They shall be united, but not here. Yon is a spirit bridge, and, see, the waters of death foam and fall between them." Eric too saw the omen, and it seemed good to him, and all fear left his heart. Round about him the waters thundered, but amidst their roar he dreamed that he heard a voice calling, "Be of good cheer, Eric Brighteyes, for thou shalt live to do mightier deeds than this, and in guerdon thou shalt win Gudruda." So he paused no longer, but, shortening up the rope, pulled on it with all his strength, and then leapt out upon the arch of waters. They struck him, and he was dashed out like a stone from a sling. Again he fell against them, and again was dashed away, so that his girdle burst. Eric felt it go, and clung wildly to the rope, and lo! with an inward swing he fell upon Wolf's Fang, where never a man has stood before, and never a man shall stand again. Eric lay a little while on the rock till his breath came back to him, and he listened to the roar of the waters. Then, rising on his hands and knees, he crept to its point, for he could scarcely stand because of the trembling of the stone beneath the shock of the fall. And when the people below saw that he was not dead, they raised a great shout, and the sound of their voices came to him through the noise of the waters. Now 12 fathoms beneath him was the surface of the pool, but he could not see it, because of the wreaths of spray. Nevertheless, he must leap, and that swiftly, for he grew cold. So of a sudden Eric stood up to his full height, and with a loud cry and a mighty spring bounded out from the point of Wolf's Fang far into the air, beyond the reach of the falling flood, and rushed headlong towards the gulf beneath. Now all men watching held their breath as his body travelled, and so great is the place, and so high the leap, that through the mists Eric seemed but as a big, white stone hurled down the face of the arching waters. He was gone, and the watchers rushed down to the foot of the pool, for there, if he rose at all, he must pass to the shallows. Swanhild could look no more, but sank upon the ground. The face of Gudruda was set like a stone with doubt and anguish. Ospakar saw and read the meaning, and he said to himself, "Now Odin grant me that this youngling rise not again, for the maid loves him dearly, and he is too much a man to be lightly swept aside." Eric struck the pool. Down he sank, and down, for the water, falling from so far, must reach the bottom of the pool before it can rise again, and he with it. Now he touched the bottom, but very gently, and slowly began to rise, and, as he rose, was carried along by the stream. But it was long before he could breathe, and it seemed to him that his lungs would burst. Still he struggled up, striking great strokes with his legs. "Farewell to Eric," said Asmund. "He will rise no more now." But just as he spoke, Gudruda pointed to something that gleamed, white and golden, beneath the surface of the current, and lo! the bright hair of Eric rose from the water, and he drew a great breath, shaking his head like a seal, and, though but feebly, struck out for the shallows that are at the foot of the pool. Now he found footing, but was swept over by the fierce current, and cut his forehead, and he carried that scar till his death. Again he rose, and with a rush gained the bank, unaided, and fell upon the snow. Now people gathered about him in silence and wondering, for none had known so great a deed. And presently Eric opened his eyes and looked up, and found the eyes of Gudruda fixed on his, and there was that in them which made him glad he had dared the path of Golden Falls. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 5 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 5. How Eric won the sword Whitefire. Now Asmund the priest bent down, and Eric saw him and spoke. "Thou badest me to thy Yule feast, lord, by yonder slippery road, and I have come. Dost thou welcome me well?" "No man better," quoth Asmund. "Thou art a gallant man, though foolhardy, and thou hast done a deed that shall be told of while skalds sing and men live in Iceland." "Make place, my father," said Gudruda, "for Eric bleeds." And she loosed the kerchief from her neck and bound it about his wounded brow, and, taking the rich cloak from her body, threw it on his shoulders, and no man said her nay. Then they led him to the hall, where Eric clothed himself and rested, and he sent back the thrall Jon to Coldback, bidding him tell Saevuna, Eric's mother, that he was safe. But he was somewhat weak all that day, and the sound of waters roared in his ears. Now Ospakar and Groa were ill pleased at the turn things had taken, but all the others rejoiced much, for Eric was well loved of men, and they had grieved if the waters had prevailed against his might. But Swanhild brooded bitterly, for Eric never turned to look on her. The hour of the feast drew on, and, according to custom, it was held in the temple, and thither went all men. When they were seated in the nave of the Hof, the fat ox that had been made ready for sacrifice was led in, and dragged before the altar on which the holy fire burned. Now Asmund the priest slew it, amid silence, before the figures of the gods, and, catching its blood in the blood bowl, sprinkled the altar and all the worshippers with the blood twigs. Then the ox was cut up, and the figures of the almighty gods were anointed with its molten fat, and wiped with fair linen. Next the flesh was boiled in the cauldrons that were hung over fires lighted all down the nave, and the feast began. Now men ate and drank much ale and mead, and all were merry. But Ospakar Blacktooth grew not glad, though he drank much, for he saw that the eyes of Gudruda ever watched Eric's face, and that they smiled on each other. He was wroth at this, for he knew that the bait must be good, and the line strong that should win this fair fish to his angle. And as he sat, unknowingly his fingers loosed the peace strings of his sword Whitefire, and he half drew it, so that its brightness flamed in the firelight. "Thou hast a wondrous blade there, Ospakar," said Asmund, "though this is no place to draw it. Whence came it? Methinks no such swords are fashioned now." "Ay, Asmund, a wondrous blade indeed. There is no other such in the world, for the dwarfs forged it of old, and he shall be unconquered who holds it aloft. This was King Odin's sword, and it is named Whitefire. Ralph the Red took it from King Eric's cairn in Norway, and he strove long with the Barrow Dweller, the ghost in the cairn, before he wrenched it from his grasp. But my father won it and slew Ralph, though he had never done this had Whitefire been aloft against him. But Ralph the Red, being in drink when the ships met in battle, fought with an axe, and was slain by my father, and since then Whitefire has been the last light that many a chief's eyes have seen. Look at it, Asmund." Now he drew the great sword, and men were astonished as it flashed aloft. Its hilt was of gold, and blue stones were set therein. It measured 2 ells and a half from crossbar to point, and so bright was the broad blade that no one could look on it for long, and all down its length ran runes. "A wondrous weapon, truly," said Asmund. "How read the runes?" "I know not, nor any man. They are ancient." "Let me look at them," said Groa. "I am skilled in runes." Now she took the sword and heaved it up and looked at the runes and said, "A strange writing, truly." "How runs it, housekeeper?" said Asmund. "Thus, lord, if my skill is not at fault. Whitefire is my name. Dwarf folk forged me. Odin's sword was I. Eric's sword was I. Eric's sword shall I be, and where I fall, there he must follow me." Now Gudruda looked at Eric Brighteyes wonderingly, and Ospakar saw it and became very angry. "Look not so, maiden," he said, "for it shall be another Eric than yon flapper-duck who holds Whitefire aloft, though it may very well chance that he shall feel its edge." Now Gudruda bit her lip, and Eric burned red to the brow and spoke. "It is ill, lord, to throw taunts like an angry woman. Thou art great and strong, yet I may dare a deed with thee." "Peace, boy. Thou canst climb a waterfall well, I gainsay it not, but beware ere thou settest up thyself against my strength. Say now, what game wilt thou play with Ospakar?" "I will go on holmgang with thee, byrnie clad or baresark, to a duel usually fought, in mail or without it, on an island, holm, within a circle of hazel twigs, and fight thee with an axe or sword, or I will wrestle thee, and Whitefire yonder shall be the winner's prize." "Nay, I will have no bloodshed here at Middalhof," said Asmund sternly. "Make play with fists, or wrestle if ye will, for that were a great sport to see, but weapons shall not be drawn." Now Ospakar grew mad with anger and drink, and he grinned like a dog, till men saw the red gums beneath his lips. "Thou wilt wrestle with me, youngling? With me, whom no man has ever so much as lifted from my feet? Good! I will lay thee on thy face and whip thee, and Whitefire shall be the stake. I swear it on the holy altar ring. But what hast thou to set against the precious sword? Thy poor hovel and its lot of land shall be all too little." "I set my life on it. If I lose Whitefire, let Whitefire slay me," said Eric. "Nay, that I will not have, and I am master here in this temple," said Asmund. "Bethink thee of some other stake, Ospakar, or let the game be off." Now Ospakar gnawed his lip with his black fang and thought. Then he laughed aloud and spoke. "Bright is Whitefire, and thou art named Brighteyes. See now, I set the great sword against thy right eye, and, if I win the match, it shall be mine to tear it out. Wilt thou play this game with me? If thy heart fails thee, let it go, but I will set no other stake against my good sword." "Eyes and limbs are a poor man's wealth," said Eric. "So be it. I stake my right eye against the sword Whitefire, and we will try the match tomorrow." "And tomorrow night thou shalt be called Eric One Eye," said Ospakar, at which some few of his thralls laughed. But most of the men did not laugh, for they thought this an ill game and a worse jest. Now the feast went on, and Asmund rose from his high seat in the centre of the nave, on the left hand looking down from the altar, and gave out the holy toasts. First men drank a full horn to Odin, praying for triumph on their foes. Then they drank to Frey, asking for plenty; to Thor, for strength in battle; to Freya, goddess of love, and to her Eric drank heartily; to the memory of the dead, and last of all to Bragi, god of all delight. When this cup was drunk, Asmund rose again, according to custom, and asked if none had an oath to swear as to some deed that should be done. For a while there was no answer, but presently Eric Brighteyes stood up. "Lord," he said, "I would swear an oath." "Set forth the matter, then," said Asmund. "It is this," quoth Eric. "On Mosfell mountain, over by Hecla, dwells a Baresark of whom all men have ill knowledge, for there are few men whom he has not harmed. His name is Skallagrim. He is a mighty man, and he has wrought much mischief in the south country, and brought many to their deaths, and robbed more of their goods, for none can prevail against him. Still, I swear this, that when the days lengthen, I will go up alone against him, and challenge him to battle, and conquer him or fall." "Then, thou yellow-headed puppy-dog, thou shalt go with one eye against a Berserk with two," growled Ospakar. Men took no heed of his words, but shouted aloud, for Skallagrim had plagued them long, and there were none who dared to fight with him any more. Only Gudruda looked askance, for it seemed to her that Eric swore too fast. Nevertheless he went up to the altar, and taking hold of the holy ring, he set his foot on the holy stone and swore his oath, while the feasters applauded, striking their cups upon the board. And after that the feast went merrily, till all men were drunk, except Asmund and Eric. Now Eric went to rest, but first he rubbed his limbs with the fat of seals, for he was still sore with the beating of the waters, and they must needs be supple on the morrow if he would keep his eye. Then he slept sound, and rose strong and well, and going to the stream behind the stead, bathed, and anointed his limbs afresh. But Ospakar did not sleep well, because of the ale that he had drunk. Now as Eric came back from the bathing, in the dark of the morning he met Gudruda, who watched for his coming, and, there being none to see, he kissed her often. But she chided him because of the match that he had made with Ospakar, and the oath that he had sworn. "Surely," she said, "thou wilt lose thine eye, for this Ospakar is a giant, and strong as a troll. Also he is merciless. Still, thou art a mighty man, and I shall love thee as well with one eye as with two. Oh, Eric, methought I should have died yesterday when thou didst leap from Wolf's Fang. My heart seemed to stop within me." "Yet I came safely to shore, sweetheart, and well does this kiss pay for all I did. And for Ospakar, if but once I get these arms about him, I fear him little, or any man, and I covet that sword of his greatly. But we can talk more certainly of these things tomorrow." Now Gudruda clung to him, and told him all that had befallen, and of the doings and words of Swanhild. "She honours me beyond my worth," he said, "who am in no way set on her, but on thee only, Gudruda." "Art thou so sure of that, Eric? Swanhild is fair and wise." "Ay, and evil. When I love Swanhild, then thou mayest love Ospakar." "It is a bargain," she said, laughing. "Good luck go with thee in the wrestling." And with a kiss she left him, fearing lest she should be seen. Eric went back to the hall and sat down by the centre hearth, for all men slept, being still heavy with drink, and presently Swanhild glided up to him and greeted him. "Thou art greedy of deeds, Eric," she said. "Yesterday thou camest here by a path that no man has travelled. To-day thou dost wrestle with a giant for thine eye, and presently thou goest up against Skallagrim." "It seems that this is true," said Eric. "Now all this thou doest for a woman, who is the betrothed of another man." "All this I do for fame's sake, Swanhild. Moreover, Gudruda is betrothed to none." "Before another Yule feast is spread, Gudruda shall be the wife of Ospakar." "That is yet to be seen, Swanhild." Now Swanhild stood silent for a while, and then spoke. "Thou art a fool, Eric. Yes, drunk with folly. Nothing but evil shall come to thee from this madness of thine. Forget it, and pluck that which lies to thine hand." And she looked sweetly at him. "They call thee Swanhild the Fatherless," he answered, "but I think that Loki, the god of guile, was thy father, for there is none to match thee in craft and evil doing, and in beauty one only. I know thy plots well, and all the sorrow that thou hast brought upon us. Still, each seeks honour after his own manner, so seek thou as thou wilt, but thou shalt find bitterness and empty days, and thy plots shall come back on thine own head. Yes, even though they bring Gudruda and me to sorrow and death." Swanhild laughed. "A day shall dawn, Eric, when thou who dost hate me shalt hold me dear, and this I promise thee. Another thing I promise thee also, that Gudruda shall never call thee husband." But Eric did not answer, fearing lest in anger he should say words that were better unspoken. Now men rose and sat down to meat, and all talked of the wrestling that should be. But in the morning Ospakar repented of the match, for it is truly said that ale is another man, and men do not like that in the morning which seemed well enough on yester eve. He remembered that he held Whitefire dear above all things, and that Eric's eye had no worth to him, except that the loss of it would spoil his beauty, so that perhaps Gudruda would turn from him. It would be very ill if he should chance to lose the play, though of this he had no fear, for he was held the strongest man in Iceland, and the most skilled in all feats of strength. And, at the best, no fame is to be won from the overthrow of a deedless man, and the plucking out of his eye. Thus it came to pass that when he saw Eric he called to him in a big voice, "Hearken, thou Eric." "I hear thee, thou Ospakar," said Eric, mocking him, and people laughed, while Ospakar grinned angrily and said, "Thou must learn manners, puppy. Still, I shall find no honour in teaching thee in this wise. Last night we made a match in our cups, and I staked my sword Whitefire, and thou thine eye. It would be bad that either of us should lose sword or eye. Therefore, what sayest thou? Shall we let it pass?" "Ay, Blacktooth, if thou fearest, but first pay thou forfeit of the sword." Now Ospakar grew very mad and shouted, "Thou wilt indeed stand against me in the ring? I will break thy back anon, youngster, and afterwards tear out thine eye before thou diest." "It may so befall," answered Eric, "but big words do not make big deeds." Presently the light came, and thralls went out with spades and cleared away the snow in a circle 2 rods across, and brought dry sand and sprinkled it on the frozen turf, so that the wrestlers should not slip, and they piled the snow in a wall around the ring. But Groa came up to Ospakar and spoke to him apart. "Knowest thou, lord," she said, "that my heart bodes ill of this match? Eric is a mighty man, and, great though thou art, I think that thou shalt lout low before him." "It will be a bad business if I am overthrown by an untried man," said Ospakar, and was troubled in his mind. "And it would be evil, moreover, to lose the sword. For no price would I have it so." "What wilt thou give me, lord, if I bring thee victory?" "I will give thee 200 in silver." "Ask no questions, and it shall be so," said Groa. Now Eric was without, taking note of the ground in the ring, and presently Groa called to her thrall, Koll the Half-witted, whom she had sent to Swinefell. "See," she said, "yonder by the wall stand the wrestling shoes of Eric Brighteyes. Haste thee now and take grease, and rub the soles with it, then hold them in the heat of the fire, so that the fat sinks in. Do this swiftly and secretly, and I will give thee 3 pennies." Koll grinned, and did as he was bid, setting back the shoes just as they were before. Scarcely was the deed done when Eric came in and made himself ready for the game, binding the greased shoes upon his feet, for he feared no trick. Now everybody went out to the ring, and Ospakar and Eric stripped for wrestling. They were clad in tight woollen jerkins and hose, and sheepskin shoes were on their feet. They named Asmund master of the game, and his word must be law to both of them. Eric claimed that Asmund should hold the sword Whitefire that was at stake, but Ospakar gainsaid him, saying that if he gave Whitefire into Asmund's keeping, Eric must also give his eye, and about this they debated hotly. Now the matter was brought before Asmund as umpire, and he gave judgment for Eric, "For," he said, "if Eric yield up his eye into my hand, I can return it to his head no more if he should win. But if Ospakar gives me the good sword, and conquers, it is easy for me to pass it back to him unharmed." Men said that this was a good judgment. Thus then was the arm game set. Ospakar and Eric must wrestle thrice, and between each bout there would be a space while men could count 1,000. They might strike no blow at one another with hand or head or elbow, foot or knee, and it should be counted no fall if the haunch and the head of the fallen were not on the ground at the selfsame time. He who suffered 2 falls should be adjudged conquered and lose his stake. Asmund called these rules aloud in the presence of witnesses, and Ospakar and Eric said that should bind them. Ospakar drew a small knife and gave it to his son Gizur to hold. "Thou shalt soon know, youngling, how steel tastes in the eyeball," he said. "We shall soon know many things," Eric answered. Now they drew off their cloaks and stood in the ring. Ospakar was great beyond the bigness of men, and his arms were clothed with black hair like the limbs of a goat. Beneath the shoulder joint they were almost as thick as a girl's thigh. His legs also were mighty, and the muscles stood out upon him in knotty lumps. He seemed a very giant, and fierce as a Berserk, but still somewhat round about the body and heavy in movement. From him men looked at Eric. "Lo, Baldur and the troll!" said Swanhild, and everybody laughed, since so it was indeed. For, if Ospakar was black and hideous as a troll, Eric was beautiful as Baldur, the loveliest of the gods. He was taller than Ospakar by the half of a hand, and as broad in the chest. Still he was not yet come to his greatest strength, and, though his limbs were well knit, they seemed but as a child's against the limbs of Ospakar. But he was quick as a cat, and lithe. His neck and arms were white as whey, and beneath his golden hair his bright eyes shone like spears. Now they stood face to face, with arms outstretched, waiting the word of Asmund. He gave it, and they circled round each other with arms held low. Presently Ospakar made a rush, and, seizing Eric about the middle, tried to lift him, but with no avail. Thrice he strove and failed. Then Eric moved his foot, and lo! it slipped upon the sanded turf. Again Eric moved, and again he slipped. A third time, and he slipped a third time, and before he could recover himself he was full on his back and fairly thrown. Gudruda saw and was sad at heart, and those around her said that it was easy to know how the game would end. "What said I?" quoth Swanhild, "that it would go badly with Eric were Ospakar's arms about him." "All is not done yet," answered Gudruda. "Methinks Eric's feet slipped most strangely, as though he stood on ice." But Eric was very sore at heart, and could make nothing of this matter, for he was not overthrown by strength. He sat on the snow, and Ospakar and his sons mocked him. But Gudruda drew near and whispered to him to be of good cheer, for fortune might yet change. "I think that I am bewitched," said Eric sadly. "My feet have no hold of the ground." Gudruda covered her eyes with her hand and thought. Presently she looked up quickly. "I seem to see guile here," she said. "Now, look narrowly on thy shoes." He heard, and, loosening his shoestring, drew a shoe from his foot and looked at the sole. The cold of the snow had hardened the fat, and there it was, all white upon the leather. Now Eric rose in wrath. "Methought," he cried, "that I dealt with men of honourable mind, not with cheating tricksters. See now, it is little wonder that I slipped, for grease has been set upon my shoes. And by Thor, I will cleave the man who did it to the chin." And as he said it his eyes blazed so dreadfully that folk fell back from him. Asmund took the shoes and looked at them. Then he spoke. "Brighteyes tells the truth, and we have a sorry knave among us. Ospakar, canst thou clear thyself of this ill deed?" "I will swear on the holy ring that I know nothing of it, and if any man in my company has had a hand therein he shall die," said Ospakar. "That we will swear also," cried his sons Gizur and Mord. "This is more like a woman's work," said Gudruda, and she looked at Swanhild. "It is no work of mine," quoth Swanhild. "Then go and ask thy mother of it," answered Gudruda. Now all men cried aloud that this was the greatest shame, and that the match must be set afresh. Only Ospakar bethought him of that 200 in silver which he had promised to Groa, and looked around, but she was not there. Still he gainsaid Eric in the matter of the match being set afresh. Then Eric cried out in his anger that he would let the game stand as it was, since Ospakar swore himself free of the shameful deed. Men thought this a mad saying, but Asmund said it should be so. Still he swore in his heart that, even if he were worsted, Eric should not lose his eye. No, not if swords were held aloft to take it. For of all tricks this seemed to him the very worst. Now Ospakar and Eric faced each other again in the ring. But this time the feet of Eric were bare. Ospakar rushed to get the upper hold, but Eric was too swift for him and sprang aside. Again he rushed, but Eric dropped and gripped him round the middle. Now they were face to face, hugging each other like bears, but moving little. For a time things went thus, while Ospakar strove to lift Eric, but in no wise could he stir him. Then of a sudden Eric put out his strength, and they staggered round the ring, tearing at each other till their jerkins were rent from them, leaving them almost bare to the waist. Suddenly Eric seemed to give, and Ospakar put out his foot to trip him. But Brighteyes was watching. He caught the foot in the crook of his left leg, and threw his weight forward on the chest of Blacktooth. Backward he went, falling with the thud of a tree on snow, and there he lay on the ground, and Eric over him. Then the men shouted, "A fall! A fair fall!" and were very glad, for the fight seemed most uneven to them, and the wrestlers rolled asunder, breathing heavily. Gudruda threw a cloak over Eric's naked shoulders. "That was well done, Brighteyes," she said. "The game is still to play, sweet," he gasped, "and Ospakar is a mighty man. I threw him by skill, not by strength. Next time it must be by strength or not at all." Now breathing time was done, and once more the two were face to face. Thrice Ospakar rushed, and thrice did Eric slip away, for he would waste Blacktooth's strength. Again Ospakar rushed, roaring like a bear, and fire seemed to come from his eyes, and the steam went up from him, and hung upon the frosty air like the steam of a horse. This time Eric could not get away, but was swept up into that great grip, for Ospakar had the lower hold. "Now there is an end of Eric," said Swanhild. "The arrow is yet on the bow," answered Gudruda. Blacktooth put out his might and reeled round and round the ring, dragging Eric with him. This way and that he twisted, and time on time Eric's leg was lifted from the ground, but so he might not be thrown. Now they stood almost still, while men shouted madly, for no such wrestling had been known in the Southlands. Grimly they hugged and strove, forsooth it was a mighty sight to see. Grimly they hugged, and their muscles strained and cracked, but they could stir each other no inch. Ospakar grew fearful, for he could make no play with this youngling. Black rage swelled in his heart. He ground his fangs and thought on guile. By his foot gleamed the naked foot of Eric. Suddenly he stamped on it so fiercely that the skin burst. "Ill done! Ill done!" folk cried, but in his pain Eric moved his foot. Lo, he was down, but not altogether down, for he did but sit on his haunches, and still he clung to Blacktooth's thighs, and twined his legs about his ankles. Now with all his strength Ospakar strove to force the head of Brighteyes to the ground, but still he could not, for Eric clung to him like a creeper to a tree. "A losing game for Eric," said Asmund, and as he spoke Brighteyes was pressed back till his yellow hair almost swept the sand. Then the folk of Ospakar shouted in triumph, but Gudruda cried aloud, "Be not overthrown, Eric! Loose thee and spring aside!" Eric heard, and of a sudden loosed all his grip. He fell on his outspread hand, then, with a swing sideways and a bound, once more he stood upon his feet. Ospakar came at him like a bull made mad with goading, but he could no longer roar aloud. They closed, and this time Eric had the better hold. For a while they struggled round and round till their feet tore the frozen turf. Then once more they stood face to face. Now the two were almost spent, yet Blacktooth gathered up his strength and swung Eric from his feet. But he found them again. He grew mad with rage, and hugged him till Brighteyes was nearly pressed to death, and black bruises sprang upon the whiteness of his flesh. Ospakar grew mad and madder yet, till at length in his fury he fixed his fangs in Eric's shoulder and bit till the blood spurted. "Ill kiss, thou rat!" gasped Eric, and with the pain and rush of blood his strength came back to him. He shifted his grip swiftly. Now his right hand was beneath the fork of Blacktooth's thigh, and his left on the hollow of Blacktooth's back. Twice he lifted. Twice the bulk of Ospakar rose from the ground. A third mighty lift, so mighty that the wrapping on Eric's forehead burst, and the blood streamed down his face. And lo! great Blacktooth flew in the air. Up he flew, and backward he fell into the bank of snow, and was buried there almost to the knees. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 6 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 6 How Asmund the Priest was betrothed to Unna. For a moment there was silence, for all that company was wonderstruck at the greatness of the deed. Then they cheered and cheered again, and to Eric it seemed that he slept, and the sound of shouting reached him but faintly, as though he heard through snow. Suddenly he woke and saw a man rush at him with axe aloft. It was Mord, Ospakar's son, mad at his father's overthrow. Eric sprang aside, or the blow had been his bane, and, as he sprang, smote with his fist, and it struck heavily on the head of Mord above the ear, so that the axe flew from his hand, and he fell senseless on his father in the snow. Now swords flashed out, and men ringed round Eric to guard him, and it came near to the spilling of blood. For the people of Ospakar gnashed their teeth to see so great a hero overthrown by a youngling, while the southern folk of Middalhof and Ran River rejoiced loudly, for Eric was dear to their hearts. "Down swords!" cried Asmund the Priest, "and haul yon carcass from the snow." This they did, and Ospakar sat up, breathing in great gasps, the blood running from his mouth and ears, and he was an evil sight to see, for what with blood and snow and rage his face was like the face of the Swinefell goblin. But Swanhild spoke in the ear of Gudruda. "Here," she said, looking at Eric, "we two have a man worth loving, foster sister." "Ay," answered Gudruda, "worth and well worth." Now Asmund drew near and before all men kissed Eric Brighteyes on the brow. "In sooth," he said, "thou art a mighty man, Eric, and the glory of the south. This I prophesy of thee, that thou shalt do deeds such as have not been done in Iceland. Thou hast ill been served, for a knave unknown greased thy shoes. Yon swarthy Ospakar, the most mighty of all men in Iceland, could not overthrow thee, though, like a wolf, he fastened his fangs in thee, and, like a coward, stamped on thy naked foot. Take thou the great sword that thou hast won, and wear it worthily." Now Eric took snow and wiped the blood from his brow. Then he grasped Whitefire and drew it from the scabbard, and high aloft flashed the war blade. Thrice he wheeled it round his head, and then sang aloud: "Fast yestermorn down Golden Falls fared young Eric to thy feast, Asmund, father of Gudruda, maid whom much he longs to clasp. But to-day on giant Blacktooth hath he done a needful deed, hurling him in heaped-up snowdrift, winning Whitefire for his wage." And again he sang: "Lord, if in very truth thou thinkest Brighteyes is a man midst men, swear to him, the stalwart suitor, handsel of thy sweet maid's hand, whom long loved to win down Goldfoss swift he sped through frost and foam, whom to win, to troll-like ogre, he 'gainst Whitefire waged his eye." Men thought this well sung, and turned to hear Asmund's answer, nor must they wait long. "Eric," he said, "I will promise thee this, that if thou goest on as thou hast begun, I will give Gudruda in marriage to no other man." "That is good tidings, lord," said Eric. "This I say further. In a year I will give thee full answer according as to how thou dost bear thyself between now and then, for this is no light gift thou askest. Also that, if ye will it, you twain may now plight troth, for the blame shall be yours if it is broken, and not mine, and I give thee my hand on it." Eric took his hand, and Gudruda heard her father's words, and happiness shone in her dark eyes, and she grew faint for very joy. And now Eric turned to her, all torn and bloody from the fray, the great sword in his hand, and he spoke thus: "Thou hast heard thy father's words, Gudruda? Now it seems that there is no great need of troth-plighting between us two. Still, here before all men I ask thee, if thou dost love me and art willing to take me to husband." Gudruda looked up into his face and answered in a sweet, clear voice that could be heard by all: "Eric, I say to thee now what I have said before, that I love thee alone of all men, and if it be my father's wish, I will wed no other whilst thou dost remain true to me and hold me dear." "Those are good words," said Eric. "Now, in pledge of them, swear this troth of thine upon my sword that I have won." Gudruda smiled, and, taking great Whitefire in her hand, she said the words again, and, in pledge of them, kissed the bright blade. Then Eric took back the war sword and spoke thus: "I swear that I will love thee, and thee only, Gudruda the Fair, Asmund's daughter, whom I have desired all my days. And, if I fail of this my oath, then our troth is at an end, and thou mayest wed whom thou wilt." And in turn he put his lips upon the sword, while Swanhild watched them do the oath. Now Ospakar was recovered from the fight, and he sat there upon the snow, with bowed head, for he knew well that he had won the greatest shame, and had lost both wife and sword. Black rage filled his heart as he listened, and he sprang to his feet. "I came hither, Asmund," he said, "to ask this maid of thine in marriage, and methinks that had been a good match for her and thee. But I have been overthrown by witchcraft of this man in a wrestling bout, and thereby lost my good sword, and now I must seem to hear him betrothed to the maid before me." "Thou hast heard aright, Ospakar," said Asmund, "and thy wooing is soon sped. Get thee back whence thou camest, and seek a wife in thine own quarter, for thou art unfit in age and aspect to have so sweet a maid. Moreover, here in the south we hold men of small account, however great and rich they be, who do not shame to seek to overthrow a foe by foul means. With my own eyes I saw thee stamp on the naked foot of Eric, Thorgrimur's son. With my own eyes I saw thee, like a wolf, fasten that black fang of thine upon him. There is the mark of it. And, as for the matter of the greased shoes, thou knowest best what hand thou hadst in it." "I had no hand. If any did this thing it was Groa the Witch, thy Finnish bedmate. For the rest I was mad and know not what I did. But hearken, Asmund, ill shall befall thee and thy house, and I will ever be thy foe. Moreover, I will yet wed this maid of thine. And now, thou Eric, hearken also. I will have another game with thee. This one was but the sport of boys. When we meet again, and the time shall not be long, swords shall be aloft, and thou shalt learn the play of men. I tell thee that I will slay thee, and tear Gudruda, shrieking, from thy arms to be my wife. I tell thee that, with yonder good sword Whitefire, I will yet hew off thy head." And he choked and stopped. "Thou art much foam and little water," said Eric. "These things are easily put to proof. If thou willest, to-morrow I will come with thee to a holmgang, and there we may set the twigs and finish what we have begun to-day." "I cannot do that, for thou hast my sword, and, till I am suited with another weapon, I may fight no holmgang. Still, fear not, we shall soon meet with weapons aloft and byrnie on breast." "Never too soon can the hour come, Blacktooth," said Eric, and turning on his heel he limped to the hall to clothe himself afresh. On the threshold of the men's door he met Groa the Witch. "Thou didst put grease upon my shoes, carline and witch hag that thou art," he said. "It is not true, Brighteyes." "There thou liest. For all this I will repay thee. Thou art not yet the wife of Asmund, nor shalt be, for a plan comes into my head about it." Groa looked at him strangely. "If thou speakest so, take heed to thy meat and drink," she said. "I was not born among the Finns for nothing. And know, I am still minded to wed Asmund. For thy shoes, I would to the gods that they were hell-shoon, and that I was now binding them on thy dead feet." "Oh, the cat begins to spit," said Eric. "But know this: thou mayest grease my shoes, fit work for a carline, but thou mayest never bind them on. Thou art a witch, and wilt come to the end of witches, and what thy daughter is, that I will not say." And he pushed past her and entered the hall. Presently Asmund came to seek Eric there, and prayed him to be gone to his stead on Ran River. The horses of Ospakar had strayed, and he must stop at Middalhof till they were found. But if these two should abide under the same roof, bloodshed would come of it, and that Asmund knew. Eric said yea to this, and, when he had rested a while, kissed Gudruda, and, taking a horse, rode away to Coldback, bearing the sword Whitefire with him, and for a time he saw no more of Ospakar. When he came there, his mother, Saevuna, greeted him as one risen from the dead, and hung about his neck. Then he told her all that had come to pass, and she thought it a marvellous story, and sorrowed that Thorgrimur, her husband, was not alive to know it. But Eric mused a while and spoke. "Mother," he said, "now my uncle Thorod of Greenfell is dead, and his daughter, my cousin Unna, has no home. She is a fair woman and skilled in all things. It comes into my mind that we should bid her here to dwell with us." "Why, I thought thou wast betrothed to Gudruda the Fair," said Saevuna. "Wherefore, then, wouldst thou bring Unna hither?" "For this cause," said Eric. "Because it seems that Asmund the Priest wearies of Groa the Witch, and would take another wife, and I wish to draw the bands between us tighter, if it may befall so." "Groa will take it ill," said Saevuna. "Things cannot be worse between us than they are now, therefore I do not fear Groa," he answered. "It shall be as thou wilt, son. To-morrow we will send to Unna and bid her here, if it pleases her to come." Now Ospakar stayed 3 more days at Middalhof, till his horses were found, and he was fit to travel, for Eric had shaken him sorely. But he had no words with Gudruda, and few with Asmund. Still he saw Swanhild, and she bid him to be of good cheer, for he should yet have Gudruda. For now that the maid had passed from him, the mind of Ospakar was set in winning her. Björn also, Asmund's son, spoke words of good comfort to him, for he envied Eric his great fame, and he thought the match with Blacktooth would be good. And so at length Ospakar rode away to Swinefell with all his company, but Gizur, his son, left his heart behind. For Swanhild had not been idle this while. Her heart was sore, but she must follow her ill nature, and so she had put out her woman's strength and beguiled Gizur into loving her. But she did not love him at all, and the temper of Asmund the priest was so angry that Gizur dared not ask her in marriage, so nothing was said of the matter. Now Unna came to Coldback to dwell with Saevuna, Eric's mother, and she was a fair and buxom woman. She had been once wedded, but within a month of her marriage her husband was lost at sea, this 2 years gone. At first Gudruda was somewhat jealous of this coming of Unna to Coldback, but Eric showed her what was in his mind, and she fell into the plan, for she hated and feared Groa greatly, and desired to be rid of her. Since this matter of the greasing of Eric's wrestling shoes, great loathing of Groa had come into Asmund's mind, and he bethought him often of those words that his wife Gudruda the Gentle spoke as she lay dying, and grieved that the oath which he swore then had in part been broken. He would have no more to do with Groa now, but he could not be rid of her, and, notwithstanding her evil doings, he still loved Swanhild. But Groa grew thin with spite and rage, and wandered about the place, glaring with her great black eyes, and people hated her more and more. Now Asmund went to visit at Coldback, and there he saw Unna, and was pleased with her, for she was a blithe woman and bonny. The end of it was that he asked her in marriage of Eric, at which Brighteyes was glad, but said he must know Unna's mind. Unna hearkened and did not say no, for though Asmund was somewhat gone in years, still he was an upstanding man, wealthy in lands, goods, and moneys out at interest, and having many friends. So they plighted troth, and the wedding feast was to be in the autumn after hay harvest. Now Asmund rode back to Middalhof somewhat troubled at heart, for these tidings must be told to Groa, and he feared her and her witchcraft. In the hall he found her, standing alone. "Where hast thou been, lord?" she asked. "At Coldback," he answered. "To see Unna, Eric's cousin, perchance?" "That is so." "What is Unna to thee, then, lord?" "This much, that after hay harvest she will be my wife, and that is ill news for thee, Groa." Now Groa turned and grasped fiercely at the air with her thin hands. Her eyes started out, foam was on her lips, and she shook in her fury like a birch tree in the wind, looking so evil that Asmund drew back a little, saying, "Now a veil is lifted from thee, and I see thee as thou art. Thou hast cast a glamour over me these many years, Groa, and it is gone." "Mayhap, Asmund Asmundson, mayhap thou knowest me, but I tell thee that thou shalt see me in a worse guise before thou weddest Unna. What? Have I borne the greatest shame, lying by thy side these many years, and shall I live to see a rival, young and fair, creep into my place with honour? That I will not, while runes have power, and spells can conjure the evil thing upon thee. I call down ruin upon thee and thine, yea, and on Brighteyes also, for he has brought this thing to pass. Death take ye all! May thy blood no longer run in mortal veins anywhere on the earth. Go down to Hela, Asmund, and be forgotten." And she began to mutter runes swiftly. Now Asmund turned white with wrath. "Cease thy evil talk," he said, "or thou shalt be hurled as a witch into Goldfoss pool." "Into Goldfoss pool? Yea, there I may lie. I see it. I seem to see this shape of mine rolling where the waters boil fiercest. But thine eyes shall never see it. Thy eyes are shut, and shut are the eyes of Unna, for ye have gone before. I do but follow after." And thrice Groa shrieked aloud, throwing up her hands, and fell foaming on the sanded floor. "An evil woman and a fey," said Asmund as he called people to her. "It had been better for me if I had never seen her dark face." Now it is to be told that Groa lay beside herself for 10 full days, and Swanhild nursed her. Then she found her sense again, and craved to see Asmund, and spoke thus to him. "It seems to me, lord, if indeed it be aught but a vision of my dreams, that before this sickness struck me I spoke mad and angry words against thee, because thou hast plighted troth to Una, Thorod's daughter."
"That is so in truth," said Asmund.
"I have to say this, then, lord, that most humbly I crave thy pardon for my ill words, and ask thee to put them away from thy mind. Sore heart makes sour speech, and thou knowest well that, howsoever great my faults, at least I have always loved thee, and laboured for thee, and methinks that in some fashion thy fortunes are the debtor to my wisdom. Therefore, when my ears heard that thou hadst of a truth put me away, and that another woman comes an honoured wife to rule in Middalhof, my tongue forgot its courtesy, and I spoke words that are of all words the farthest from my mind. For I know well that I grow old, and have put off that beauty with which I was adorned of yore, and that held thee to me. Carline, Eric Brighteyes named me, and Carline I am, an old hag no more. Now forgive me, and in memory of all that has been between us, let me creep to my place in the ingle, and still watch and serve thee and thine till my service is outworn. Out of Rand's net I came to thee, and if thou drivest me hence, I tell thee that I will lie down and die upon thy threshold, and when thou sinkest into eld, surely the memory of it shall grieve thee."
Thus she spoke and wept much, till Asmund's heart softened in him, and, though with a doubting mind, he said it should be as she willed. So Groa stayed on at Middalhof, and was lowly in her bearing and soft of speech. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 7 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 7. How Eric went up Mossfell against Skallagrim the Baresark. Now Atli the Good, Earl of the Orkneys, comes into the story. It chanced that Atli had sailed to Iceland in the autumn on a business about certain lands that had fallen to him in right of his mother Helga, who was an Icelander, and he had wintered west of Reykjanes. Spring being come, he wished to sail home, and, when his ship was bound, he put to sea full early in the year. But it chanced that bad weather came up from the south-east, with mist and rain, so that he must needs beach his ship in a creek under the shelter of the Westman Islands. Now Atli asked what people dwelt in these parts, and, when he heard the name of Asmund Asmundson the priest, he was glad, for in old days he and Asmund had gone many a viking cruise together. "We will leave the ship here," he said, "till the weather clears, and go up to Middalhof to stay with Asmund." So they made the ship snug, and left men to watch her, but two of the company, with Earl Atli, rode up to Middalhof. It must be told of Atli that he was the best of the earls who lived in those days, and he ruled the Orkneys so well that men gave him a byname and called him Atli the Good. It was said of him that he had never turned a poor man away unsuccoured, nor bowed his head before a strong man, nor drawn his sword without cause, nor refused peace to him who prayed it. He was 60 years old, but age had left few marks on him, except that of his long white beard. He was keen-eyed, and well-fashioned of form and face, a great warrior and the strongest of men. His wife was dead, leaving him no children, and this was a sorrow to him, but as yet he had taken no other wife, for he would say, "Love makes an old man blind," and, "When age runs with youth, both shall fall," and again, "Mix grey locks and golden, and spoil two heads." For this earl was a man of many wise sayings. Now Atli came to Middalhof just as men sat down to meat, and, hearing the clatter of arms, all sprang to their feet, thinking that perhaps Ospakar had come again as he had promised. But when Asmund saw Atli he knew him at once, though they had not met for nearly 30 years, and he greeted him lovingly, and put him in the high seat, and gave a place to his men upon the cross benches. Atli told all his story, and Asmund bade him rest a while at Middalhof till the weather grew clearer. Now the Earl saw Swanhild, and thought the maid wondrous fair, and so indeed she was, as she moved scornfully to and fro in her kirtle of white. Soft was her curling hair, and deep were her dark blue eyes, and bent were her red lips, as is a bow above her dimpled chin, and her teeth shone like pearls. "Is that fair maid thy daughter, Asmund?" asked Atli. "She is named Swanhild the Fatherless," he answered, turning his face away. "Well," said Atli, looking sharply on him, "were the maid sprung from me, she would not long be called the fatherless, for few have such a daughter." "She is fair enough," said Asmund, "in all save temper, and that is bad to cross." "In every sort a flaw," answers Atli. "But what has an old man to do with young maids and their beauty?" And he sighed. "I have known younger men who would seem less brisk at bridals," said Asmund, and for that time they talked no more of the matter. Now Swanhild heard something of this speech, and she guessed more, and it came into her mind that it would be the best of sport to make this old man love her, and then to mock him and say him nay. So she set herself to the task, as it ever was her wont, and she found it easy. For all day long, with downcast eyes and gentle looks, she waited upon the Earl, and now, at his bidding, she sang to him in a voice soft and low, and now she talked so wisely well that Atli thought that no such maid had trod the earth before. But he checked himself with many learned saws, and on a day when the weather had grown fair, and they sat alone, he told her that his ship was bound for Orkney Isles. Then, as though by chance, Swanhild laid her white hand in his, and on a sudden looked deep into his eyes, and said with trembling lips, "Ah, go not yet, lord. I pray thee, go not yet." And, turning, she fled away. But Atli was much moved, and he said to himself, "Now a strange thing is come to pass. A fair maid loves an old man, and yet, methinks, he who looks into those eyes sees deep waters." And he beat his brow and thought. But Swanhild in her chamber laughed till the tears ran from those same eyes, for she saw that the great fish was hooked, and now the time had come to play him. For she did not know that it was otherwise fated. Gudruda, too, saw all these things, and knew not how to read them, for she was of an honest mind, and could not understand how a woman may love a man as Swanhild loved Eric, and yet make such play with other men, and that of her free will. For she guessed little of Swanhild's guilefulness, nor of the coldness of her heart to all save Eric, nor of how this was the only joy left to her, to make a sport of men and put them to grief and shame. Atli said to himself that he would watch this maid well before he uttered a word to Asmund, and he deemed himself very cunning, for he was wondrous cautious after the fashion of those about to fall. So he set himself to watching, and Swanhild set herself to smiling, and he told her tales of warfare and of daring, and she clasped her hands and said, "Was there ever such a man since Odin trod the earth?" And so it went on, till the serving women laughed at the old man in love, and the wit of her that mocked him. Now upon a day, Eric, having made an end of sowing his corn, bethought himself of his vow to go up alone against Skallagrim the Berserk, in his den on Mossfell, over by Hecla. Now this was a heavy task, for Skallagrim was held so mighty among men that none went up against him any more, and at times Eric thought of Gudruda and sighed, for it was likely that she would be a widow before she was made a wife. Still, his oath must be fulfilled, and moreover, of late Skallagrim, having heard that a youngling named Eric Brighteyes had vowed to slay him single-handed, had made a mock of him in this fashion. For Skallagrim rode down to Coldback on Ran River, and at night time took a lamb from the fold. Holding the lamb beneath his arm, he drew near to the house and smote thrice upon the door with his battle-axe, and they were thundering knocks. Then he leapt on to his horse and rode off a space and waited. Presently Eric came out, but half clad, a shield in one hand and Whitefire in the other, and, looking, by the bright moonlight he saw a huge black-bearded man seated on a horse, having a great axe in one hand and the lamb beneath his arm. "Who art thou?" roared Eric. "I am called Skallagrim, youngling," answered the man on the horse. "Many men have seen me once, none have wished to see me twice, and some few have ever seen aught again. Now, it has been echoed in my ears that thou hast vowed a vow to go up Mossfell against Skallagrim the Berserk, and I am come hither to say that I will make thee right welcome. See!" And with his axe he cut off the lamb's tail on the pommel of his saddle. "Of the flesh of this lamb of thine I will brew broth, and of his skin I will make me a vest. Take thou this tail, and when thou fittest it on to the skin again, Skallagrim will own a lord." And he hurled the tail towards him. "Bide thou there till I come to thee," shouted Eric. "It will spare me a ride to Mossfell." "Nay, nay, It is good for lads to take the mountain air." And Skallagrim turned his horse away, laughing. Eric watched Skallagrim vanish over the knoll, and then, though he was very angry, laughed also and went in. But first he picked up the tail, and on the morrow he skinned it. Now the time was come when the matter must be tried, and Eric bade farewell to Saevuna his mother, and Unna his cousin, and girt Whitefire round him, and set upon his head a golden helm with wings on it. Then he found the byrnie which his father Thorgrimur had stripped, together with the helm, from that Baresark who cut off his leg, and this was a good piece, forged of the Welshmen, and he put it on his breast, and taking a stout shield of bull's hide, studded with nails, rode away with one thrall, the strong carle named Jon. But the women misdoubted them much of this venture, nevertheless Eric might not be gainsayed. Now the road to Mosfell runs past Middalhof, and thither he came. Atli, standing at the men's door, saw him and cried aloud, "Ho! A mighty man comes here!" Swanhild looked out and saw Eric, and he was a goodly sight in his war gear. For now, week by week, he seemed to grow more fair and great, as the full strength of his manhood rose in him, like sap in the spring grass. And Gudruda was very proud of her lover. That night Eric stayed at Middalhof, and sat hand in hand with Gudruda, and talked with Earl Atli. Now the heart of the old viking went out to Eric, and he took great delight in him, and in his strength and deeds, and he longed much that the gods had given him such a son. "I prophesy this of thee, Brighteyes," he cried, "that it shall go ill with this Baresark thou seekest, yes, and with all men who come within sweep of that great sword of thine. But remember this, lad: guard thy head with thy buckler, cut low beneath his shield, if he carries one, and mow the legs from him, for ever a Baresark rushes on, shield up." Eric thanked him for his good words, and went to rest. But before it was light he rose, and Gudruda rose also, and came into the hall, and buckled his harness on him with her own hands. "This is a sad task for me, Eric," she sighed, "for how do I know that Baresark's hands shall not loose this helm of thine?" "That is as it may be, sweet," he said, "but I fear not the Baresark or any man. How goes it with Swanhild now?" "I know not. She makes herself sweet to that old earl, and he is fain of her, and that is beyond my sight." "I have seen as much," said Eric. "It will be well for us if he should wed her." "Ay, and ill for him, but it is to be doubted if that is in her mind." Now Eric kissed her soft and sweet, and went away, bidding her look for his return on the day after the morrow. Gudruda bore up bravely against her fears till he was gone, but then she wept a little. Now it is to be told that Eric and his thrall Jon rode hard up Stonefell and across the mountains and over the black sand till, 2 hours before sunset, they came to the foot of Mosfell, having Hecla on their right. It is a grim mountain, grey with moss, standing alone in the desert plain, but between it and Hecla there is good grassland. "Here is the fox's earth, now to start him," said Eric. He knows something of the path by which this fortress can be climbed from the south, and horses may be ridden up it for a space. So on they go, till at length they come to a flat place where water runs down the black rocks, and here Eric drank of the water, ate food, and washed his face and hands. This done, he bid Jon tend the horses, for hereabouts there is a little grass, and be watchful till he returned, since he must go up against Skallagrim alone. And there with a doubtful heart Jon stayed all night, for of all that came to pass he saw but one thing, and that was the light of Whitefire as it flashed out high above him on the brow of the mountain when first Brighteyes smote at foe. Eric went warily up the Baresark path, for he would keep his breath in him, and the light shone redly on his golden helm. High he went, till at length he came to a pass narrow and dark, and hedged on either side with sheer cliffs, such as 2 armed men might hold against a score. He peered down this path, but he saw no Baresark, though it was worn by Baresark feet. He crept along its length, moving like a sunbeam through the darkness of the pass, for the light gathered on his helm and sword, till suddenly the path turned and he was on the brink of a gulf that seemed to have no bottom, and, looking across and down, he could see Jon and the horses more than 100 fathoms beneath. Now Eric must stop, for this path leads but into the black gulf, and he was perplexed to know where Skallagrim had his lair. He crept to the brink and gazed. Then he saw that a point of rock jutted from the sheer face of the cliff, and that the point was worn with the mark of feet. "Where Baresark passes, there may yeomen follow," said Eric, and, sheathing Whitefire, without more ado, though he liked the task little, he grasped the overhanging rock and stepped down on to the point below. Now he was perched like an eagle over the dizzy gulf, and his brain swam. Backward he feared to go, and forward he might not, for there was nothing but air. Beside him, growing from the face of the cliff, was a birch bush. He grasped it to steady himself. It bent beneath his clutch, and then he saw, behind it, a hole in the rock through which a man could creep, and down this hole ran footmarks. "First through the air like a bird, now through the earth like a fox," said Eric, and entered the hole. Doubling his body till his helm almost touched his knee, he took 3 paces, and lo! he stood on a great platform of rock, so large that a hall might be built on it, which, curving inwards, cannot be seen from the narrow pass. This platform, that is backed by the sheer cliff, looks straight to the south, and from it he could search the plain and the path that he had travelled, and there once more he saw Jon and the horses far below him. "A strong place, truly, and well chosen," said Eric, and looked around. On the floor of the rock, and some paces from him, a turf fire still smouldered, and by it were sheep's bones, and beyond, in the face of the overhanging precipice, was the mouth of a cave. "The wolf is at home, or was but lately," said Eric. "Now for his lair." And with that he walked warily to the mouth of the cave and peered in. He could see nothing yet a while, but surely he heard a sound of snoring. Then he crept in, and presently, by the red light of the burning embers, he saw a great black-bearded man stretched at length upon a rug of sheepskins, and by his side an axe. "Now it would be easy to make an end of this cave-dweller," thought Eric, "but that is a deed I will not do. No, not even to a Baresark, to slay him in his sleep." And therewith he stepped lightly to the side of Skallagrim, and was about to prick him with the point of Whitefire, when, as he did so, another man sat up behind Skallagrim. "By Thor, for 2 I did not bargain," said Eric, and sprang from the cave. Then, with a grunt of rage, that Baresark who was behind Skallagrim came out like a she-bear robbed of her whelps, and ran straight at Eric, sword aloft. Eric gives before him right to the edge of the cliff. Then the Baresark smites at him, and Brighteyes catches the blow on his shield, and smites at him in turn so well and truly that the head of the Baresark flies from his shoulders and spins along the ground, but his body, with outstretched arms yet gripping at the air, falls over the edge of the gulf sheer into the water, 100 fathoms down. It was the flash that Whitefire made as it circled ere it smote that Jon saw while he waited in the dell upon the mountain side. But of the Baresark he saw nothing, for he passed down into the great fire-riven cleft and was never seen more, save only once, in a strange fashion that shall be told. This was the first man whom Brighteyes slew. Now the old tale tells that Eric cried aloud, "Little chance had this one!" and that then a wonderful thing came to pass, for the head on the rock opened its eyes and answered, "Little chance indeed against thee, Eric Brighteyes. Still, I tell thee this, that where my body fell, there thou shalt fall, and where it lies, there thou shalt lie also." Now Eric was afraid, for he thought it a strange thing that a severed head should speak to him. "Here it seems I have to deal with trolls," he said. "But at the least, though he speak, this one shall strike no more." And he looked at the head, but it answered nothing. Now Skallagrim slept through it all, and the light grew so dim that Eric thought it time to make an end this way or that. Therefore he took the head of the slain man, though he feared to touch it, and rolled it swiftly into the cave, saying, "Now, being so glib of speech, go tell thy mate that Eric Brighteyes knocks at his door." Then came sounds as of a man rising, and presently Skallagrim rushed forth, with axe aloft, and his fellow's head in his left hand. He was clothed in nothing but a shirt, and the skin of Eric's lamb was bound to his chest. "Where now is my mate?" he said. Then he saw Eric leaning on Whitefire, his golden helm ablaze with the glory of the passing sun. "It seems thou holdest somewhat of him in thine hand, Skallagrim, and for the rest, go seek it in yonder rift." "Who art thou?" roared Skallagrim. "Thou mayest know me by this token," said Eric, and threw towards him the skin of that lamb's tail which Skallagrim had lifted from Coldback. Now Skallagrim knew him, and the Baresark fit came on. His eyes rolled, Foam flew to his lips, his mouth grinned, and he was awesome to see. He let fall the head, and, swinging the great axe aloft, rushed at Eric. But Brighteyes is too swift for him. It would not be well to let that stroke fall, and it must go hard with aught it struck. He springs forward. He louts low and sweeps upward with Whitefire. Skallagrim sees the sword flare and drops almost to his knee, guarding his head with the axe. But Whitefire strikes on the iron half of the axe and shears it in two, so that the axe head falls to the earth. Now the Baresark is weaponless but unharmed, and it would be an easy task to slay him as he rushes by. But it came into Eric's mind that it is an unworthy deed to slay a swordless man, and this came into his mind also, that he desired to match his naked might against a Baresark in his rage. So, in the hardihood of his youth and strength, he cast Whitefire aside, and crying, "Come, try a fall with me, Baresark!" rushed on Skallagrim. "Thou art mad!" yells the Baresark, and they are at it hard. Now they grip and rend and tear. Ospakar was strong, but the Baresark's strength of Skallagrim is more than the strength of Ospakar, and soon Brighteyes thinks longingly on Whitefire that he cast aside. Eric is mighty beyond the might of men, but he can scarcely hold his own against this madman, and very soon he knows that only one chance is left to him, and that is to cling to Skallagrim till the Baresark fit be past, and he is once more like other men. But this is easier to tell of than to do, and presently, strive as he will, Eric is on his back, and Skallagrim on him. But still he holds the Baresark as with bands of iron, and Skallagrim may not free his arms, though he strive furiously. Now they roll over and over on the rock, and the gloom gathers fast about them, till presently Eric sees that they draw near to the brink of that mighty rift down which the severed head of the cave dweller had foretold his fall. "Then we go together," says Eric, but the Baresark does not heed. Now they are on the very brink, and here, as it chances, or as the Norns decree, a little rock juts up, and this keeps them from falling. Eric is uppermost, and strive as he will, Skallagrim may not turn him on his back again. Still, Brighteyes' strength may not endure very long, for he grows faint, and his legs slip slowly over the side of the rift, till now he clings, as it were, by his ribs and shoulder blades alone, that rub against the little rock. The light dies away, and Eric thinks on sweet Gudruda and makes ready to die also, when suddenly a last ray from the sun falls on the fierce face of Skallagrim, and lo! Brighteyes sees it change, for the madness goes out of it, and in a moment the Baresark becomes but as a child in his mighty grip. "Hold!" said Skallagrim. "I crave peace," and he loosed his clasp. "Not too soon, then," gasped Eric as, drawing his legs from over the brink of the rift, he gained his feet, and staggering to his sword, grasped it very thankfully. "I am fordone," said Skallagrim. "Come, drag me from this place, for I fall, or if thou wilt, hew off my head." "I will not serve thee thus," said Eric. "Thou art a gallant foe," and he put out his hand and drew him into safety. For a while Skallagrim lay panting, then he gained his hands and knees and crawled to where Eric leaned against the rock. "Lord," he said, "give me thy hand." Eric stretched forth his left hand, wondering, and Skallagrim took it. He did not stretch out his right, for, fearing guile, he gripped Whitefire in it. "Lord," Skallagrim said again, "of all men who ever were thou art the mightiest. 5 other men had not stood before me in my rage, but scorning thy weapon thou didst overcome me in the noblest fashion, and by thy naked strength alone. Now hearken. Thou hast given me my life, and it is thine from this hour to the end. Here I swear fealty to thee. Slay me if thou wilt, or use me if thou wilt, but I think it will be better for thee to do this rather than that. For there is but one who has mastered me, and thou art he, and it is borne in upon my mind that thou wilt have need of my strength, and that shortly." "That may well be, Skallagrim," said Eric. "Yet I put little trust in outlaws and cave dwellers. How do I know, if I take thee to me, that thou wilt not murder me in my sleep, as it would have been easy for me to do by thee but now?" "What is it that runs from thy arm?" asked Skallagrim. "Blood," said Eric. "Stretch out thine arm, lord." Eric did so, and the Baresark put his lips to the scratch and sucked the blood, then said, "In this blood of thine I pledge thee, Eric Brighteyes. May Valhalla refuse me, and Hela take me. May I be hunted like a fox from earth to earth. May trolls torment me, and wizards sport with me, O night. May my limbs shrivel and my heart turn to water. May my foes overtake me, and may my bones be crushed across the doomstone, if I fail in one jot from this, my oath that I have sworn. I will guard thy back, I will smite thy enemies, thy hearthstone shall be my temple, thy honour my honour. Thrall am I of thine, and thrall I will be, and whiles thou wilt, we will live one life, and, in the end, we will die one death." "It seems that in going to seek a foe I have found a friend," said Eric, "and it is likely enough that I shall need one. Skallagrim, Baresark and outlaw as thou art, I take thee at thy word. Henceforth we are master and man, and we will do many a deed side by side, and in token of it I lengthen thy name and call thee Skallagrim Lambstail. Now, if thou hast it, give me food and drink, for I am faint from that hug of thine, old bear." End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 8 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 8. How Ospakar Blacktooth found Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail on Horsehead Heights. Now Skallagrim led Eric to his cave and fed the fire and gave him flesh to eat and ale to drink. When he had eaten his fill, Eric looked at the Baresark. He had black hair streaked with grey that hung down upon his shoulders. His nose was hooked like an eagle's beak, his beard was wild, and his sunken eyes were keen as a hawk's. He was somewhat bent and not over tall, but of a mighty make, for his shoulders must pass many a door sideways. "Thou art a great man," said Eric, "and it is something to have overcome thee. Now tell me what turned thee Baresark."
"A shameful deed that was done against me, lord. 10 years ago I was a yeoman of small wealth in the north. I had but one good thing, and that was the fairest housewife in those parts, Thorunna by name, and I loved her much, but we had no children. Now, not far from my stead is a place called Swinefell, and there dwells a mighty chief named Ospakar Blacktooth. He is an evil man and strong."
Eric started at the name, and then bade Skallagrim take up the tale.
"It chanced that Ospakar saw my wife Thorunna and would take her, but at first she did not listen. Then he promised her wealth and all good things, and she was weary of our hard way of life and hearkened. Still, she would not go away openly, for that had brought shame on her, but plotted with Ospakar that he should come and take her as though by force. So it came about, as I lay heavily asleep one night at Thorunna's side, having drunk somewhat too deeply of the autumn ale, that armed men seized me, bound me, and haled me from my bed. There were 8 of them, and with them was Ospakar. Then Blacktooth bid Thorunna rise, clothe herself, and come to be his May, and she made pretence to weep at this, but fell to it readily enough. Now she bound her girdle round her, and to it a knife hung. 'Kill thyself, sweet,' I cried. 'Death is better than shame.'
'Not so, husband,'
she answered.
'It is true that I love but thee, yet a woman may find another love, but not another life.'
And I saw her laugh through her mock tears. Now Ospakar rode away in hot haste to Swinefell, and with him went Thorunna. But his men stayed a while and drank my ale, and, as they drank, they mocked me who was bound before them. And little by little all the truth was told of the doings of Ospakar and Thorunna my housewife, and I learned that it was she who had planned this sport. Then my eyes grew dark, and I drew near to death from very shame and bitterness. But of a sudden something leaped up in my heart. Fire raged before my eyes, and voices in my ears called on to war and vengeance. I was Baresark, and like hay-bands burst my cords. My axe hung on the wainscot. I snatched it thence, and of what befell I know this alone, that when the madness passed, 8 men lay stretched out before me, and all the place was but a gore of blood. Then I drew the dead together, and piled drinking tables over them, and benches, and turf, and anything else that would burn, and put cod's oil on the pile, and fired the stead above them, so that the tale went abroad that all these men were burned in their cups, and I with them. But I took the name of Skallagrim, and swore an oath against all men, ay, and women too. And away I went to the woodfolk, and worked much mischief, for I spared few, and so on to Mossfell. Here I have stayed these 5 years, awaiting the time when I shall find Ospakar and Thorunna the harlot. And I have fought many men, but till thou camest up against me, none could stand before my might."
"A strange tale, truly," said Eric. "But now hearken thou to a stranger, for of a truth it seems that we have not come together by chance." And he told him of Gudruda and the wrestling and of the overthrow of Blacktooth, and showed him Whitefire which he won out of the hand of Ospakar. Skallagrim listened and laughed aloud.
"Surely," he said, "this is the work of the Norns. See, lord, thou and I will yet smite this Ospakar. He has taken my wife, and he would take thy betrothed. Let it be, let it be. Ah, would that I had been there to see the wrestling. Ospakar had never risen from his snow-bed. But there is time left to us, and I shall yet see his head roll along the dust. Thou hast his goodly sword, and with it thou shalt sweep Blacktooth's head from his shoulders. Or perchance that shall be my lot."
And with this Skallagrim sprang up, gnashing his teeth and clutching at the air. "Peace," said Eric. "Blacktooth is not here. Save thy rage until it can run along thy sword and strike him."
"Nay, not here, nor yet so far off, lord. Hearken, I know this Ospakar. If he has set eyes of longing on Gudruda, Asmund's daughter, he will not rest 1 hour till he have her or is slain. And if he has set eyes of hate on thee, then take heed to thy going and spy down every path before thy feet tread it. Soon shall the matter come on for judgment, and even now Odin's Valkyries choose their own."
Valkyries, the course-choosing sisters who were bidden by Odin to single out those warriors whose hour had come to die in battle and win Valhalla. "It is well, then," said Eric.
"Yea, lord, it is well, for we too have little to fear from any 6 men, if so be that they fall on us in fair fight. But I do not altogether like thy tale. Too many women are mixed up in it, and women stab in the back. A man may deal with swords aloft, but not with tricks and lies and false women's witchery. It was a woman who greased thy wrestling soles. Mayhap it will be a woman that binds on thy hell shoes when all is done. Ay, and who makes them ready for thy feet?"
"Of women as of men," answered Eric. "There is this to be said, that some are good, and some evil."
"Yes, lord, and this also, that the evil ones plot the ill of their evil, but the good do it of their blind foolishness. Forswear women, and so shalt thou live happy and die in honour. Cherish them, and live in wretchedness and die an outcast."
"Thy talk is foolish," said Eric. "Birds must to the air, the sea to the shore, and man must to woman. As things are so, let them be, for they will soon seem as though they had never been. I had rather kiss my dear and die, if so it pleases me to do, than kiss her not and live, for at the last the end will be one end, and kisses are sweet."
"That is a good saying,"
said Skallagrim, and they fell asleep side by side, and Eric had no fear. Now they awoke, and the light was already full, for they were weary and their sleep had been heavy. Hard by the mouth of the cave is a little well of water that gathers there from the rocks above, and in this Eric washed himself. Then Skallagrim showed him the cave and the goodly store of arms that he had won from those whom he had slain and robbed. "A wondrous place, truly," said Eric, "and well fitted to the uses of such a chapman (merchant) as thou art. But say, how didst thou find it?"
"I followed him who was here before me, and gave him choice, to go or to fight for the stronghold. But he needs must fight, and that was his bane, for I slew him."
"Who was that, then?" asked Eric, "whose head lies yonder?"
"A cave-dweller, lord, whom I took to me because of the loneliness of the winter tide. He was an evil man, for though it is good to be berserk from time to time, yet to dwell with one who is always berserk is not good, and thou didst a needful deed in smiting his head from him. And now let it go and find its trunk." And he rolled it over the edge of the great rift. "Knowest thou, Skallagrim, that this head spoke to me after it had left the man's shoulders, saying that where its body fell there I should fall, and where it lay there I should lie also." "Then, lord, that is likely to be thy doom, for this man was foresighted, and, but the night before last, as we rode out to seek sheep, he felt his head and said that, before the sun sank again, 100 fathoms of air should link it to his shoulders."
"It may be so," answered Eric. "I thought as I lay in thy grip yonder that the fate was near. And now arm thyself, and take such goods as thou needest, and let us hence, for that thrall of mine who waits me yonder will think thou hast been too mighty for me." Skallagrim went to the edge of the rift and searched the plain with his hawk eyes.
"No need to hasten, lord," he said.
"See, yonder rides thy thrall across the black sand, and with him goes thy horse. Surely he thought thou camest no more down the path by which thou wentest up, and it is not thrall's work to seek Skallagrim in his lair and ask for tidings." "Wolves take him for a fool," said Eric in anger. "He will ride to Middalhof and sing my death song, and that will sound sadly in some ears."
"It is pleasant, lord,"
said Skallagrim, "when good tidings dog the heels of bad, and women folk can spare some tears and be little poorer. I have horses in a secret dell that I will show thee, and on them we will ride hence to Middalhof, and there thou must claim peace for me." "It is well," said Eric. "Now arm thyself, for if thou goest with me thou must make an end of thy Baresark ways, or keep them for the hour of battle."
"I will do thy bidding, lord,"
said Skallagrim. Then he entered the cave and set a plain black steel helm upon his black locks, and a black chain byrnie about his breast. He took the great axe head also, and fitted to it the half of another axe that lay among the weapons. Then he drew out a purse of money and a store of golden rings, and set them in a bag of otter skin, and buckled it about him. But the other goods he wrapped up in skins and hid behind some stones which were at the bottom of the cave, purposing to come another time and fetch them. Then they went forth by that same perilous path which Eric had trod, and Skallagrim showed him how he might pass the rock in safety. "A rough road this," said Eric as he gained the deep cleft.
"Yea, lord, and till thou camest, one that none but wood folk have trodden."
"I would tread it no more," said Eric again, "and yet that fellow thief of thine said that I should die here," and for a while his heart was heavy. Now Skallagrim Lambstail led him by secret paths to a dell rich in grass, that is hid in the round of the mountain, and here 3 good horses were at feed. Then, going to a certain rock, he brought out bits and saddles, and they caught the horses, and, mounting them, rode away from Mosfell. Now Eric and his henchman, Skallagrim the Baresark, rode 4 hours and saw nobody, till at length they came to the brow of a hill that is named Horsehead Heights, and, crossing it, found themselves almost in the midst of a score of armed men who were about to mount their horses.
"Now we have company,"
said Skallagrim. "Yes, and bad company," answered Eric, "for yonder I spy Ospakar Blacktooth, and Gizur and Mord his sons, ay, and others. Down and back to back, for they will show us little gentleness." Then they sprang to earth and took their stand upon a mound of rising ground, and the men rode towards them. "I shall soon know what thy fellowship is worth," said Eric.
"Fear not, lord,"
answered Skallagrim.
"Hold thou thy head, and I will hold thy back. We are met in a good hour."
"Good or ill, it is likely to be a short one. Hearken thou, if thou must turn Baresark when swords begin to flash, at the least stand and be Baresark where thou art, for if thou rushest on the foe, my back will be naked and I must soon be sped."
"It shall be as thou sayest, lord."
Now men rode round them, but at first they did not know Eric because of the golden helm that hid his face in shadow.
"Who are ye?"
called Ospakar. "I think that thou shouldst know me, Blacktooth," Eric answered, "for I set thee heels up in the snow but lately. Or, at the least, thou wilt know this," and he drew great Whitefire.
"Thou mayest know me also, Ospakar,"
cried the Baresark.
"Skallagrim men called me. Lambstail Eric Brighteyes calls me. But once thou didst call me Unound. Say, lord, what tidings of Thorunna?"
Now Ospakar shook his sword, laughing.
"I came out to seek one foe, and I have found 2," he cried. "Hearken, Eric, when thou art slain I go hence to burn and kill at Middalhof. Shall I bear thy head as a keepsake from thee to Gudruda? For thee, Ounound, I thought thee dead, but, being yet alive, Thorunna, my sweet love, sends thee this," and he hurled a spear at him with all his might. But Skallagrim catches the spear as it flies and hurls it back. It strikes right on the shield of Ospakar and pierces it, ay, and the byrnie, and the shoulder that is beneath the byrnie, so that Blacktooth was made unmeet for fight, and howled with pain and rage. "Go, and bid Thorunna draw that splinter forth,"
says Skallagrim,
and heal the whole with kisses."
Now Ospakar, writhing with his hurt, shouts to his men to slay the two of them, and then the fight begins. One rushes at Eric and smites at him with an axe. The blow falls on his shield and shears off the side of it, then strikes at the byrnie beneath, but lightly. In answer, Eric sweeps low at him with Whitefire and cuts his leg from under him between knee and thigh, and he falls and dies. Another rushes in. Down flashes Whitefire before he can smite, and the carle's shield is cloven through. Then he chooses to draw back and fights no more that day. Skallagrim slays a man and wounds another sore. A tall chief with a red scar on his face comes at Brighteyes. Twice he feints at the head while Eric watches, then lowers the sword beneath the cover of his shield and sweeps suddenly at Eric's legs. Brighteyes leaps high into the air, smiting downward with Whitefire as he leaps, and presently that chief is dead, shorn through shoulder to breast. Now Skallagrim slays another man and grows Baresark. He looks so fierce that men fall back from him. Two rush on Eric, one from either side. The sword of him on the right falls on his shield and sinks in, but Brighteyes twists the shorn shield so strongly that the sword is wrenched from the smiter's hand. Now the other sword is aloft above him, and that had been Eric's bane, but Skallagrim glances round and sees it about to fall. He has no time to turn, but dashes the hammer of his axe backward. It falls full on the swordsman's head, and the head is shattered. "That was well done," says Eric as the sword goes down.
"Not so ill, but it might be worse," growls Skallagrim.
Presently all men drew back from those two, for they had had enough of Whitefire and the Baresark's axe. Ospakar sits on his horse, his shield pinned to his shoulder, and curses aloud.
"Close in, you cowards!" he yells. "Close in and cut them down!"
But no man stirs. Then Eric mocks them. "There are but two of us," he says. "Will no man try a game with me? Let it not be sung that 20 were overcome by 2. Now Ospakar's son Mord hears, and he grows mad with rage. He holds his shield aloft and rushes on. But Gizur the lawman does not come, for Gizur was a coward. Skallagrim turns to meet Mord, but Eric says, "This one for me, comrade," and steps forward. Mord strikes a mighty blow. Eric's shield is all but shattered and cannot stay it. It crashes through and falls full on the golden helm, beating Brighteyes to his knee. Now he is up again and blows fall thick and fast. Mord is a strong man, unwearied and skilled in war, and Eric's arm grows faint and his strength sinks low. Mord smites again and wounds him somewhat on the shoulder. Eric throws aside his cloven shield and, shouting, plies Whitefire with both arms. Mord gives before him, then rushes and smites. Eric leaps aside. Again he rushes, and lo! Brighteyes has dropped his point, and it stands a full span through the back of Mord, and instantly that was his bane. Now men rush to their horses, mount in hot haste and ride away, crying that these are trolls whom they have to do with here, not men. Skallagrim sees, and the Baresark fit takes him sore. With axe aloft he charges after them, screaming as he comes. There is one man, the same whom he had wounded. He cannot mount easily, and when the Baresark comes he still lies on the neck of his horse. The great axe wheels on high and falls, and it is told of this stroke that it was so mighty that the man and horse sank dead beneath it, cloven through and through. Then the fit leaves Skallagrim and he walks back, and they are alone with the dead and dying. Eric leans on Whitefire and speaks. "Get thee gone, Skallagrim Lambstail," he said. "Get thee gone."
"It shall be as thou wilt, lord," answered the Baresark. "But I have not befriended thee so ill that thou shouldst fear for blows to come."
"I will keep no man with me who puts my word aside, Skallagrim. What did I bid thee? Was it not that thou shouldst have done with thy Baresark ways, and where thou stoodest there thou shouldst bide? And see, thou didst forget my word swiftly. Now get thee gone."
"It is true, lord," he said. "He who serves must serve wholly."
And Skallagrim turned to seek his horse. "Stay," said Eric. "Thou art a gallant man, and I forgive thee, but cross my will no more. We have slain several men, and Ospakar goes hence wounded. We have got honour, and they loss, and the greatest shame. Nevertheless, ill shall come of this to me, for Ospakar has many friends, and will set a lawsuit on foot against me at the Althing," the annual assembly of free men which, in Iceland, performed the functions of a parliament and supreme court of law.
and thou didst draw the first blood. Would that the spear had gone more home, said Skallagrim.
Ospakar's time is not yet, answered Eric. Still, he has something by which to bear us in mind. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 9 of Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 9. How Swanhild Dealt with Gudruda. Now John, Eric's thrall, watched all night on Mossfell, but saw nothing except the light of Whitefire as it smote the Baresark's head from his shoulders. He stayed there till daylight, much afraid. Then, making sure that Eric was slain, John rode hard and fast for Middlehof, whither he came at evening. Gudruda was watching by the women's door. She strained her eyes towards Mossfell to catch the light gleaming on Eric's golden helm, and presently it gleamed indeed, white, not red. "See," said Swanhild at her side, "Eric comes." "Not Eric, but his thrall," answered Gudruda, "to tell us that Eric is sped." They waited in silence while John galloped towards them. "What news of Brighteyes?" cried Swanhild. "Little need to ask," said Gudruda. "Look at his face." Now John told his tale, and Gudruda listened, clinging to the doorpost, but Swanhild cursed him for a coward, so that he shrank before her eyes. Gudruda turned and walked into the hall, and her face was like the face of death. Men saw her, and Asmund asked why she wore so strange a mien. Then Gudruda sang this song. Up to Mossfell, battle eager, rode helmed Brighteyes to the fray. Back from Mossfell, battle shunning, slunk yon coward thrall, I ween. Now shall maid Gudruda never know a husband's dear embrace. Widowed is she, sunk in sorrow, Eric treads Valhalla's halls. And with this she walked from the stead, looking neither to the right nor to the left. "Let the maid be," said Atli the Earl. "Grief fares best alone, but my heart is sore for Eric. It should go ill with that Baresark if I might get a grip of him." "That I will have before summer is gone," said Asmund, for the death of Eric seemed to him the worst of sorrows. Gudruda walked far, and, crossing Laxa by the stepping stones, climbed Stonefell till she came to the head of Golden Falls, for, like a stricken thing, she desired to be alone in her grief. But Swanhild saw her and followed, coming on her as she sat watching the water thunder down the mighty cleft. Presently Swanhild's shadow fell athwart her, and Gudruda looked up. "What wouldst thou with me, Swanhild?" she asked. "Art thou come to mock my grief?" "Nay, foster sister, for then I must mock my own. I come to mix my tears with thine. See, we loved Eric, thou and I, and Eric is dead. Let our hate be buried in his grave, whence neither may draw him back." Gudruda looked upon her coldly, for nothing could stir her now. "Get thee gone," she said. "Weep thine own tears, and leave me to weep mine. Not with thee will I mourn Eric." Swanhild frowned and bit her lip. "I will not come to thee with words of peace a second time, my rival," she said. "Eric is dead, but my hate that was born of Eric's love for thee lives on and grows, and its flower shall be thy death, Gudruda. Now that Brighteyes is dead, I would fain follow him on his path, so, if thou listest, throw the gates wide." Gudruda answered, and heeded her no more. Swanhild went, but not far. On the further side of a knoll of grass she flung herself to earth and grieved as her fierce heart might. She shed no tears, but sat silently, looking with empty eyes adown the past, and onward to the future, and finding no good therein. But Gudruda wept as the weight of her loss pressed in upon her, wept heavy silent tears, and cried in her heart to Eric, who was gone, cried to death to come upon her and bring her sleep or Eric. So she sat, and so she grieved till, quite outworn with sorrow, sleep stole upon her, and she dreamed. Gudruda dreamed that she was dead, and that she sat nigh to the golden door that is in Odin's house at Valhalla, by which the warriors pass and repass for ever. There she sat from age to age, listening to the thunder of 10,000 tramping feet, and watching the fierce faces of the chosen as they marched out in armies to do battle in the meads. And as she sat, at length a one-eyed man, clad in gleaming garments, drew near and spoke to her. He was glorious to look on, and old, and she knew him for Odin the Allfather.
"Whom seekest thou, maid Gudruda?"
he asked, and the voice he spoke with was the voice of waters. "I seek Eric Brighteyes," she answered, "who passed hither 1,000 years ago, and for love of whom I am heartbroken."
"Eric Brighteyes, Thorgrimur's son?" quoth Odin. "I know him well. No brisker warrior enters at Valhalla's doors, and none shall do more service at the coming of the grey wolf Fenrir, the foe destined to bring destruction upon the Norse gods. Pass on and leave him to his glory and his God."
Then in her dream she wept sore, and prayed of Odin by the name of Freya that he would give Eric to her for a little space.
"What wilt thou pay then, maid Gudruda?" said Odin.
"My life," she answered.
"Good," he said. "For a night Eric shall be thine, then die, and let thy death be his cause of death."
And Odin sang this song:
"Now, course-choosing daughters, hearken to the dread Allfather's word. When the gale of spears' breath gathers, count not Eric midst the slain, till Brighteyes once hath slumbered, wedded at Gudruda's side. Then, maidens, scream your battle call. Whelmed with foes, let Eric fall."
And Gudruda awoke, but in her ears the mighty waters still seemed to speak with Odin's voice, saying:
"Then, maidens, scream your battle call. Whelmed with foes, let Eric fall."
She awoke from that fey sleep, and looked upwards, and lo! before her, with shattered shield and all besmeared with war's red rain, stood gold-helmed Eric. There he stood, great and beautiful to see, and she looked on him, trembling and amazed. "Is it indeed thou, Eric, or is it yet my dream?" she said.
"I am no dream, surely," said Eric. "But why lookest thou thus on me, Gudruda?"
She rose slowly. "Methought," she said, "methought that thou wast dead at the hand of Skallagrim." And with a great cry she fell into his arms and lay there sobbing. It was a sweet sight thus to see Gudruda the Fair, her head of gold pillowed on Eric's war-stained byrnie, her dark eyes afloat with tears of joy. But not so thought Swanhild, watching. She shook in jealous rage, then crept away, and hid herself where she could see no more, lest she should be smitten with madness. "Whence camest thou? Ah, whence camest thou?" said Gudruda. "I thought thee dead, my love, but now I dreamed that I prayed Odin, and he spared thee to me for a little."
"Well, and that he hath, though hardly." And he told her all that had happened, and how, as he rode with Skallagrim, who yet sat yonder on his horse, he caught sight of a woman seated on the grass, and knew the colour of the cloak. Then Gudruda kissed him for very joy, and they were happy each with each. For of all things that are sweet on earth there is nothing more sweet than this, to find him we loved and thought dead and cold, alive and at our side. And so they talked, and were very glad with the gladness of youth and love, till Eric said he must on to Middalhof before the light failed, for he could not come on horseback the way that Gudruda took, but must ride round the shoulder of the hill, and moreover he was spent with toil and hunger, and Skallagrim grew weary of waiting.
"Go," said Gudruda, "I will be there presently."
So he kissed her and went, and Swanhild saw the kiss and saw him go.
"Well, lord," said Skallagrim, "hast thou had thy fill of kissing?"
"Not altogether," answered Eric. They rode a while in silence.
"I thought the maid seemed very fair,"
said Skallagrim. "There are women less favoured, Skallagrim."
"Rich bait for mighty fish," said Skallagrim. "This I tell thee, that, strive as thou mayest against thy fate, that maid will be thy bane, and mine also."
"Things foredoomed will happen," said Eric. "But if thou fearest a maid, the cure is easy. Depart from my company."
"Who was the other?"
asked the Baresark.
"She who crept and peered, listened, then crept back again, hid her face in her hands, and talked with a grey wolf that came to her like a dog."
"That must have been Swanhild," said Eric, "but I did not see her.
Ever does she hide like a rat in the thatch. And as for the wolf, he must be her familiar, for, like Groa her mother, Swanhild plays much with witchcraft. Now I will away back to Gudruda, for my heart misdoubts me of this matter. Stay thou here till I come, Lambstail." And Eric turns and gallops back to the head of Goldfoss. When Eric left her, Gudruda drew yet nearer to the edge of the mighty falls, and seated herself on their very brink. Her breast was full of joy, and there she sat and let the splendour of the night and the greatness of the rushing sounds sink into her heart. Yonder shone the setting sun, poised, as it were, on Westman's distant peaks, and here sped the waters, and by that path Eric had come back to her. Yea, and there on Sheep-saddle was the road that he had trod down Goldfoss, but now he had slain one Baresark and won another to be his thrall. And they two alone had smitten the company of Ospakar, and come thence with honour and but little harmed. Surely no such man as Eric had ever lived, none so fair and strong and tender, and she was right happy in his love. She stretched out her arms towards him whom but an hour gone she had thought dead, but who had lived to come back to her with honour, and blessed his beloved name, and laughed aloud in her joyousness of heart, calling, "Eric! Eric!" But Swanhild, creeping behind her, did not laugh. She heard Gudruda's voice and guessed Gudruda's gladness, and jealousy arose within her and rent her. Should this fair rival like to take her joy from her? Grey Wolf, what sayest thou? See now, if Gudruda were gone, if she rolled a corpse into those boiling waters, Eric might yet be hers, or, if he were not hers, yet Gudruda's he could never be. Grey Wolf, what is thy counsel? Right on the brink of the great gulf sat Gudruda. One stroke and all would be ended. Eric had gone. There was no eye to see, none save the Grey Wolf's. There was no tongue to tell the deed that might be done. Who could call her to account? The gods? Who were the gods? What were the gods? Were they not dreams? There were no gods save the gods of evil, the gods she knew and communed with. Grey Wolf, what is thy rede? There sat Gudruda, laughing in the triumph of her joy, with the sunset glow shining on her beauty, and there, behind her, Swanhild crept like a fox upon his sleeping prey. Now she is there. "I hear thee, Grey Wolf. Back to my breast, Grey Wolf." Surely Gudruda heard something. She half turned her head, then again fell to calling aloud to the waters. "Eric, beloved Eric! Ah! Is there ever a light like the light of thine eyes? Is there ever a joy like the joy of thy kiss?" Swanhild heard, and her springs of mercy froze. Hate and fury entered her. She rose upon her knees and gathered up her strength. "Seek, then, thy joy in Goldfoss!" she cried aloud, and with all her force she thrust. Gudruda fell a fathom or more, then, with a cry, she clutched wildly at a little ledge of rock and hung there, her feet resting on the shelving bank. 30 fathoms down swirled and poured and rolled the waters of Golden Falls. A fathom above, red in the red light of evening, lowered the pitiless face of Swanhild. Gudruda looked beneath her and saw. Pale with agony she looked up and saw, but she said naught. "Let go, my rival, let go!" cried Swanhild. "There is none to help thee, and none to tell thy tale. Let go, I say, and seek thy marriage bed in Goldfoss." But Gudruda clung on and gazed upward with white face and piteous eyes. "What? Art thou so fain of a moment's life?" said Swanhild. "Then I will save thee from thyself, for it must be ill to suffer thus." And she ran to seek a rock. Now she finds one, and, staggering beneath its weight to the brink of the gulf, peers over. Still Gudruda hangs. Space yawns beneath her, the waters roar in her ears, the red sky glows above. She sees Swanhild come, and shrieks aloud. Eric is there, though Swanhild hears him not, for the sound of his horse's galloping feet is lost in the roar of waters. But that cry comes to his ears, he sees the poised rock, and all grows clear to him. He leaps from his horse, and even as she looses the stone, clutches Swanhild's kirtle and hurls her back. The rock bounds sideways and presently is lost in the waters. Eric looks over. He sees Gudruda's white face gleaming in the gloom. down he leaps upon the ledge, though this is no easy thing. "Hold fast! I come! Hold fast!" he cries. "I can no more," gasps Gudruda, and one hand slips. Eric grasps the rock, and, stretching downward, grips her wrist. Just as her hold loosens he grips it, and she swings loose, her weight hanging on his arm. Now he must needs lift her up, and that with one hand, for the ledge is narrow, and he dare not loose his hold of the rock above. She swings over the great gulf, and she is senseless as one dead. He gathers all his mighty strength and lifts. His feet slip a little, then catch, and once more Gudruda swings. The sweat bursts out upon his forehead, and his blood drums through him. Now it must be, or not at all. Again he lifts, and his muscles strain and crack, and she lies beside him on the narrow ledge. All is not yet done. The brink of the cleft is the height of a man above him. There he must lay her, for he may not leave her to find aid, lest she should wake and roll into the chasm. Loosing his hold of the cliff, he turns, facing the rock, and, bending over Gudruda, twists his hand in her kirtle below the breast and above the knee. Then once more Eric puts out his might and draws her up to the level of his breast, and rests. Again, with all his force, he lifts her above the crest of his helm and throws her forward, so that now she lies upon the brink of the great cliff. He almost falls backwards at the effort, but, clutching the rock, he saves himself, and with a struggle gains her side, and lies there, panting like a wearied hound of chase. Of all trials of strength that ever were put on his might, Eric was wont to say, this lifting of Gudruda was the greatest, for she was no light woman, and there was little to stand on and almost nothing to cling to. Presently Brighteyes rose and peered at Gudruda through the gloom. She still swooned. Then he gazed about him, but Swanhild, the witch girl, was gone. Then he took Gudruda in his arms, and, leading the horse, stumbled through the darkness, calling on Skallagrim. The Baresark answered, and presently his large form was seen looming in the gloom. Eric told his tale in few words.
"The ways of womankind are evil," said Skallagrim. "But of all the deeds that I have known done at their hands, this is the worst. It had been well to hurl the wolf-witch from the cliff."
"Ay, well," said Eric, "but that song must yet be sung." Now dimly lighted of the rising moon, by turns they bore Gudruda down the mountain side, till at length, utterly fordone, they saw the fires of Middalhof. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 10 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 10. How Asmund Spoke with Swanhild. Now as the days went, though Atli's ship was bound for sea, she did not sail. And it came about that the Earl sank ever deeper into the coils of Swanhild. He called to mind many wise saws, but these availed him little. For when love rises like the sun, wisdom melts like the mists. So at length it came to this, that on the day of Eric's coming back, Atli went to Asmund the priest, and asked him for the hand of Swanhild the Fatherless in marriage. Asmund heard and was glad, for he knew well that things went badly between Swanhild and Gudruda, and it seemed good to him that seas should be set between them. Nevertheless, he thought it honest to warn the Earl that Swanhild was apart from other women. "Thou dost great honour, Earl, to my foster daughter and my house," he said. "Still, it behoves me to move gently in this matter. Swanhild is fair, and she shall not go hence a wife undowered. But I must tell thee this, that her ways are dark and secret, and strange and fiery are her moods, and I think that she will bring evil on the man who weds her. Now I love thee, Atli, were it only for our youth's sake. Thou art not altogether fit to mate with such a maid, for age has met thee on thy way. For, as thou wouldst say, youth draws to youth as the tide to the shore, and falls away from eld as the wave from the rock. Think, then, is it well that thou shouldst take her, Atli?" "I have thought much and overmuch," answered the Earl, stroking his grey beard. "But ships old and new drive before a gale." "Ay, Atli, and the new ship rides where the old one founders." "A true rede, A heavy rede, Asmund, yet I am minded to sail this sea, and, if it sinks me, well, I have known fair weather. Great longings have got hold of me, and I think the maid looks gently on me, and that things may yet go well between us. I have many things to give such as women love. At the least, if thou givest me thy good word, I will risk it, Asmund, for the bold thrower sometimes wins the stake. Only I say this, that if Swanhild is unwilling, let there be an end of my wooing, for I do not wish to take a bride who turns from my grey hairs." Asmund said that it should be so, and they made an end of talking just as the light faded. Now Asmund went out seeking Swanhild, and presently he met her near the stead. He could not see her face, and that was well, for it was not good to look on, but her mien was wondrous wild. "Where hast thou been, Swanhild?" he asked. "Mourning Eric Brighteyes," she made answer. "It is meeter for Gudruda to mourn over Eric than for thee, for her loss is heavy," Asmund said sternly. "What hast thou to do with Eric?" "Little or much, or all. Read it as thou wilt, foster father. Still, all wept for are not lost, nor all who are lost wept for." "Little do I know of thy dark redes," said Asmund. "Where is Gudruda now?"
"High is she or low, sleeping or perchance awakened, naught reck I. She also mourned for Eric, and we went nigh to mingling tears. Near together were brown curls and golden." And she laughed aloud.
"Thou art surely fey, thou evil girl," said Asmund.
"Ay, foster father, fey. Yet is this but the first of my faydom. Here starts the road that I must travel, and my feet shall be red ere the journey's done."
"Leave thy dark talk," said Asmund, "for to me it is as the wind's song. And listen, a good thing has befallen thee, ay, good beyond thy deserving."
"Is it so? Well, I stand greatly in need of good. What is thy tidings, foster father?"
"This. Atli the Earl asked thee in marriage, and he is a mighty man, well honoured in his own land, and set higher, moreover, than I had looked for thee."
"Ay," answered Swanhild, "set like the snow above the fells, set in the years that long are dead. Nay, foster father, this white-bearded dotard is no mate for me. What? Shall I mix my fire with his frost, my breathing youth with the creeping palsy of his age? Never! If Swanhild weds, she weds not so. For it is better to go maiden to the grave than thus to shrink and wither at the touch of eld. Now is Atli's wooing sped, and there's an end."
Asmund heard and grew wroth, for the matter seemed strange to him, nor are maidens wont thus to put aside the word of those set over them. "There is no end," he said. "I will not be answered thus by a girl who lives upon my bounty. It is my rede that thou weddest Atli, or else thou goest hence. I have loved thee, and for that love's sake I have borne thy wickedness, thy dark secret ways and evil words, but I will be crossed no more by thee, Swanhild."
"Thou wouldst drive me hence with Groa my mother? Though perchance thou hast yet more reason to hold me dear, foster father. Fear not, I will go, perhaps further than thou thinkest."
And once more Swanhild laughed and passed from him into darkness. But Asmund stood looking after her. "Truly," he said in his heart, "ill deeds are arrows that pierce him who shot them. I have sowed evilly, and now I reap the harvest. What means she with her talk of Gudruda and the rest?" Now, as he thought, he saw men and horses draw near, and one man, whose helm gleamed in the moonlight, bore something in his arms. "Who passes?" he called. "Eric Brighteyes, Skallagrim Lambstail, and Gudruda, Asmund's daughter," answered a voice. "Who art thou?" Then Asmund the priest sprang forward, most glad at heart, for he never thought to see Eric again. "Welcome, and thrice welcome art thou, Eric," he cried. "For, know, we deem thee dead." "I have lately gone near to death, lord," said Eric, for he knew the voice. "But I am hale and whole, though somewhat weary." "What has come to pass, then?" asked Asmund. "And why holdest thou Gudruda in thy arms? Is the maid dead?"
"Nay, she does but swoon. See, even now she stirs."
And as he spake, Gudruda awoke, shuddering, and with a little cry threw her arms about the neck of Eric. He set her down and comforted her, then once more turned to Asmund. "3 things have come about," he said. "First, I have slain one Baresark, and won another to be my thrall, and for him I crave thy peace, for he has served me well. Next, we 2 were set upon by Ospakar Blacktooth and his fellowship, and, fighting for our hands, have wounded Ospakar, slain Mord his son, and 6 other men of his following."
"That is good news and bad," said Asmund, "since Ospakar will ask a great weregild for these men, and thou wilt be outlawed, Eric."
Weregild, the penalty for manslaying. "That may happen, lord. There is time enough to think of it. Now there are other tidings to tell. Coming to the head of Goldfoss, I found Gudruda, my betrothed, mourning my death, and spoke with her. Afterwards I left her, and presently returned again, to see her hanging over the gulf, and Swanhild hurling rocks upon her to crush her."
"These are tidings in truth," said Asmund, "such tidings as my heart feared. Is this true, Gudruda?"
"It is true, my father," answered Gudruda, trembling. "As I sat on the brink of Goldfoss, Swanhild crept behind me and thrust me into the gulf. There I clung above the waters, and she brought a rock to hurl upon me, when suddenly I saw Eric's face, and after that my mind left me, and I can tell no more."
Now Asmund grew as one mad. He plucked at his beard and stamped on the ground. "Maid though she be," he cried, "yet shall Swanhild's back be broken on the stone of doom, for a witch and a murderess, and her body hurled into the pool of faithless women, and the earth will be well rid of her."
Now Gudruda looked up and smiled. "It would be ill to wreak such a vengeance on her, father," she said, "and this would also bring the greatest shame on thee and all our house. I am saved by the mercy of the gods and the might of Eric's arm, and this is my counsel, that nothing be told of this tale, but that Swanhild be sent away where she can harm us no more."
"She must be sent to the grave, then," said Asmund, and fell to thinking. Presently he spoke again. "Bid yon man fall back. I would speak with you twain." And Skallagrim went grumbling. "Hearken now, Eric and Gudruda. Only an hour ago hath Atli the Good asked Swanhild of me in marriage. But now I met Swanhild here, and her mien was wild. Still, I spoke of the matter to her, and she would have none of it. Now this is my counsel, that choice be given to Swanhild, either that she go hence Atli's wife, or take her trial in the Doom Ring." "That will be bad for the Earl, then," said Eric. "Methinks he is too good a man to be played on thus." "Bairn first, then friend," answered Asmund. "Now I will tell thee something that, till this hour, I have hidden from all, for it is my shame. This Swanhild is my daughter, and therefore I have loved her and put away her evil deeds, and she is half sister to thee, Gudruda. See then how sore is my strait, who must avenge daughter upon daughter." "Knows thy son Björn of this?" asked Eric. "None knew till this hour, except Groa and I."
"Yet I have feared it long, father," said Gudruda, "and therefore I have also borne with Swanhild, though she hates me much, and has striven hard to draw my betrothed from me. Now thou canst only take one counsel, and it is, to give choice to Swanhild of these 2 things, though it is unworthy that Atli should be deceived, and at the best little good can come of it."
"Yet it must be done, for honour is often slain of heavy need," said Asmund. "But we must first swear this Baresark thrall of thine, though little faith lives in Baresark's breast." Now Eric called to Skallagrim and charged him strictly that he should tell nothing of Swanhild, and of the wolf that he saw by her, and of how Gudruda was found hanging over the gulf.
"Fear not," growled the Baresark. "My tongue is now my master's. What is it to me if women do their wickedness one on another? Let them work magic, hate and slay by stealth, so shall evil be lessened in the world."
"Peace," said Eric. "If anything of this passes thy lips, thou art no longer a thrall of mine, and I give thee up to the men of thy quarter." "And I cleave that wolf's head of thine down to thy hawk's eyes. But otherwise I give thee peace, and will hold thee from harm, wood-dweller as thou art," said Asmund. The Baresark laughed.
"My hands will hold my head against 10 such mannikins as thou art, priest. There was never but one man who might overcome me in fair fight, and there he stands, and his bidding is my law. So waste no words and make not niddering threats against greater folk." And he slouched back to his horse. "A mighty man and rough,"
said Asmund, looking after him. "I like his looks little."
"Natheless strong in battle," quoth Eric. "Had he not been at my back some 6 hours gone, by now the ravens had torn out these eyes of mine. Therefore, for my sake, bear with him." Asmund said it should be so, and then they passed on to the stead. Here Eric stripped off his harness, washed and bound up his wounds. Then, followed by Skallagrim, axe in hand, he came into the hall as men made ready to sit at meat. Now the tale of the mighty deeds that he had done, except that of the saving of Gudruda, had gone abroad, and as Brighteyes came, all men rose, and with one voice shouted till the roof of the great hall rocked.
"Welcome, Eric Brighteyes, thou glory of the South!"
Only Björn, Asmund's son, bit his hand and did not shout, for he hated Eric because of the fame that he had won. Brighteyes stood still till the clamour died, then said, "Much noise for little deeds, brethren. It is true that I overthrew the Mosfell Baresarks. See, here is one," and he turned to Skallagrim. "I strangled him in my arms on Mosfell's brink, and that was something of a deed. Then he swore fealty to me, and we are blood brethren now, and therefore I ask peace for him, comrades, even from those whom he has wronged, or whose kin he has slain. I know this, that when thereafter we stood back to back and met the company of Ospakar Blacktooth, who came to slay us, I and Asmund also, and bear away Gudruda to be his wife, he warred right gallantly, till 7 of their band lay stiff on Horsehead Heights, overthrown of us, and among them Mord, Blacktooth's son, and Ospakar himself went thence, sore smitten of this Skallagrim. Therefore, for my sake, do no harm to this man who was Baresark, but now is my thrall. And moreover, I beg the aid and friendship of all men of this quarter in those suits that will be laid against me at the Althing for these slayings, which I hereby give out as done by my hand and by the hand of Skallagrim Lambstail, the Baresark." At these words all men shouted again, but Atli the Earl sprang up from the high seat where Asmund had placed him, and, coming to Eric, kissed him, and drawing a gold chain from his neck, flung it about the neck of Eric, crying, "Thou art a glorious man, Eric Brighteyes. I thought the world had no more of such a breed. Listen to my bidding. Come thou to the earldom in the Orkneys and be a son to me, and I will give thee all good gifts, and when I die thou shalt sit in my seat after me." But Eric thought of Swanhild, who must go from Iceland as wife to Atli, and answered, "Thou doest me great honour, Earl, but this may not be. Where the fir is planted, there it must grow and fall. Iceland I love, and I will stay here among my own people till I am driven away." "That may well happen, then," said Atli. "For be sure Ospakar and his kin will not let the matter of these slayings rest, and I think that it will not avail thee much that thou smotest for thine own hand. Then come thou and be my man." "Where the Norns lead, there I must follow," said Eric, and sat down to meat. Skallagrim sat down also at the side bench, but men shrank from him, and he glowered on them in answer. Presently Gudruda entered, and she seemed pale and faint. When he had done eating, Eric drew Gudruda on to his knee, and she sat there, resting her golden head upon his breast. But Swanhild did not come into the hall, though ever Earl Atli sought her dark face and lovely eyes of blue, and he wondered greatly how his wooing had sped. Still, at this time he spoke no more of it to Asmund. Now Skallagrim drank much ale and glared about him fiercely, for he had this fault, that at times he was drunken. In front of him were 2 thralls of Asmund's. They were brothers and large-made men, and they watched Asmund's sheep upon the fells in winter. These 2 also grew drunk, and jeered at Skallagrim, asking him what atonement he would make for those ewes of Asmund's that he had stolen last Yule, and how it came to pass that he, a Baresark, had been overthrown of an unarmed man. Skallagrim bore their jibes for space as he drank on, but suddenly he rose and rushed at them, seizing a man's throat in either hand, thrust them to the ground beneath him, and nearly choked them there. Then Eric ran down the hall, and putting out his strength, tore the Baresark from them. "This then is thy peacefulness, thou wolf?" Eric cried. "Thou art drunk." "Ay," growled Skallagrim, "ale is many a man's doom." "Have a care that it is not thine and mine, then," said Eric. "Go sleep, and know that, if I see thee thus once more, I see thee not again." But after this men jeered no more at Skallagrim Lambstail, Eric's thrall. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 11 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 11. How Swanhild bid farewell to Eric. Now all this while Asmund sat deep in thought, but when, at length, men were sunk in sleep, he took a candle of fat, and passed to the shut bed where Swanhild slept alone. She lay on her bed, and her curling hair was all about her. She was awake, for the light gleamed in her blue eyes, and on a naked knife that was on the bed beside her, half hidden by her hair. "What wouldst thou, foster father?" she asked, rising in the couch. Asmund closed the curtains, then looked at her sternly, and spoke in a low voice. "Thou art fair to be so vile a thing, Swanhild," he said. "Who now would have dreamed that heart of thine could talk with goblins and with werewolves, that those eyes of thine could bear to look on murder, and those white hands find strength to do the sin?" She held up her shapely arms, and, looking on them, laughed. "Would that they had been fashioned in a stronger mould," she said. "May they wither in their woman's weakness. Else had the deed been done outright. Now my crime is as heavy upon me, and nothing gained by it. Say what fate for me, foster father? The stone of doom, and the pool where faithless women lie? Ah, then might Gudruda laugh indeed, and I will not live to hear that laugh. See," and she gripped the dagger at her side, "along this bright edge runs the path to peace and freedom, and, if need be, I will tread it." "Be silent," said Asmund. "This Gudruda, my daughter, whom thou wouldst have foully done to death, is thine own sister, and it is she who, pitying thee, hath pleaded for thy life." "I will not of her pity, who have no pity," she answered. "And this I say to thee, who art my father. Shame be on thee, who hast not dared to own thy child." "Hadst thou not been my child, Swanhild, and had I not loved thee secretly as my child, be sure of this, I had long since driven thee hence, for my eyes have been opened to much that I have not seemed to see. But at length thy wickedness has overcome my love, and I will see thy face no more. Listen, none have heard of this shameful deed of thine, save those who saw it, and their tongues are sealed. Now I give thee choice: wed Atli and go, or stand in the doom ring and take thy fate." "Have I not said, father, while death may be sought otherwise, that I will never do this last? Nor will I do the first. I am not all of the tame breed of you Iceland folk. Other and quicker blood runs in my veins. Nor will I be sold in marriage to a dotard as a mare is sold at market. I have answered."
"Fool, think again, for I go not back upon my word. Wed Atli or die, by thy own hand, if thou wilt. There I will not gainsay thee, or if thou fearest this, then anon, in the doom ring." Now Swanhild covered her eyes with her hands and shook the long hair about her face, and it seemed wondrous fair to Asmund the priest who watched. And as she sat thus, it came into her mind that marriage is not the end of a young maid's life, that old husbands have been known to die, and that she might rule this Atli and his earldom, and become a rich and honoured woman, setting her sails in such fashion that when the wind turned it would fill them. Otherwise she must die. Ay, die shamed and leave Gudruda with her love. Suddenly she slipped from the bed to the floor of the chamber, and, clasping the knees of Asmund, looked up through the meshes of her hair, while tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. "I have sinned," she sobbed. "I have sinned greatly against thee and my sister. Hearken, I was mad with love of Eric, whom from a child I have turned to, and Gudruda is fairer than I, and she took him from me. Most of all I was mad this night when I wrought the deed of shame, for ill things counselled me, things that I did not call, and oh, I thank the gods, if there are gods, that Gudruda died not at my hand. See now, father, I put this evil from me and tear Eric from my heart," and she made as though she rent her bosom. "I will wed Atli and be a good housewife to him, and I crave but this of Gudruda, that she forgive me her wrong. For it was not done of my will, but of my madness, and of the driving of those whom my mother taught me to know." Asmund listened, and the springs of his love thawed within him. "Now thou dost take good counsel," he said, "and of this be sure, that so long as thou art in that mood none shall harm thee. And for Gudruda, she is the most gentle of women, and it may well be that she will put away thy sin. So weep no more, and have no more dealings with thy Finnish witchcraft, but sleep, and tomorrow I will bear thy word to Atli, for his ship is bound, and thou must swiftly be made a wife."
He went out, bearing the light with him, but Swanhild rose from the ground and sat on the edge of the bed, staring into the darkness and shuddering from time to time. "I shall soon be made his wife," she murmured, "who would be but one man's wife, and methinks I shall soon be made a widow also. Thou wilt have me, dotard. Take me and thy fate. Well, well, better to wed an earl than to be shamed and stretched across the doomstone. Oh, weak arms that failed me at my need, no more will I put my trust in you. When next I wound, it shall be with the tongue. When next I strive to slay, it shall be by another's hand. Curses on thee, thou ill counsellor of darkness, who didst betray me at the last. Is it for this that I worshipped thee and swore the oath?"
The morning came, and at the first light Asmund sought the Earl. His heart was heavy because of the guile that his tongue must practise, and his face was dark as a winter dawn.
"What news, Asmund?" asked Atli.
"Early tidings are bad tidings, so runs the saw, and thy looks give weight to it."
"Not altogether bad, Earl. Swanhild gives herself to thee."
"Of her own will, Asmund?"
"Ay, of her own will, but I have warned thee of her temper."
"Her temper? Little hangs to a maid's temper. Once a wife, and it will melt in softness like the snow when summer comes. These are glad tidings, comrade, and methinks I grow young again beneath the breath of them. Why art thou so glum, then?"
"There is something that must yet be told of Swanhild," said Asmund. "She is called the Fatherless, but, if thou wilt have the truth, why here it is for thee. She is my daughter, born out of wedlock, and I know not how that will please thee."
Atli laughed aloud, and his bright eyes shone in his wrinkled face. "It pleases me well, Asmund, for then the maid is sprung from a sound stock. The name of the priest of Middalhof is famous far south of Iceland, and never that Iceland bred a comelier girl. Is that all?"
"One more thing, Earl. This I charge thee: watch thy wife, and hold her back from witchcraft and from dealings with evil things and trolls of darkness. She is of Finnish blood, and the women of the Finns are much given to such wicked work."
"I set little store by witchwork, goblins and their kin," said Atli. "I doubt me much of their power, and I shall soon wean Swanhild from such ways, if indeed she practise them."
Then they fell to talking of Swanhild's dower, and that was not small.
Afterwards Asmund sought Eric and Gudruda, and told them what had come to pass, and they were glad at the news, though they grieved for Atli the Earl. And when Swanhild met Gudruda, she came to her humbly, and humbly kissed her hand, and with tears craved pardon of her evil doing, saying that she must have been mad. Nor did Gudruda withhold it, for of all women she was the gentlest and most forgiving. But to Eric Swanhild said nothing. The wedding feast must be held on the third day from this, for Atli would sail on that same day, since his people wearied of waiting, and his ship might lie bound no longer. Blithe was Atli the Earl, and Swanhild was all changed, for now she seemed the gentlest of maids, and, as befitted one about to be made wife, moved through the house with soft words and downcast eyes. But Skallagrim, watching her, bethought him of the grey wolf that he had seen by Goldfoss, and this seemed not well to him.
"It would be bad now,"
he said to Eric as they rode to Coldback,
"to stand in yon earl's shoes. This woman's weather has changed too fast.
And after such a calm there'll come a storm indeed. I am now minded of Thorunna, for she went just so the day before she gave herself to Ospakar, and me to shame and bonds."
"Talk not of the raven till you hear his croak," said Eric.
"He is on the wing, lord,"
answered Skallagrim. Now Eric came to Coldback in the marsh, and Saevuna his mother and Unna, Thorod's daughter, the betrothed of Asmund, were glad to welcome him. For the tidings of his mighty deeds, and of the overthrow of Ospakar, and the slaying of Mord were noised far and wide. But at Skallagrim Lambstail they looked askance. Still, when they heard of those things that he had wrought on Horsehead Heights, they welcomed him for his deed's sake. Eric sat 2 nights at Coldback, and on the second day Saevuna his mother
and Unna rode thence with their servants to the wedding feast of Swanhild the Fatherless. But Eric stopped at Coldback that night, saying that he would be at Middalhof within 2 hours of sunrise, for he must talk with a shepherd who came from the fells. Saevuna and her company came to Middalhof, and was asked, first by Gudruda, then by Swanhild, why Brighteyes tarried. She answered that he would be there early on the morrow. Next morning, before it was light, Eric girded on Whitefire, took horse and rode from Coldback alone, for he would not bring Skallagrim, fearing lest he should get drunk at the feast and shed some man's blood. It was Swanhild's wedding day, but she greeted it with little lightsomeness of heart, and her eyes knew no sleep that night, though they were heavy with tears. At the first light she rose, and, gliding from the house, walked through the heavy dew down the path by which Eric must draw near, for she desired to speak with him. Gudruda also rose a while after, though she did not know this, and followed on the same path, for she would greet her lover at his coming. Now 3 furlongs or more from the stead stood a vetch stack, and Swanhild waited on the further side of this stack. Presently she heard a sound of singing come from behind the shoulder of the fell, and of the tramp of a horse's hoofs. Then she saw the golden wings of Eric's helm all ablaze with the sunlight as he rode merrily along, and great bitterness laid hold of her that Eric could be of such a joyous mood on the day when she who loved him must be made the wife of another man. Presently he was before her, and Swanhild stepped from the shadow of the stack and laid her hand upon his horse's bridle.
"Eric," she said humbly and with bowed head, "Gudruda sleeps yet. Canst thou, then, find time to hearken to my words?"
He frowned and said, "Methinks, Swanhild, it would be better if thou gavest thy words to him who is thy lord." She let the bridle rein drop from her hands.
"I am answered," she said. "Ride on."
Now pity stirred in Eric's heart, for Swanhild's mien was most heavy, and he leaped down from his horse. "Nay," he said, "speak on if thou hast anything to tell me."
"I have this to tell thee, Eric, that now, before we part for ever, I am come to ask thy pardon for my ill doing, ay, and to wish all joy to thee and thy fair love."
And she sobbed and choked. "Speak no more of it, Swanhild," he said, "but let thy good deeds cover up the ill, which are not small, so thou shalt be happy." She looked at him strangely, and her face was white with pain.
"How then are we so differently fashioned that thou, Eric, canst prate to me of happiness when my heart is racked with grief? Oh, Eric, I blame thee not, for thou hast not wrought this evil on me willingly, but I say this, that my heart is dead, as I would that I were dead. See those flowers, they smell sweet, for me they have no odour. Look on the light, leaping from Coldback to the sea, from the sea to Westman Isles, and from the Westman crown of rocks far into the wide heavens above. It is beautiful, is it not? Yet I tell thee, Eric, that now to my eyes howling winter darkness is every whit as fair. Joy is dead within me. Music's but a jangled madness in my ears. Food hath no savour on my tongue. My youth is sped ere my dawn is day. Nothing is left to me, Eric, save this fair body that thou didst scorn, and the dreams which I may gather from my hours of scanty sleep, and such shame as befalls a loveless bride."
"Speak not so, Swanhild," he said, and clasped her by the hand, for, though he loathed her wickedness, being soft-hearted and but young, it grieved him to hear her words, and see the anguish of her mind. For it is so with men, that they are easily moved by the pleading of a fair woman who loves them, even though they love her not.
"Yea, I will speak out all my mind before I seal it up for ever. See, Eric, this is my state, and thou hast set this crown of sorrow on my brows. And thou comest singing down the fell, and I go weeping o'er the sea. I am not all so ill at heart. It was love of thee that drove me down to sin, as love of thee might otherwise have lifted me to holiness. But, loving thee as thou seest, this day I wed a dotard, and go his chattel and his bride across the sea, and leave thee singing on the fell, and by thy side her who is my foe. Thou hast done great deeds, Brighteyes, and still greater shalt thou do, yet but as echoes they shall reach my ears. Thou wilt be to me as one dead, for it is Gudruda's to bind thy burnie on thy breast when thou goest forth to war, and hers to loose the winged helm from thy brow
when thou returnest, battle-worn and conquering."
Now Swanhild ceased, and choked with grief, then spoke again.
"So now farewell. Doubtless I weary thee, and Gudruda waits. Nay, look not on my foolish tears, they are the heritage of woman, of naught else is she sure. While I live, Eric, morn by morn the thought of thee shall come to wake me as the sun wakes yon snowy peak, and night by night thy memory shall pass as at eve he passes from the valleys but to dawn again in dreams. For, Eric, 'tis thee I wed to-day, at heart. I am thy bride, thine and thine only, and when shalt thou find a wife who holds thee so dear as that Swanhild whom once thou knewest? So now farewell. Yes, this time thou shalt kiss away my tears, and let them stream for ever. Thus, Eric, and thus do I take farewell of thee."
And now she clung about his neck, gazing on him with great dewy eyes, till things grew strange and dim, and he must kiss her, if only for her love and tender beauty's sake. And so he kissed, and it chanced that as they clung thus, Gudruda, passing by this path to give her betrothed greetings, came upon them and stood astonished. Then she turned, and putting her hands to her head, fled back swiftly to the stead, and waited there, great anger burning in her heart, for Gudruda had this fault, that she was very jealous. Now Eric and Swanhild did not see her, and presently they parted, and Swanhild wiped her eyes and glided thence. As she drew near the stead she found Gudruda watching.
"Where hast thou been, Swanhild?"
she said.
"To bid farewell to Brighteyes, Gudruda. Then thou art foolish, for doubtless he thrust thee from him." "Nay, Gudruda, he drew me to him. Hearken, I say, thou sister, vex me not, for I go my ways and thou goest thine. Thou art strong and fair, and hitherto thou hast overcome me, but I am also fair, and, if I find space to strike in, I also have a show of strength. Pray thou that I find not space, Gudruda. Now is Eric thine, perchance one day he may be mine. It lies in the lap of the Norns." "Fair words from Atli's bride," mocked Gudruda. "Ay, Atli's bride, but never Atli's love," said Swanhild, and swept on. A while after Eric rode up. He was shamefaced and vexed at heart, because he had yielded thus to Swanhild's beauty, and had been melted by her tender words, and kissed her. Then he saw Gudruda, and at the sight of her all thought of Swanhild passed from him, for he loved Gudruda, and her alone. He leapt down from his horse and ran to her, but, drawn to her full height, she stood with dark, flashing eyes and fair face set in anger. Still, he would have greeted her lover-wise, but she lifted her hand and waved him back, and fear took hold of him. "What now, Gudruda?" he asked, faltering. "What now, Eric?"
she answered, faltering not.
"Hast seen Swanhild?"
"Yea, I have seen Swanhild. She came to bid farewell to me. What of it?"
"What of it? Why, thus and thus and thus didst thou bid farewell to Atli's bride. Ay, thus and thus, with clinging lips and twined arms. Warm and soft was thy farewell kiss to her who would have slain me, Brighteyes."
"Gudruda, thou speakest truth, though how thou sawest I know not. Think no ill of it, and scourge me not with words, for, sooth to say, I was melted by her grief and the music of her talk."
"It is shame to thee so to speak of her, whom but now thou heldest in thine arms. By the grief and the music of the talk of her who would have murdered me, thou wast melted into kisses, Eric? For I saw it with these eyes. Knowest thou what I am minded to say to thee? It is this: go hence and see me no more, for I have little wish to cleave to such a feather man, to one so blown about by the first breath of woman's tempting."
"Yet methinks, Gudruda, I have withstood some such winds. I tell thee that, hadst thou been in my place, thyself hadst yielded to Swanhild and kissed her in farewell, for she was more than woman in that hour."
"Nay, Eric, I am no weak man to be led astray thus. Yet she is more than woman, troll is she also, that I know. But less than man art thou, Eric, thus to fall before her who hates me. Time may come when she shall woo thee after a stronger sort, and what wilt thou say to her then, thou who art so ready with thy kisses?"
"I will withstand her, Gudruda, for I love thee only, and this is well known to thee."
"Truly I know thou lovest me, Eric,
But tell me of what worth is this love of man, that eyes of beauty and tongue of craft may so readily bewray? I doubt me of thee, Eric."
"Nay, doubt me not, Gudruda. I love thee alone. But I grew soft as wax beneath her pleading. My heart consented not, yet I did consent. I have no more to say." Now Gudruda looked on him long and steadfastly.
"Thy plight is sorry, Eric," she said, "and this once I forgive thee. Look to it that thou givest me no more cause to doubt thee, for then I shall remember how thou didst bid farewell to Swanhild."
"I will give none," he answered, and would have embraced her, but this she would not suffer then, nor for many days after, for she was angry with him. But with Swanhild she was still more angry, though she said nothing of it. That Swanhild had tried to murder her Gudruda could forgive, for there she had failed, but not that she had won Eric to kiss her, for in this she had succeeded well. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 12 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 12. How Eric was outlawed and sailed a viking. Now the marriage feast went on, and Swanhild, draped in white and girt about with gold, sat by Atli's side upon the high seat. He was fain of her, and drew her to him, but she looked at him with cold, calm eyes in which hate lurked. The feast was done, and all the company rode to the sea-strand, where the Earl's ship lay at anchor. They came there, and Swanhild kissed Asmund, and talked awhile with Groa, her mother, and bade farewell to all men, but she bade no farewell to Eric and to Gudruda. "Why sayest thou no word to these two?" asked Atli, her husband.
"For this reason, Earl," she answered, "because ere long we three shall meet again, but I shall see Asmund my father and Groa my mother no more."
"That is an ill saying, wife," said Atli. "Methinks thou dost foretell their doom."
"Mayhap. And now I will add to my redes, for I foretell thy doom also. It is not yet, but it draws on."
Then Atli bethought him of many wise saws, but spoke no more, for it seemed to him this was a strange bride that he had wed. They hauled the anchor home, shook out the great sail, and passed away into the evening night. But while land could still be seen, Swanhild stood near the helm, gazing with her blue eyes upon the lessening coast. Then she passed to the hold, and shut herself in alone, and there she stayed, saying that she was sick, till at length, after a fair voyage of 20 days, they made the Orkney Islands. But all this pleased Atli wondrous ill, yet he dared not cross her mood. Now, in Iceland, the time drew on when men must ride to the Althing, and notice was given to Eric Brighteyes of many suits that were laid against him, in that he had brought Mord, Ospakar's son, to his death, dealing him a brain or a body or a marrow wound, and others of that company. But no suits were laid against Skallagrim, for he was already outlaw. Therefore he must go in hiding, for men were out to slay him, and this he did unwillingly, at Eric's bidding. Asmund took up Eric's case, for he was the most famous of all lawmen in that day, and when 13 full weeks of summer were done, they too rode to the Althing, and with them a great company of men of their quarter. Now men go up to the Lögberg, and there came Ospakar, though he was not yet healed of his wound, and all his company, and lay their suits against Eric by the mouth of Gizur the lawman, Ospakar's son. The pleadings were long and cunning on either side, but the end of it was that Ospakar brought it about, by the help of his friends, and of these he had many, that Eric must go into outlawry for 3 years. But no weregild was to be paid to Ospakar and his men for those who had been killed, and no atonement for the great wound that Skallagrim Lambstail gave him, or for the death of Mord his son, inasmuch as Eric fought for his own hand to save his life. The party of Ospakar were ill pleased at this finding, and Eric was not over glad, for it was little to his mind that he should sail a-warring across the seas, while Gudruda sat at home in Iceland. Still there was no help for the matter. Now Ospakar spoke with his company,
and the end of it was that he called on them to take their weapons and avenge themselves by their own might. Asmund and Eric, seeing this, mustered their army of freemen and thralls. There were 105 of them, all stout men, but Ospakar Blacktooth's band numbered 133, and they stood with their backs to the Raven's Rift. "Now I would that Skallagrim was here to guard my back," said Eric, "for before this fight is done, few will be left standing to tell its tale."
"It is a sad thing," said Asmund, "that so many men must die because some men are now dead."
"A very sad thing," said Eric, and took this counsel. He stalked alone towards the ranks of Ospakar and called in a loud voice, saying, "It would be grievous that so many warriors should fall in such a matter. Now hearken, you company of Ospakar Blacktooth. If there be any two among you who will dare match their might against my single sword in holmgang, here I, Eric Brighteyes, stand and wait them. It is better that one man, or perchance 3 men, should fall, than that anon so many should roll in the dust. What say ye?" Now all those who watched called out that this was a good offer, and a manly one, though it might turn out ill for Eric. But Ospakar answered,
"Were I but well of my wound, I alone would cut that golden comb of thine, thou braggart. As it is, be sure that 2 shall be found."
"Who is the braggart?" answered Eric. "He who twice has learned the weight of this arm and yet boasts his strength? Or I, who stand craving that 2 should come against me? Get thee hence, Ospakar, get thee home and bid Thorunna, thy leman, whom thou didst beguile from that Alnund, who is now named Skallagrim Lambstail the Baresark, nurse thee whole of the wound her husband gave thee. Be sure we shall yet stand face to face, and that combs shall be cut then, combs black or golden. Nurse thee, cease thy prating. Get thee home, and bid Thorunna nurse thee. But first name thou the 2 who shall stand against me in holmgang in Oxarra's stream." Folk laughed aloud while Eric mocked, but Ospakar gnashed his teeth with rage. Still he named the 2 mightiest men in his company, bidding them take up their swords against Brighteyes. This, indeed, they were loath to do. Still, because of the shame that they must get if they hung back, and for fear of the wrath of Ospakar, they made ready to obey his bidding. Then all men passed down to the bank of Oxarra, and, on the other side, people came from their booths and sat upon the slope of All Man's Raft, for it was a new thing that one man should fight 2 in holmgang. Now Eric crossed to the island where holmgangs are fought to this day, and after him came the 2 chosen, flourishing their swords bravely, and taking counsel how one should rush at his face, while the other passed behind his back and spit at him, as woodfolk spit a lamb. Eric drew Whitefire and leaned on it, waiting for the word, and all the women held him to be wondrous fair, as, clad in his byrnie and his golden helm, he leaned thus on Whitefire. Presently the word was given, and Eric, standing not to defend himself as they deemed he surely would, whirled Whitefire round his helm and rushed headlong on his foes, shield aloft. The great carles saw the light that played on Whitefire's edge, and the other light that burned in Eric's eyes, and terror got hold of them. Now he was almost come, and Whitefire sprang aloft like a tongue of flame. Then they stayed no more, but, running one this way and one that, cast themselves into the flood and swam for the river edge. Now from either bank rose up a roar of laughter that grew and grew, till it echoed against the lava rifts and scared the ravens from their nests. Eric, too, stopped his charge and laughed aloud, then walked back to where Asmund stood, unarmed, to second him in the holmgang. "I can get little honour from such champions as these," he said.
"Nay," answered Asmund, "thou hast got the greatest honour, and they, and Ospakar, such shame as may not be wiped out."
Now when Blacktooth saw what had come to pass, he well nigh choked and fell from his horse in fury. Still he could find no stomach for fighting, but, mustering his company, rode straightway from the Althing home again to Swinefell. But he caused those 2 whom he had put to do battle with Eric to be set upon with staves and driven from his following, and the end of it was that they might stay no more in Iceland, but took ship and sailed south, and now they are out of the story. On the next day Asmund, and with him Eric and all their men, rode back to Middalhof. Gudruda greeted Eric well, and for the first time since Swanhild went away she kissed him. Moreover, she wept bitterly when she learned that he must go into outlawry, while she must bide at home. "How shall the days pass by, Eric," she said, "when thou art far, and I know not where thou art, nor how it goes with thee, nor if thou livest or art already dead?" "In sooth I cannot say, sweet," he answered, "but of this I am sure that, wheresoever I am, yet more weary shall be my hours." "3 years," she went on, "3 long, cold years, and no sight of thee, and perchance no tidings from thee, till mayhap I learn that thou art in that land whence tidings cannot come. Oh, it would be better to die than to part thus."
"Well I wot that it is better to die than to live, and better never to have been born than to live and die," answered Eric sadly. "Here, it would seem, is nothing but hate and strife, weariness and bitter envy to fret away our strength, and at last, if we come so far, sorrowful age and death, and thereafter we know not what. Little of good do we find to our hands, and much of evil. Nor know I for what ill doings these burdens are laid upon us. Yet must we needs breathe such an air as is blown about us, Gudruda, clasping at this happiness which is given, though we may not hold it. At the worst, the game will soon be played, and others will stand where we have stood, and strive as we have striven, and fail as we have failed, and so on, till man has worked out his doom, and the gods cease from their wrath, or Ragnarok come upon them, and they too are lost in the jaws of Grey Wolf Fenrir."
"Men may win one good thing, and that is fame, Eric."
"Nay, Gudruda, what is it to win fame? Is it not to raise up foes, as it were, from the very soil, who, made with secret hate, seek to stab us in the back? Is it not to lose peace, and toil on from height to height, only to be hurled down at last? Happy, then, is the man whom fame flies from, for hers is a deadly gift."
"Yet there is one thing left that thou hast not numbered, Eric, and it is love. For love is to our life what the sun is to the world, and though it seems to set in death, yet it may rise again. We are happy, then, in our love, for there are many who live their lives and do not find it."
So these two, Eric Brighteyes and Gudruda the Fair, talked sadly, for their hearts were heavy, and on them lay the shadow of sorrows that were to come. "Say, sweet," said Eric at length, "wilt thou that I go not into banishment? Then I must fall into outlawry, and my life will be in the hands of him who may take it. Yet I think that my foes will find it hard to come by while my strength remains, and at the worst I do but turn to meet the fate that dogs me."
"Nay, that I will not suffer, Brighteyes. Now we will go to my father, and he shall give thee his dragon of war. She is a good vessel, and thou shalt man her with the briskest men of our quarter, for there are many who will be glad to fare abroad with thee, Eric. Soon she shall be bound, and thou shalt sail at once, Eric, for sooner thou art gone the sooner the 3 years will be sped, and thou shalt come back to me. But oh, that I might go with thee!"
Now Gudruda and Eric went to Asmund and spoke of this matter. "I desired," he answered, "that thou, Eric, shouldst bide here in Iceland till after harvest, for it is then that I would take Unna, Thorod's daughter, to wife, and it was meet that thou shouldst sit at the wedding feast and give her to me."
"Nay, father, let Eric go," said Gudruda, "for well begun is, surely, half done. He must remain 3 years in outlawry. Add thou no day to them, for if he stays here for long, I know this, that I shall find no heart to let him go, and, if go he must, then I shall go with him."
"That may never be," said Asmund. "Thou art too young and fair to sail a viking down the sea path. Hearken, Eric, I give thee the good ship, and now we will go about to find stout men to man her." "That is a good gift," said Eric, and afterwards they rowed to the seashore and overhauled the vessel as she lay in her shed. She was a great dragon of war, long and slender, and standing high at the stem and prow. She was fashioned of oak, all bolted together with iron, and at her prow was a gilded dragon most wonderfully carved. Eric looked on her and his eyes brightened. "Here rests a wave horse that shall bear a viking well," he said. "Ay," answered Asmund, "of all the things I own this ship is the very best. She is so swift that none may catch her, and she can almost go about in her own length. That gale must be heavy that shall fill her,
with thee to steer, yet I give her to thee freely, Eric, and thou shalt do great deeds with this my gift. And, if things go well, she shall come back to this shore at last, and thou in her." "Now I will name this war gift with a new name," said Eric. "Gudruda I name her, for as Gudruda here is the fairest of all women, so is this the fairest of all war dragons."
"So be it," said Asmund.
Then they rode back to Middalhof, and now Eric Brighteyes let it be known that he needed men to sail the seas with him. Nor did he ask in vain, for, when it was told that Eric went a viking, so great was his fame grown, that many a stout yeoman and many a great-limbed carl reached down sword and shield and came up to Middalhof to put their hands in his. For mate he took a certain man named Hall of Lithdale, and this because Björn asked it. For Hall was a friend of Björn, and he had, moreover, great skill in all manner of seamanship, and had often sailed the northern seas, ay, and round England to the coast of France. But when Gudruda saw this man, she did not like him, because of his sharp face, uncanny eyes, and smooth tongue, and she prayed Eric to have nothing to do with him. "It is too late now to talk of that," said Eric. "Hall is a well-skilled man, and, for the rest, fear not, I will watch him." "Then evil will come of it," said Gudruda. Skallagrim also liked Hall little, nor did Hall love Skallagrim and his great axe. At length all were gathered. They were 50 in number, and it is said that no such band of men ever took ship from Iceland. Now the great dragon was bound, and her faring goods were aboard her, for Eric must sail on the morrow, if the wind should be fair. All day long he stalked to and fro among his men. He would trust nothing to others, and there was no sword or shield in his company but he himself had proved it. All day long he stalked, and at his back went Skallagrim Lambstail, axe on shoulder, for he would never leave Eric if he had his will, and they were a mighty pair. At length all was ready, and men sat down to the faring feast, in the hall at Middalhof, and that was a great feast. Eric's folk were gathered on the side benches, and by the high seat at Asmund's side sat Brighteyes, and near to him were Björn, Asmund's son, Gudruda, Unna, Asmund's betrothed, and Savuna, Eric's mother. For this had been settled between Asmund and Eric, that his mother Savuna, who was somewhat sunk in age, should flit from Coldback and come with Unna to dwell at Middalhof. But Eric set a trusty grieve to dwell at Coldback and mind the farm. When the faring toasts had been drunk, Eric spoke to Asmund and said, "I fear one thing, lord, and that is when I am gone, Ospakar will trouble thee. Now, I pray you all to beware of Blacktooth, for, though the hound is whipped, he can still bite, and it seems that he has not yet put Gudruda from his mind." Now Björn had sat silently, thinking much and drinking more, for he loved Eric less than ever on this day, when he saw how all men did him honour, and mourned his going, and his father not the least of them. "Methinks it is thou, Eric," he said, "whom Ospakar hates, and thee on whom he would work his vengeance, and that for no light cause. When bad fortune sits in thy neighbour's house, she knocks upon thy door, Björn. Gudruda, thy sister, is my betrothed, and thou art a party to this feud," said Eric. "Therefore it becomes thee better to hold her honour and thy own against this Northlander, than to gird at me for that in which I have no blame." Björn grew wroth at these words. "Prate not to me," he said. "Thou art an upstart who wouldst teach their duty to thy betters. Ay, puffed up with light-won fame, like a feather on the breeze. But I say this: the breeze shall fail, and thou shalt fall upon the goose's back once more. I say this also, that, had I my will, Gudruda should wed Ospakar, for he is a mighty chief, and not a long-legged carle outlawed for manslaying." Now Eric sprang up from his seat and laid hand upon the hilt of Whitefire, while men murmured in the hall, for they held this an ill speech of Björn's. "In thee it seems I have no friend," said Eric, "and hadst thou been any other man than Gudruda's brother, forsooth thou shouldst answer for thy mocking words. This I tell thee, Björn, that, wert thou twice her brother, if thou plottest with Ospakar when I am gone, thou shalt pay dearly for it when I come back again. I know thy heart well. It is cunning and greedy of gain, and filled with envy as a cask with ale. Yet, if thou lovest to feel it beating in thy breast, strive not to work me mischief and to put Gudruda from me." Now Björn sprang up also and drew his sword, for he was white with rage. But Asmund his father cried,
"Peace!"
in a great voice.
"Peace!"
He said,
"Be seated, Eric, and take no heed of this foolish talk. And for thee, Björn, art thou the priest of Middalhof and Gudruda's father, or am I? It has pleased me to betroth Brighteyes to Gudruda, and it pleased me not to betroth her to Ospakar, and that is enough for thee. For the rest, Ospakar would have slain Eric, not he Ospakar. Therefore Eric's hands are clean. Though thou art my son, I say this, that, if thou workest ill to Eric when he is over sea, thou shalt rightly learn the weight of Whitefire. It is a niddering deed to plot against an absent man." Eric sat down, but Björn strode scowling from the hall, and, taking horse, rode south. Nor did he and Eric meet again till 3 years had come and gone, and then they met but once.
"Maggots shall breed of that fly, nor shall they lack flesh to feed on,"
said Skallagrim in Eric's ears as he watched Björn pass. But Eric bade him be silent, and turned to Gudruda. "Look not so sad, sweet," he said, "for hasty words rise like the foam on mead and pass as soon. It vexes Björn that thy father has given me the good ship, but his anger will soon pass, or, at the very worst, I fear him not while thou art true to me." "Then thou hast little to fear, Eric," she answered. "Look now on thy hair. It grows long as a woman's, and that is ill, for at sea the salt will hang to it. Say, shall I cut it for thee?" "Yes, Gudruda." So she cut his yellow locks, and one of them lay upon her heart for many a day. "Now thou shalt swear to me," she whispered in his ear, "that no other man or woman shall cut thy hair till thou comest back to me and I clip it again." "That I swear, and readily," he answered. "I will go long-haired like a girl for thy sake, Gudruda." He spoke low, but Koll the half-witted, Groa's thrall, heard this oath and kept it in his mind. Very early on the morrow all men rose, and taking horse rode once more to the seaside, till they came to that shed where the Gudruda lay. Then, when the tide was high, Eric's company took hold of the black ship's thwarts, and at his word dragged her with might and main. She ran down the greased blocks and sped on quivering to the sea. As her dragon prow dipped in the water people cheered aloud. Now Eric must bid farewell to all, and this he did with a brave heart, till at the last he came to Saevuna his mother, and Gudruda his dear love. "Farewell, son," said the old dame. "I have little hope that these eyes shall look again upon that bonny face of thine. Yet I am well paid for my birth pains, for few have borne such a man as thou. Think of me at times, for without me thou hadst never been. Be not led astray of women, nor lead them astray, or ill shall overtake thee. Be not quarrelsome because of thy great might, for there is a stronger than the strongest. Spare a fallen foe, and take not a poor man's goods or a brave man's sword, but, when thou smitest, smite home. So shalt thou win honour, and, at the last, peace. That is more than honour." Eric thanked her for her counsel, and kissed her, then turned to Gudruda, who stood, white and still, plucking at her golden girdle. "What can I say to thee?" he asked. "Say nothing, but go," she answered. "Go before I weep." "Weep not, Gudruda, or thou wilt unman me. Say, thou wilt think on me?" "Ay, Eric, by day and by night." "And thou wilt be true to me?" "Ay, till death and after, for so long as thou cleavest to me, I will cleave to thee. I will first die rather than betray thee. But of thee I am not so sure. Perchance thou mayest find Swanhild in thy journeyings, and crave more kisses of her." "Anger me not, Gudruda. Thou knowest well that I hate Swanhild more than any other woman. When I kiss her again, then thou mayest wed Ospakar." "Speak not so rashly, Eric," she said, and as she spoke Skallagrim drew near.
"If thou lingerest here, lord, the tide will serve us little round Westmans,"
he said, eyeing Gudruda as it were with jealousy. "I come," said Eric. "Gudruda, fare thee well." She kissed him and clung to him, but did not answer, for she could not speak. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 13 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 13. How Hall the mate cut the grapnel chain. Gudruda bent her head like a drooping flower, and presently sank to earth, for her knees would bear her weight no more. But Eric marched to the lip of the sea, his head held high, and laughing merrily to hide his pain of heart. Here stood Asmund, who gripped him by both hands, and kissed him on the brow, bidding him good luck. "I know not whether we shall meet again," he said, "but if my hours be sped before thou returnest, this I charge thee, that thou mindest Gudruda well, for she is the sweetest of all women that I have known, and I hold her the most dear." "Fear not for that, lord," said Eric. "I pray thee this, that, if I come back no more, as well may happen, do not force Gudruda into marriage if she wills it not, and I think she will have little leaning that way. And I say this also, do not count overmuch on Björn thy son, for he has no loyal heart, and beware of Groa, who was thy housekeeper, for she loves not that Unna should take her place and more. And now I thank thee for many good things, and farewell." "Farewell, my son," said Asmund, "for in this hour thou seemest as a son to me." Eric turned to enter the sea and wade to the vessel, but Skallagrim caught him in his arms as though he were but a child, and, wading into the surf till the water covered his waist belt, bore him to the vessel and lifted him up, so that Eric reached the bulwarks with his hands. Then they loosed the cable and got out the oars and soon were dancing over the sea. Presently the breeze caught them, and they set the great sail and sped away like a gull towards the Westman Islands. But Gudruda sat on the shore watching till, at length, the light faded from Eric's golden helm as he stood upon the poop, and the world grew dark to her. Now Ospakar Blacktooth had news of this sailing and took counsel of Gizur his son, and the end of it was that they made ready 2 great ships, dragons of war, and, placing 60 fighting men in each of them, sailed round the Iceland coast to the Westmans and waited there to waylay Eric. They had spies on the land, and from them they learned of Brighteyes' coming, and sailed out to meet him in the channel between the greater and the lesser islands, where they knew that he must pass. Now it drew towards evening when Eric rowed down this channel, for the wind had fallen, and he desired to be clear at sea. Presently, as the Gudruda came near to the mouth of the channel, that had high cliffs on either side, Eric saw 2 long dragons of war, for their bulwarks were shield-hung, glide from the cover of the island and take their station side by side between him and the open sea. "Now here are vikings," said Eric to Skallagrim.
"Now here is Ospakar Blacktooth," answered Skallagrim, "for well I know that raven banner of his. This is a good voyage, for we must seek but a little while before we come to fighting."
Eric bade the men lay on their oars, and spoke. "Before us is Ospakar Blacktooth in 2 great dragons, and he is here to cut us off. Now 2 choices are left to us. One is to bout ship and run before him, and the other is to row on and give him battle. What say ye, comrades?" Hall of Lithdale, the mate, answered, saying, "Let us go back, lest we die. The odds are too great, Eric." But a man among the crew cried out, "When thou didst go on holmgang at Thingvalla, Eric, Ospakar's 2 chosen champions stood before thee. Yet at Whitefire's flash they scurried through the water like startled ducks. It was an omen, for so shall his great ships fly when we swoop on them." Then the others shouted, "Ay, ay, never let it be said that we fled from Ospakar. Fie on thy women's talk, Hall." "Then we are all of one mind, save Hall only," said Eric. "Let us put Ospakar to the proof." And while the men shouted, "Yea!" he turned to speak with Skallagrim. The Baresark was gone, for, wasting no breath in words, already he was fixing the long shields on the bulwark rail. The men busked on their harness and made them fit for fight, and, when all was ready, Eric mounted the poop, and with him Skallagrim, and bade the rowers give way. The Gudruda leapt forward and rushed on towards Ospakar's ships. Now they saw that these were bound together with a cable, and yet they must go betwixt them. Eric ran forward to the prow, and with him Skallagrim, and called aloud to a great man who stood upon the ship to starboard, wearing a black helm with raven's wings.
"Who art thou that bars the sea against me?"
"I am named Ospakar Blacktooth," answered the great man. "And what must we lose at thy hands, Ospakar?" "But one thing, your lives," answered Blacktooth. "Thrice have we stood face to face, Ospakar," said Eric, "and it seems that hitherto thou hast won no great glory. Now it shall be proved if thy luck has bettered."
"Art yet healed, lord, of that prick in the shoulder which thou camest by on Horsehead Heights?" roared Skallagrim.
For answer Ospakar seized a spear and hurled it straight at Eric, and it had been his death had he not caught it in his hand as it flew. Then he cast it back, and that so mightily that it sped straight through the shield of Ospakar and was the bane of a man who stood beside him. "A gift for a gift!" laughed Eric. On rushed the Gudruda, but now the cable was strained 6 fathoms from her bow that held together the ships of Ospakar, and it was too strong for breaking. Eric looked and saw. Then he drew Whitefire, and while all men wondered, leapt over the prow of the ship, and, clasping the golden dragon's head with his arm, set his feet upon its claws and waited. On sped the ship, and spears flew thick and fast about him, but there Brighteyes hung. Now the Gudruda's bow caught the great rope and strained it taut, and, as it rose beneath her weight, Eric smote swift and strong with Whitefire and clove it in two, so that the severed ends fell with a splash into the quiet water. Eric sprang back to deck while stones and spears hissed about him.
"That was well done, lord," said Skallagrim. "Now we shall be snugly berthed."
"In oars and out grappling irons!" shouted Eric. Up rose the rowers, and their war gear rattled as they rose. They drew in the long oars, and not before it was time, for now the Gudruda forced her way between the 2 dragons of Ospakar, and lay with her bow to their sterns. Then with a shout Eric's men cast the irons, and soon the ships were locked fast and the fight began. The spears flew thick, and on either side some got their death before them. Then the men of that vessel, named the Raven, which was to larboard of the Gudruda, made ready to board. On they came with a rush, and were driven back, though hardly, for they were many, and those who stood against them few. Again they came, scrambling over the bulwarks, and this time a score of them leapt aboard. Eric turned from the fight against the dragon of Ospakar and saw it. Then, with Skallagrim, he rushed to meet the boarders as they swarmed along the hold, and naught might withstand the axe and sword. Through and through them swept the mighty pair. Now Whitefire flashed, and now the great axe fell, and at every stroke a man lay dead or wounded. 6 of the boarders turned to fly, but just then the grappling iron broke, and their ship drifted out with the tide towards the open sea, and presently no man of that 20 was left alive. Now the men of the ship of Ospakar and of the Gudruda pressed each other hard. Thrice did Ospakar strive to come aboard, and thrice he was pushed back. Eric was ever where he was most needed, and with him Skallagrim, for these 2 threw themselves from side to side, and were now here and now there, so that it seemed as though they were not 1 golden helm and 1 black, but rather 4 aboard the Gudruda. Eric looked and saw the other ship was drawing round, though somewhat slowly, to come alongside of them once more. "Now we must make an end of Ospakar, else our hands will be over full," he said, and therewith sprang up upon the bulwarks, and after him many men. Once they were driven back, but came on again, and now they thrust all Ospakar's men before them, and passed up his ship on both boards. By the mast stood Ospakar, and with him Gizur his son, and Eric strove to come to him, but many men were between them, and he could not do this. Presently, while the fight yet went on hotly and men fell fast, Brighteyes felt the dragon of Ospakar strike, and, looking, saw that they had drifted with the send of the tide on to the rocks of the island. There was a great hole in the hull amidships, and the water rushed in fast. "Back, men, back!" he cried, and all his folk that were unhurt ran and leapt on board the Gudruda. But Ospakar and his men sprang into the sea and swam for the shore. Then Skallagrim cut loose the grappling irons with his axe, and that not too soon, for scarcely had they pushed clear with great toil when the long warship slipped from the rock and foundered, taking many dead and wounded men with her. Now Ospakar and some of his men stood safe upon the rocks, and Eric called to him in mockery, bidding him come aboard the Gudruda. Ospakar made no answer, but stood gnawing his hand, while the water ran from him. Only Gizur his son cursed them aloud. Eric was greatly minded to follow them, and land and fight them there, but he might not do this, because of the rocks and of the other dragon that hung about them, fearing to come on, and yet not willing to go back. "We will have her at the least," said Eric, and bade the rowers get out the oars.
Now, when the men on board the other ship saw the Gudruda drawing on, they took to their oars at once and rowed swiftly for the sea, and at this a great roar of laughter went down Eric's ship. "They shall not slip from us easily," said Eric. "Give way, comrades, and after them." But the men were much wearied with fighting, and the decks were all cumbered with dead and wounded, so that by the time the Gudruda had put about and come to the mouth of the waterway, Ospakar's vessel had shaken out her sails and caught the wind, that now blew strong offshore, and sped away 6 furlongs or more from Eric's prow. "Now we shall see how the Gudruda sails," said Eric, and they spread their canvas and gave chase. Then Eric bade men clear the decks of the dead and tend the wounded. He had lost 7 men slain outright, and 3 were wounded, 1 to death, but on board the ship there lay of Ospakar's force 23 dead men. When all were cast into the sea, men ate and rested. "We have not done so badly," said Eric to Skallagrim.
"We shall do better yet," said Skallagrim to Eric. "Rather had I seen Ospakar's head lying in the scuppers than those of all his carles, for he may get more men, but never another head."
Now the wind freshened, till by midnight it blew strongly. The mate Hall came to Eric and said, "The Gudruda dips her nose deep in Rand's cup. Say, Eric, shall we shorten sail?" "Nay," answered Eric, "keep her full and bail. Where yonder raven flies, my sea stag must follow," and he pointed to the warship that rode the waves before them. After midnight clouds came up, with rain, and hid the face of the night sun and the ship they sought. The wind blew ever harder, till at length, when the rain had passed and the clouds lifted, there was much water in the hold, and the bailers could hardly stand at their work. Men murmured, and Hall the mate murmured most of all, but still Eric held on, for there, not 2 furlongs ahead of them, rode the dragon of Ospakar. But now, being afraid of wind and sea, she had lowered her sail somewhat, and made as though she would put about and run for Iceland. "That she may not do," called Eric to Skallagrim. "If once she rolls side on to those seas, Ran has her, for she must fill and sink."
"So they hold, lord," answered Skallagrim. "See, once more she runs."
"Ay, but we run faster. She is outsailed. Up, men, up, for presently the fight begins." "It is bad to join battle in such a sea," quoth Hall.
"Good or bad," growled Skallagrim, "do thou thy lord's bidding."
And he half lifted up his axe. The mate said no more, for he misdoubted him of Skallagrim Lambstail and his axe. Then the men made ready for the fray as best they might, and stood, sword in hand and drenched with foam, clinging to the bulwarks of the Gudruda as she wallowed through the seas. Eric went aft to the helm and seized it. Now, but a length ahead, Ospakar's ship laboured on beneath her small sail, but the Gudruda rushed towards her with all canvas set, and at every leap plunged her golden dragon beneath the surf and shook the water from her foredeck. "Make ready the grapnel!" shouted Eric through the storm. Skallagrim seized the iron and stood by. Now the Gudruda rushed alongside the Raven, and Eric steered so skilfully that there was a fathom space and no more between the ships. Skallagrim cast the iron well and truly, so that it hooked and held. On sped the Gudruda, and the cable taunted. Now her stern kissed the bow of Ospakar's ship, as though she was towing her, and thus for a space they travelled through the seas. Eric's folk shouted and strove to cast spears, but they did this but ill because of the rocking of the vessel. As for Ospakar's men, they clung to their bulwarks and did nothing, for all the heart was out of them between fear of Eric and terror of the sea. Eric called to a man to hold the helm, and Skallagrim crept aft to where he stood. "What counsel shall we take now?" said Eric, and, as he spoke, a sea broke over them, for the gale was strong.
"Board them and make an end,"
answered Skallagrim. "Rough work; still, we will try it," said Eric, "for we may not lie thus for long, and I am loath to leave them." Then Eric called for men to follow him, and many answered, creeping as best they might to where he stood. "Thou art mad, Eric," said Hall the mate. "Cut loose and let us drive, else we shall both founder, and that is a poor tale to tell." Eric took no heed, but, watching his chance, leapt on to the bows of the Raven, and after him leapt Skallagrim. Even as he did so, a great sea came and swept past and over them, so that half the ship was hid for foam. Now Hall the mate stood near the grapnel cable, and, fearing lest they should sink, out of the cowardice of his heart, he let his axe fall upon the chain, and severed it so swiftly that no man saw him, except Skallagrim only. Forward sprang the Gudruda, freed from her burden, and rushed away before the wind, leaving Eric and Skallagrim alone upon the Raven's prow. "Now we are in an evil plight," said Eric. "The cable has parted."
"Ay," answered Skallagrim, "and that losel Hall hath parted it. I saw his axe fall."
End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 14 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 14. How Eric Dreamed a Dream. Now, when the men of Ospakar, who were gathered on the poop of the Raven, saw what had come about, they shouted aloud and made ready to slay the pair. But Eric and Skallagrim clambered to the mast and got their backs against it, and swiftly made themselves fast with a rope, so that they might not fall with the rolling of the ship. Then the people of Ospakar came on to cut them down. But this was no easy task, for they might scarcely stand, and they could not shoot with the bow. Moreover, Eric and Skallagrim, being bound to the mast, had the use of both hands and were minded to die hard. Therefore Ospakar's folks got but one thing by their onslaught, and that was death, for 3 of their number fell beneath the long sweep of Whitefire, and 1 bowed before the axe of Skallagrim. Then they drew back and strove to throw spears at these 2, but they flew wide because of the rolling of the vessel. One spear struck the mast near the head of Skallagrim. He drew it out, and, waiting till the ship steadied herself in a trough of the sea, hurled it at a knot of Ospakar's thralls, and a man got his death from it. After that they threw no more spears. Thence once more the crew came on with swords and axes, but faint-heartedly, and the end of it was that they lost some more men dead and wounded, and fell back again. Skallagrim mocked at them with bitter words, and one of them, made mad by his scoffing, cast a heavy ballast stone at him. It fell upon his shoulder and numbed him.
"Now I am unmeet for fight, lord," said Skallagrim, "for my right arm is dead, and I can scarcely hold my axe."
"That is ill, then," said Eric, "for we have little help except from each other, and I too am well nigh spent. Well, we have done a great deed, and now it is time to rest."
"My left arm is yet whole, lord, and I can make shift for a while with it. Cut loose the cord before they bait us to death, and let us rush upon these wolves and fall fighting."
"A good counsel," said Eric, "and a quick end. But stay a while. What plan have they now?" Now the men of Ospakar, having little heart left in them for such work as this, had taken thought together. "We have got great hurt and little honour," said the mate. "There are but 19 of us left alive, and that is scarcely enough to work the ship. And it seems that we shall be fewer before Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail lie quiet by yonder mast. They are mighty men, indeed, and it would be better, methinks, to deal with them by craft rather than by force." The sailors said this was a good word, for they were weary of the sight of Whitefire as he flamed on high, and the sound of the axe of Skallagrim as it crashed through helm and byrnie, and as fear crept in valour fled out. "This is my rede, then," said the mate, "that we go to them and give them peace, and lay them in bonds, swearing that we will put them ashore when we are come back to Iceland. But when we have them fast, as they sleep at night, we will creep on them, and hurl them into the sea, and afterwards we will say that we slew them fighting."
"A shameful deed,"
said a man. "Then go thou up against them," answered the mate. "If we slay them not, then shall this tale be told against us throughout Iceland, that a ship's company were worsted by 2 men, and we may not live beneath that dishonour." The man held his peace, and the mate, laying down his arms, crept forward alone towards the mast, just as Eric and Skallagrim were about to cut themselves loose and rush on them. "What wouldest thou?" shouted Eric. "Has it gone so well with you with arms, that ye are minded to come up against us bearing none?" "It is gone ill, Eric," said the mate, "for ye twain are too mighty for us. We have lost many men, and we shall lose more ere ye are laid low. Therefore we make you this offer, that you lay down your weapons and suffer yourselves to be bound till such time as we touch land, where we will set you ashore and give you your arms again.
Meanwhile we will deal with you in friendly fashion, giving you of the best we have, nor will we set foot any suit against you for those of our number whom ye two have slain."
"Wherefore then should we be bound?" said Eric.
"For this reason only, that we dare not leave you free within our ship. Now choose, and if ye will, take peace, which we swear by all the gods we will keep towards you, and, if ye will not, then we will bear you down with beams and sails and stones and slay you."
"What thinkest thou, Skallagrim?" said Eric beneath his breath.
"I think that I find little faith in yon carle's face," answered Skallagrim. "Still, I am unfit to fight, and thy strength is spent, so it seems that we must lie low if we would rise again. They can scarcely be so base as to do murder, having handselled peace to us."
"I am not so sure of that," said Eric. "Still, starving beggars must eat bones. Hearken thou. We take the terms, trusting to your honour, and I say this, that ye shall get shame and death if ye depart from them to harm us."
"Have no fear, lord," said the mate. "We are true men."
"That we shall look to your deeds to learn," said Eric, laying down his sword and shield. Skallagrim did likewise, though with no good grace. Then men came with strong cords and bound them fast hand and foot, handling them fearsomely as men handle a live bear in a net. Then they led them forward to the prow. As they went, Eric looked up. Yonder, 20 furlongs and more away, sailed the Gudruda.
"That is good fellowship," said Skallagrim, "thus to leave us in the trap."
"Nay," answered Eric, "they cannot put about in such a sea, and doubtless also they think us dead. Nevertheless, if ever it comes about that Hall and I stand face to face again, there will be need for me to think of gentleness."
"I shall think little thereon,"
growled Skallagrim. Now they were come to the prow, and there was a half-deck under which they were set, out of reach of the wind and water. In the deck was a stout iron ring, and the men made them fast with ropes to it, so that they might move but little, and they set their helms and weapons behind them in such fashion that they could not come at them. Then they flung cloaks about them, and brought them food and drink, of which they stood much in need, and treated them well in every way. But for all this Skallagrim trusted them no more.
"We are new hooked, lord," he said, "and they give us line. Presently they will haul us in."
"It will come soon enough," answered Eric. "No need to run to greet it." And he fell to thinking of Gudruda and of the day's deeds, till presently he dropped asleep, for he was very weary. Now it chanced that as Eric slept he dreamed a dream so strong and strange that it seemed to live within him. He dreamed that he slept there beneath the Raven's deck, and that a rat came and whispered spells into his ear. Then he dreamed that Swanhild glided towards him, walking on the stormy seas. He saw her afar, and she came swiftly, and ever the sea grew smooth before her feet, nor did the wind so much as stir her hair. Presently she stood by him in the ship, and, bending over him, touched him on the shoulder, saying, "Awake, Eric Brighteyes! Awake! Awake!" It seemed to him that he awoke and said, "What tidings, Swanhild?" And that she answered, "Ill tidings, Eric, so ill that I am come hither from Straumey to tell of them. Ay, come walking on the seas. Had Gudruda done so much, thinkest thou?" Straumey, now known as Stroma, the southernmost of the Orkneys. "Gudruda is no witch," he said in his dream. "Nay, but I am a witch, and it is well for thee, Eric. Ay, I am a witch. Now do I seem to sleep at Atli's side, and lo, here I stand by thine, and I must journey back again many a league before another day be born. Ay, many a league, and all for love of thee, Eric. Hearken, for not long may the spell endure. I have seen this by my magic, that these men who bound thee come even now to take thee sleeping, and cast thee and thy thrall into the deep, there to drown." "If it is fated, it will befall," he said in his dream. "Nay, it shall not befall. Put forth all thy might and burst thy bonds. Then fetch Whitefire, cut away the bonds of Skallagrim, and give him his axe and shield. This done, cover yourselves with your cloaks, and wait till ye hear the murderers come. Then rise and rush upon them, the two of you, and they shall melt before your might. I have journeyed over the great deep to tell thee this, Eric. Had Gudruda done as much, thinkest thou?" And it seemed to him that the wraith of Swanhild kissed him on the brow, sighed, and vanished, bearing the rat in her bosom. Eric awoke suddenly, just as though he had never slept, and looked round. He knew by the lowness of the sun that it was far into the night, and that he had slept for many hours. They were alone beneath the deck, and far aft, beyond the mast, as the vessel rose upon the waves, for the sea was still rough, though the wind had fallen, Eric saw the mate of the Raven talking earnestly with some men of his crew. Skallagrim snored beside him.
"Awake," Eric said in his ear. "Awake and listen."
He yawned and roused himself.
"What now, lord?"
he said. "This," said Eric, and he told him the dream that he had dreamed.
"That was a fey dream," said Skallagrim, "and now we must do as the wraith bade thee."
"Easy to say, but hard to do," quoth Eric. "This is a great rope that holds us, and strong."
"Yes, it is great and strong. Still, we must burst it."
Now Eric and Skallagrim were made fast in this fashion. Their hands were bound behind them, and their legs were lashed above the feet and above the knee. Moreover, a thick cord was fixed about the waist of each, and this cord was passed through an iron ring and knotted there. But it chanced that beneath the hollows of their knees ran an oaken beam, which held the forepart of the dragon together. "We may try this," said Eric, "to set our feet against the beam and strain with all our strength upon the rope, though I think that no two men can part it."
"We shall know that presently,"
said Skallagrim, gathering up his legs. Then they set their feet against the beam and pulled it till it groaned. But, though the rope gave somewhat, it would not break. They rested a while, then strained again till the sweat burst out upon them, and the rope cut into their flesh, but still it would not part. "We have found our match," said Eric.
"That is not altogether proved yet,"
answered the Baresark.
"Many a shield is riven at the third stroke."
So once again they set their feet against the beam and put out all their strength. "The ring bends!" gasped Eric. "Now, when the roll of the ship throws our weight to leeward, in the name of Thor, pull!" They waited, then put out their might, and lo! though the rope did not break, the iron ring burst asunder and they rolled upon the deck.
"Well pulled, truly,"
said Skallagrim as he struggled to his haunches.
"I am marked about the middle with rope twist for many a day to come, that I will swear. What next, lord?"
"Whitefire," answered Eric. Now their arms were piled a fathom or more from where they sat, and right in the prow of the ship. Hither then they must crawl upon their knees, and this was weary work, for ever as the ship rolled they fell, and could in no wise save themselves from hurt. Eric was bleeding at the brow, and bloody was the hooked nose of Skallagrim, before they came to where Whitefire was. At length they reached the sword, and pushed aside the bucklers that were over it with their heads. The great war blade was sheathed, and Eric must needs lie upon his breast and draw the weapon somewhat with his teeth. "This is an ill razor to shave with," he said, rising, for the keen blade had cut his chin.
"So some have thought, and perchance more shall think,"
answered Skallagrim.
"Now set the rope on the edge and rub."
This they did, and presently the thick cord that bound them was in two. Then Eric knelt upon the deck and pressed the bonds that bound his legs upon the blade, and after him Skallagrim. They were free now, except for their hands, and it was no easy thing to cut away the bonds upon their wrists. It was done thus. Skallagrim sat upon the deck, and Eric pushed the sword between his fingers with his feet. Then the Baresark rose, holding the sword, and Eric, turning back to back with him, fretted the cords upon his wrists against the blade. Twice he cut himself, but the third time the cord parted, and he was free. He stretched his arms, for they were stiff, then took Whitefire and cut away the bonds of Skallagrim. "How goes it with that hurt of thine?" he asked.
"Better than I had thought,"
answered Skallagrim.
"The soreness has come out with the bruise."
"That is good news," said Eric. "For methinks, unless Swanhild walked the seas for nothing, thou wilt soon need thine arms."
"They have never failed me yet,"
said Skallagrim, and took his axe and shield.
"What counsel now?"
"This, Skallagrim, that we lie down as we were, and put the cloak about us as though we were yet in bonds. Then, if these knaves come, we can take them unawares as they think to take us." So they went again to where they had been bound, and lay down upon their shields and weapons, drawing cloaks over them. Scarcely had they done this, and rested a while, when they saw the mate and all the crew coming along both boards towards them. They bore no weapons in their hands. "None too soon did Swanhild walk," said Eric. Now we shall learn their purpose. Be thou ready to leap forth when I give the word."
"Ay, lord,"
answered Skallagrim, as he worked his stiff arms to and fro.
"In such matters few have thought me backward."
"What news, friends?" cried Eric, as the men drew near.
"Bad news for thee, Brighteyes," answered the mate, "and that Baresark thrall of thine, for we must loose your bands."
"That is good news, then," said Eric, "for our limbs are numb and dead because of the nipping of the cords. Is land in sight?"
"Nay, nor will be for thee, Eric."
"How now, friend, how now? Sure, having handselled peace to us, ye mean no harm towards two unarmed men."
"We swore to do you no harm, nor will we, Eric. This only will we do: deliver you, bound, to Ran, and leave her to deal with you as she may."
"Bethink you, sirs," said Eric, "this is a cruel deed and most unmanly. We yielded to you in faith. Will ye break your troth?"
"War has no troth," he answered. "Ye are too great to let slip between our fingers. Shall it be said of us that two men overcame us all?" "Mayhap,"
murmured Skallagrim beneath his breath. "Oh, sirs, I beseech you," said Eric. "I am young, and there is a maid who waits me out in Iceland, and it is hard to die." And he made as though he wept, while Skallagrim laughed within his sleeve, for it was strange to see Eric feigning fear. But the men mocked aloud.
"This is the great man?" they cried. "This is that Eric of whose deeds folk sing? Look, he weeps like a child when he sees the water. Drag him forth and away with him into the sea."
"Little need for that," cried Eric, and lo! the cloaks about him and Skallagrim flew aside. Out they came with a roar. They came out as a she-bear from her cave, and high above Brighteye's golden curls Whitefire shone in the pale light, and nigh to it shone the axe of Skallagrim. Whitefire flared aloft, and then down he fell and sought the false heart of the mate. The great axe of Skallagrim shone and was lost in the breast of the carle who stood before him. "Trolls!" shrieked one. "Here are trolls!" and turned to fly. But again Whitefire was up, and that man flew not far, one pace and no more. Then they fled screaming, and after them came axe and sword. They fled, they fell, they leapt into the sea, till none were left to fall and leap, for they had no time or heart to find or draw their weapons, and presently Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail stood alone upon the deck, alone with the dead.
"Swanhild is a wise witch," gasped Eric, "and, whatever ill she has done, I will remember this to her honour." "Little good comes of witchcraft," answered Skallagrim, wiping his brow. "Today it works for our hands, tomorrow it shall work against them."
"To the helm!" said Eric. "The ship yaws and comes side on to the seas." Skallagrim sprang to the tiller and put his strength on it, and but just in time, for one big sea came aboard them and left much water in the hold. "We owe this to thy Baresark ways," said Eric. "Hadst thou not slain the steersman, we had not filled with water."
"True, lord," answered Skallagrim, "but when once my axe is aloft, it seems to fly of itself, till nothing is left before it. What course now?"
"The same on which the Gudruda was laid. Perhaps, if we may endure till we come to the Faroe Islands, we shall find her in harbour there." Faroe Isles, now known as the Faroes.
"There is not much chance of that," said Skallagrim. "Still, the wind is fair, and we fly fast before it."
Then they lashed the tiller and set to bailing. They bailed long, and it was heavy work, but they rid the ship of much water. After that they ate food, for it was now morning, and it came on to blow yet more strongly. For 3 days and 3 nights it blew thus, and the Raven sped along before the gale. All this time, turn and turn about, Eric and Skallagrim stood at the helm and tended the sails. They had little time to eat, and none to sleep. They were so hard pressed also, and must harbour their strength so closely, that the bodies of the dead men yet cumbered the hold. Thus they grew very weary, and like to fall from faintness, but still they held the Raven on her course. In the beginning of the 4th night a great sea struck the good ship, so that she quivered from stem to stern.
"Methinks I hear water bubbling up,"
said Skallagrim in a hoarse voice. Eric climbed down into the well and lifted the bottom planks, and there beneath them was a leak through which the water spouted in a thin stream. He stopped up the rent as best he might with garments from the dead men, and placed ballast stones upon them, then clambered on to the deck again.
"Our hours are short now," he said. "The water rushes in apace."
"Well, it is time to rest," said Skallagrim. "But see, lord," and he pointed ahead. "What land is that?"
"It must be the Fareys," answered Eric. "Now, if we can but keep afloat for 3 hours more, we may yet die ashore." After this the wind began to fall, but still there was enough to drive the Raven on swiftly. And ever the water gained in the hold. Now they were not far from land, for ahead of them the bleak hills towered up, shining in the faint midnight light, and between the hills was a cleft that seemed to be a fjord. Another hour passed, and they were no more than 10 furlongs from the mouth of the fjord, when suddenly the wind fell, and they were in calm water under the shelter of the land. They went amidships and looked. The hold was half full of water, and in it floated the bodies of Ospakar's men.
"She has not long to live," said Skallagrim, "but we may still be saved if the boat is not broken."
Now aft, near the tiller, a small boat was bound on the half-deck of the Raven. They went to it and looked. It was whole, with oars lashed in it, but half full of water, which they must bale out. This they did as swiftly as they might. Then they cut the little boat loose, and, having made it fast with a rope, lifted it over the side rail and let it fall into the sea. And that was no great way, for the Raven had sunk deep. It fell on an even keel, and Eric let himself down the rope into it, and called to Skallagrim to follow.
"Bide a while, lord," he answered. "There is that which I would bring with me."
For a space Eric waited, and then called aloud, "Swift, thou fool, swift! The ship sinks!" And as he called, Skallagrim came, and his arms were full of swords and byrnies and red rings of gold that he had found time to gather from the dead and out of the cabin. "Throw all aside and come," said Eric, laying on to the oars, for the Raven wallowed before she sank.
"There is yet time, lord, and the gear is good,"
answered Skallagrim, and one by one he threw pieces down into the boat. As the last fell, the Raven sank to her bulwarks. Then Skallagrim stepped from the sinking deck into the boat, and cut the cord, not too soon. Eric gave way with all his strength, and, as he pulled, when he was no more than 5 fathoms from her, the Raven vanished with a huge swirl. "Hold still," he said, "or we shall follow." Round spun the boat in the eddy. She was sucked down till the water trickled over her gunwale, and for a moment they knew not if they were lost or saved. Eric held his breath and watched. Then slowly the boat lifted her nose, and they were safe from the whirlpool of the lost dragon. "Greed is many a man's bane," said Eric, "and it was nearly thine and mine, Skallagrim."
"I had no heart to leave the good gear," he answered, "and thou seest, lord, it is safe, and we with it."
Then they got the boat's head round slowly into the mouth of the fjord, pausing now and again to rest, for their strength was spent. For 2 hours they rowed down a gulf, as it were, and on either side of them were barren hills. At length the waterway opened out into a great basin, and there, on the further side of the basin, they saw green slopes running down to the water's edge, strewn with white stockfish set to dry in the wind and sun, and above the slopes a large hall, and about it booths. Moreover, they saw a long dragon of war at anchor near the shore. For a while they rowed on, easing now and again. Then Eric spoke to Skallagrim. "What thinkest thou of yonder ship, Lambstail?"
"I think this, lord, that she is fashioned wondrous like to the Gudruda."
"That is in my mind also," said Eric, "and our fortune is good if it is she." They rowed on again, and presently a ray from the sun came over the hills, for now it was 3 hours past midnight, and, the ship having swung a little with the tide, lit upon her prow, and lo! there gleamed the golden dragon of the Gudruda. "This is a strange thing," said Eric.
"Ay, lord, a strange and a merry, for now I shall talk with Hall the mate,"
and the Baresark smiled grimly. "Thou shalt do no hurt to Hall," said Eric. "I am lord here, and I must judge."
"Thy will is my will," said Skallagrim. "But if my will were thine, he would hang on the mast till the seabirds nested amidst his bones."
Now they were close to the ship, but they could see no man. Skallagrim would have called aloud, but Eric bade him hold his peace. "Either they are dead, and thy calling cannot wake them, or perchance they sleep and will wake of themselves. We will row under the stern, and, having made fast, climb aboard and see with our own eyes." This, then, they did as silently as might be, and saw that the Gudruda had not been handled gently by the winds and waves, for her shield rail was washed away. This they found also, that all men lay deep in sleep.
Now amidships a fire still burned, and by it was food. They came there and ate of the food, of which they had great need. Then they took 2 cloaks that lay on the deck, and, throwing it about them, warmed themselves over the fire, for they were cold and wet, ay, and utterly outworn. As they sat thus, warming themselves, a man of the crew awoke and saw them, and being amazed, at once called to his fellows, saying that 2 giants were aboard, warming themselves at the fire. Now men sprang up, and seizing their weapons, ran towards them, and among them was Hall the mate. Then suddenly Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail threw aside the cloaks and stood up. They were gaunt and grim to see. Their cheeks were hollow and their eyes stared wide with want of sleep. Thick was their harness with brine, and open wounds gaped upon their faces and their hands. Men saw and fell back in fear, for they held them to be wizards risen from the sea in the shapes of Eric and the Baresark. Then Eric sang this song. Swift and sure across the Swan's Bath sped Sea Stag on Raven's track. Heaved Ran's breast in raging billows, streamed gale banners through the sky. Yet did Eric the war-eager leap with Baresark mate aboard. Fierce their onset on the foemen, wherefore break the grapnel chain? Hall heard and slunk back, for now he saw that these were indeed Eric and Skallagrim, come up alive from the sea, and that they knew his baseness. Eric looked at him and sang again. Swift away sped ship Gudruda, left her lord in foeman's ring. Brighteyes back to back with Baresark, held his head 'gainst mighty odds. Down amidst the ballast tumbling, Ospakar's shield carles were rolled. Holy peace at length they handselled, Eric must in bonds be laid. Came the grey rat, came the earl's wife, came the witch-word from afar. Caged wolves roused them, and with struggling tore their fetter from its hold. Now they watch upon their weapons, now they weep and pray for life, now they leap forth like a torrent, swept away in foeman's strength. Then alone upon the Raven 3 long days they steer and sail, till the waters, welling upwards, wash dead men about their feet. Fails the gale and sinks the dragon, barely may they win the boat. Safe they stand on ship Gudruda, say, who cut the grapnel chain? End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 15 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. How Eric Dwelt in London Town. Men stood astonished, but Hall the mate slunk back. "Hold, comrade," said Eric. "I have something to say that songs cannot carry. Hearken, my shield mates. We swore to be true to each other, even to death. Is it not so? What then shall be said of that man who cut loose the Gudruda and left us 2 to die at the foeman's hand?" "Who was the man?" asked a voice. "That man was Hall of Lithdale," said Eric. "It is false," said Hall, gathering up his courage. "The cable parted beneath the straining of the ship, and afterwards we could not put about because of the great sea."
"Thou art false," roared Skallagrim. "With my eyes I saw thee let thine axe fall upon the cable. Liar art thou, and dastard! Thou art jealous also of Brighteyes thy lord, and this was in thy mind, to let him die upon the Raven, and then to bind his shoes upon thy cowardly feet. Though none else saw, I saw, and I say this, that if I may have my will, I will string thee, living, to the prow in that same cable, till the gulls tear out thy fox heart." Now Hall grew very white, and his knees trembled beneath him. "It is true," he said, "that I cut the chain, but not from any thought of evil. Had I not cut it, the vessel must have sunk and all been lost." "Did we not swear, Hall," said Eric sternly, "together to fight and together to fall, together to fare and, if need be, together to cease from faring, and dost thou read the oath thus? Say, mates, what reward shall be paid to this man for his good fellowship to us and his tenderness for your lives?" As with one voice the men answered, "Death!" "Thou hearest, Hall," said Eric. "Yet I would deal more gently with one to whom I swore fellowship so lately. Get thee gone from our company, and let us see thy cursed face no more. Get thee gone, I say, before I repent of my mercy."
Then, amidst a loud hooting, Hall took his weapons, and without a word slunk into the boat of the Raven that lay astern, and rowed ashore, nor did Eric see his face for many months.
"Thou hast done foolishly, lord, to let that weasel go," said Skallagrim, "for he will live to nip thy hand."
"For good or evil, he is gone," said Eric, "and now I am worn out and desire to sleep." After this Eric and Skallagrim rested 3 full days, and they were so weary that they were awake for little of this time. But on the 3rd day they rose up, strong and well, except for their hurts and soreness. Then they told the men of that which had come to pass, and all wondered at their might and hardihood. To them indeed Eric seemed as a god, for few such deeds as his had been told of since the god kind were on earth. But Brighteyes thought little of his deeds and much of Gudruda. At times also he thought of Swanhild, and of that witch dream she had sent him, for it was wonderful to him that she should have saved him thus from Ran's net. Eric was heartily welcomed by the Earl of the Faroe Isles, for, when he heard his deeds, he made a feast in his honour, and set him in the high seat. It was a great feast, but Skallagrim became drunk at it, and ran down the chamber, axe aloft, roaring for Hall of Lithdale. This angered Eric much, and he would scarcely speak to Skallagrim for many days, though the great Baresark slunk about after him like his shadow, or a whipped hound at his master's heel, and at length humbled his pride so far as to ask pardon for his fault. "I grant it for thy deed's sake," said Eric shortly, "but this is upon my mind, that thou wilt err thus again, and it shall be my cause of death, ay, and that of many more."
"First may my bones be white," said Skallagrim.
"They shall be white thereafter," answered Eric. At Fareys, Eric shipped 12 good men and true to take the seats of those who had been slain by Ospakar's folk. Afterwards, when the wounded were well of their hurts, except one man who died, and the Gudruda was fit to take to the sea again, Brighteyes bade farewell to the Earl of those isles, who gave him a good cloak and a gold ring at parting, and sailed away. Now it were too long to tell of all the deeds that Eric and his men did. Never, so skalds sing, was there a viking like him for strength and skill and hardihood, and in those days no such war dragon as the Gudruda had been known upon the sea. Wherever Eric joined battle, and that was in many places, he conquered, for none prevailed against him, till at last foes would fly before the terror of his name, and earls and kings would send from far, craving the aid of his hands. Withal he was the best and gentlest of men. It is said of Eric that in all his days he did no base deed, nor hurt the weak, nor refused peace to him who prayed it, nor lifted sword against prisoner or wounded foe. From traders he would take a toll of their merchandise only, and let them go, and whatever gains he won he would share equally, asking no larger part than the meanest of his band. All men loved Eric, and even his foes gave him honour and spoke well of him. Now that Hall of Lithdale was gone, there was no man among his mates who would not have passed to death for him, for they held him dearer than their lives. Women, too, loved him much, but his heart was set upon Gudruda, and he seldom turned to look on them. The first summer of his outlawry Eric warred along the coast of Ireland, but in the winter he came to Dublin, and for a while served in the bodyguard of the king of that town, who held him in honour, and would have had him stay there. But Eric would not bide there, and next spring, the Gudruda being ready for sea, he sailed for the shores of England. There he gave battle to 2 Viking ships of war, and took them after a hard fight. It was in this fight that Skallagrim Lambstail was wounded almost to death, for when, having taken one ship, Eric boarded the other with but few men, he was driven back and fell over a beam, and would have been slain had not Skallagrim thrown himself across his body, taking on his own back that blow of a battle-axe which was aimed at Eric's head. This was a great wound, for the axe shore through the steel of the byrnie and sank into the flesh. But when Eric's men saw their lord down, and Skallagrim, as they deemed, dead athwart him, they made so fierce a rush that the foemen fell before them like leaves before a winter gale, and the end of it was that the vikings prayed peace of Eric. Skallagrim lay sick for many days, but he was hard to kill, and Eric nursed him back to life. After this, these two loved each other as brother loves twin brother, and they could scarcely bear to be apart. But other people did not love Skallagrim, nor he them. Eric sailed on up the Thames to London, bringing the Viking ships with him, and he delivered their captains bound to Edmund, Edward's son, the king who was called Edmund the Magnificent. These captains the king hung, for they had wrought damage to his ships. Eric found much favour with the king, and, indeed, his fame had gone before him. So when he came into the court, bravely clad, with Skallagrim at his back, who was now almost recovered of his wound, the king called out to him to draw near, saying that he desired to look on the bravest viking and the most beauteous man who sailed the seas, and on that fierce Baresark whom men called Eric's death shadow. So Eric came forward up the long hall that was adorned with things more splendid than ever his eyes had seen, and stood before the king. With him came Skallagrim, driving the two captive viking chiefs before him with his axe, as a flesher drives lambs. Now, during these many months, Brighteyes had grown yet more great in girth and glorious to look on than he was before. Moreover, his hair was now so long that it flowed like a flood of gold down towards his girdle. For since Gudruda trimmed it, no shears had come near his head, and his locks grew fast as a woman's. The king looked at him and was astonished.
"Of a truth," he said, "men have not lied about thee, Icelander, nor concerning that great wolf-hound of thine," and he pointed at Skallagrim with his sword of state. "Never saw I such a man," and he bade all the mightiest men of his bodyguard stand forward that he might measure them against Eric. But Brighteyes was an inch taller than the tallest, and measured half a span more round the chest than the biggest. "What wouldest thou of me, Icelander?" asked the king. "This, lord," said Eric, "to serve thee a while, and all my men with me." "That is an offer that few would turn from," answered the king. "Thou shalt go into my bodyguard, and, if I have my will, thou shalt be near me in battle, and thy wolf-dog also." Eric said that he asked no better, and thereafter he went up with Edmund the king to make war on the Danes of Mercia, and he and Skallagrim did great deeds before the eyes of the Englishmen. That winter Eric and his company came back to London, and abode with the king in much state and honour. Now there was a certain lady of the court named Elfrida. She was both fair and wealthy, the sweetest of women, and of royal blood by her mother's side. So soon as her eyes fell on Eric she loved him, and no one thing did she desire more than to be his wife. But Brighteyes kept aloof from her, for he loved Gudruda alone. And so the winter wore away, and in the spring he went away warring, nor did he come back till autumn was at hand. The Lady Elfrida sat at a window when Eric rode through London town in the king's following, and as he passed she threw him a wreath of flowers. The king saw it and laughed. "My cold kinswoman seems to melt before those bright eyes of thine, Icelander," he said, "as my foes melt before Whitefire's flame. Well, I could wish her a worse mate," and he looked on him strangely. Eric bowed, but made no answer. That night, as they sat at meat in the palace, the Lady Elfrida, being bidden in jest of Edmund the king to fill the cup of the bravest, passed down the board and, before all men, poured wine into Eric's cup, and, as she did so, welcomed him back with short, sweet words. Eric grew red as dawn, and thanked her graciously, but after the feast he spoke with Skallagrim, asking him of the Gudruda, and when could she be ready to take the sea. "In 10 days, lord," said Skallagrim, "but stay we not here with the king this winter? It is late to sail." "Nay," said Eric, "we bide not here. I would winter this year in the Faroes, for they are the nighest place to Iceland that I may reach. Next summer my 3 years of outlawry are over, and I would fare back homewards." "Now I see the shadow of a woman's hand," said Skallagrim. "It is very late to face the northern seas, and we may sail to Iceland from London in the spring." "It is my will that we should sail," answered Eric. "Past Orkneys runs the road to Faroes," said Skallagrim, "and in Orkneys sits a hawk to whom the Lady Elfrida is but a dove. In faring from ill we may hap on worse." "It is my will that we sail," said Eric stubbornly. "As thou wilt, and as the king wills," answered Skallagrim. On the morrow Eric went in before the king and craved a boon. "There is little that thou canst ask, Brighteyes," said the king, "that I will not give thee, for by my troth I hold thee dear." "I am come back to seek no great thing, lord," answered Eric, "but this only: leave to bid thee farewell. I would wend homeward." "Say, Eric," said the king, "have I not dealt well with thee?" "Well, and over well, lord." "Why then wouldst thou leave me? I have this in my mind, to bring thee to great honour. See, now there is a fair lady in this court, and in her veins runs blood that even an Iceland viking might be proud to mate with.
She has great lands, and, mayhap, she shall have more. Canst thou not find a home on them, thinkest thou, Brighteyes?" "In Iceland only am I at home, lord," said Eric. Then the king was wroth, and bade him begone when it pleased him, and Eric bowed before him and went out. 2 days afterwards, while Eric was walking in the palace gardens, he met the Lady Elfrida face to face. She held white flowers in her hand, and she was fair to see, and pale as the flowers she bore. He greeted her, and, after a while, she spoke to him in a gentle voice.
"They say that thou goest from England, Brighteyes," she said.
"Yes, lady, I go," he answered.
She looked on him once and twice, and then burst out weeping. "Why goest thou hence to that cold land of thine?" she sobbed. "That hateful land of snow and ice! Is not England good enough for thee?"
"I am at home there, lady, and there my mother waits me."
"There thy mother waits thee, Eric? Say, does a maid called Gudruda the Fair wait thee there also?"
"There is such a maid in Iceland," said Eric.
"Yes, I know it well," she answered, drying her tears, and of a sudden growing cold and proud. "Eric, thou art betrothed to this Gudruda, and, for thy welfare, somewhat over-faithful to thy troth. For hearken, Eric Brighteyes, I know this, that little luck shall come to thee from the maid Gudruda. It would become me ill to say more. Nevertheless, this is true, that here, in England, good fortune waits thy hand, and there in Iceland such fortune as men meet to their foes. Knowest thou this?"
Eric looked at her and answered. "Lady," he said, "men are not born of their own will. They live and do little that they will. They do and go, perchance, whither they would not. Yet it may happen to a man that one meets him whose hand he fain would hold, if it be but for an hour's travel over icy ways, and it is better to hold that hand for this short hour than to wend his life through at a stranger's side."
"Perhaps there is wisdom in thy folly," said the Lady Elfrida. "Still, I tell thee this, that no good luck waits thee there in Iceland."
"It well may be," said Eric. "My days have been stormy, and the gale is still brewing, but it is a poor heart that fears the storm. Better to sink, for coward or hero, all must sink at last."
"Say, Eric," said the lady, "if that hand thou dost desire to hold is lost to thee, what then?"
"If that hand is cold in death, then henceforth I wend my ways alone."
"And if it be held of another hand than thine?"
"Then I will journey back to England, lady, and here in this fair garden I may crave speech of thee again." They looked one on another.
"Fare thee well, Eric," said the Lady Elfrida. "Here in this garden we may talk again, and if we talk no more, why, fare thee well. Days come and go, the swallow takes flight at winter, and lo! at spring it twitters round the eaves. And if it come not again, then farewell to that swallow. The world is a great house, Eric, and there is room for many swallows. But alas! for her who is left desolate, alas, alas!"
And she turned and went. It is told of this Lady Elfrida that she became very wealthy and was much honoured for her gentleness and wisdom, and that, when she was old, she built a great church and named it Ericskirk. It is also told that, though many sought her in marriage, she wedded none. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 16 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 16. How Swanhild Walked the Seas. Within 2 days afterwards, the Gudruda being bound for sea, Eric went up to bid farewell to the king. But Edmund was so angry with him because of his going that he would not see him. Thereon Eric took horse and rode down sadly from the palace to the river bank where the Gudruda lay. But when he was about to give the word to get out the oars, the king himself rode up, and with him men bearing costly gifts. Eric went ashore to speak with him. "I am angry with thee, Brighteyes," said Edmund. "Yet it is not in my heart to let thee go without words and gifts of farewell. This only I ask of thee now, that, if things go not well with thee there, out in Iceland, thou wilt come back to me." "I will, that I promise thee, king," said Eric, "for I shall never find a better lord." "Nor I a braver servant," said the king.
Then he gave him the gifts and kissed him before all men. To Skallagrim also he gave a good byrnie of Welsh steel coloured black. Then Eric went aboard again and dropped down the river with the tide. For 5 days all went well with them, the sea being calm and the winds light and favourable. But on the 5th night, as they sailed slowly along the coast of East Anglia over against Yarmouth sands, the moon rose red and ringed, and the sea fell dead calm.
"Yonder hangs a storm lamp, lord,"
said Skallagrim, pointing to the angry moon.
"We shall soon be bailing, for the autumn gales draw near."
"Wait till they come, then speak," said Eric. "Thou croakest ever like a raven."
"And ravens croak before foul weather,"
answered Skallagrim, and just as he spoke a sudden gust of wind came up from the south-east and laid the Gudruda over. After this it came on to blow, and so fiercely that for whole days and nights their clothes were scarcely dry. They ran northwards before the storm and still northward, sighting no land and seeing no stars. And ever, as they scudded on, the gale grew fiercer, till at length the men were worn out with bailing and starved with wet and cold. 3 of their number also were washed away by the seas, and all were in sorry plight. It was the 4th night of the gale. Eric stood at the helm, and by him Skallagrim. They were alone, for their comrades were spent and lay beneath the decks, waiting for death. The ship was half full of water, but they had no more strength to bail. Eric seemed grim and gaunt in the white light of the moon, and his long hair streamed about him wildly. Grimmer yet was Skallagrim, as he clung to the shield rail and stared across the deep.
"She rolls heavily, lord,"
he shouted,
"and the water gains fast."
"Can the men bail no more?" asked Eric.
"Nay, they are outworn and wait for death."
"They need not wait long," said Eric. "What do they say of me?"
"Nothing."
Then Eric groaned aloud. "It was my stubbornness that brought us to this pass," he said. "I care little for myself, but it is ill that all should die for one man's folly."
"Grieve not, lord,"
answered Skallagrim.
"That is the world's way, and there are worse things than to drown. Listen, methinks I hear the roar of breakers yonder,"
and he pointed to the left. "Breakers they surely are," said Eric. "Now the end is near, but see, is that not land looming up on the right, or is it a cloud?"
"It is land,"
said Skallagrim.
"and I am sure of this, that we run into a firth. Look, the seas boil like a hot spring. Hold on thy course, lord. Perchance we may yet steer between rocks and land. Already the wind falls, and the current lessens the seas."
"Ay," said Eric, "already the fog and rain come up," and he pointed ahead where dense clouds gathered in the shape of a giant, whose head reached to the skies and moved towards them, hiding the moon. Skallagrim looked, then spoke.
"Now here, it seems, is witch-work. Say, lord, hast thou ever seen mist travel against wind as it travels now?"
"Never before," said Eric, and as he spoke the light of the moon went out. Swanhild, Atli's wife, sat in beauty in her bower on Straumey Isle, and looked with wide eyes towards the sea. It was midnight. None stirred in Atli's hall, but still Swanhild looked out towards the sea. Now she turned and spoke into the darkness, for there was no light in the bower save the light of her great eyes. "Art thou there?" she said. "I have summoned thee thrice in the words thou knowest. Say, Toad, art there?"
"I, Swanhild the Fatherless, Swanhild Groa's daughter, witch mother's witch child. I am here. What is thy will with me?"
piped a thin voice like the voice of a dying babe. Swanhild shuddered a little, and her eyes grew brighter, as bright as the eyes of a cat. "This first," she said, "that thou show thyself, hideous as thou art. I had rather see thee than speak with thee seeing thee not."
"Mock not my form, lady,"
answered the thin voice,
"for it is as thou dost fashion it in thy thought. To the good I am fair as day, to the evil foul as their heart. Toad thou didst call me. Look, now I come as a toad."
Swanhild looked, and behold, a ring of the darkness grew white with light, and in it crouched a thing hideous to see. It was shaped as a great spotted toad, and on it was set a hag's face, with white locks hanging down on either side. Its eyes were blood red and sunken, black were its fangs, and its skin was dead yellow. It grinned horribly as Swanhild shrank from it, then spoke again.
"Grey Wolf thou didst call me once, Swanhild, when thou wouldst have thrust Gudruda down Goldfoss Gulf. And as a grey wolf I came, and gave thee counsel that thou tookest but ill. Rat thou didst call me once, when thou wouldst save Brighteyes from the carles of Ospakar, and as a rat I came, and in thy shape I walked the seas. Toad thou callest me now, and as a toad I creep about thy feet. Name thy will, Swanhild, and I will name my price. But be swift, for there are other fair ladies whose wish I must do ere dawn."
"Thou art hideous to look on," said Swanhild, placing her hand before her eyes.
"Say not so, lady, say not so. Look at this face of mine. Knowest thou it not? It is thy mother's. Dead Groa lent it me. I took it from where she lies, and my toad skin from thy spotted heart, Swanhild. And more hideous than I am shalt thou be in a day to come, as once I was more fair than thou art today."
Swanhild opened her lips to shriek, but no sound came. "Troll," she whispered, "mock me not with lies, but hearken to my bidding. Where sails Eric now?"
"Look out into the night, lady, and thou shalt see."
Swanhild looked, and the ways of the darkness opened before her witch sight. There at the mouth of Pentland Firth the Gudruda laboured heavily in the great seas, and by the tiller stood Eric, and with him Skallagrim.
"Seest thou thy love?"
asked the familiar.
"Yea," she answered, "full clearly. He is worn with wind and sea, but more glorious than aforetime, and his hair is long. Say, what shall befall him if thou aidest not?"
"This, that he shall safely pass the firth, for the gale falls, and come safely to Fareys, and from Faroe Isles to Gudruda's arms."
"And what canst thou do, goblin?"
"This, I can lure Eric's ship to wreck, and give his comrades, all save Skallagrim, to Ran's net, and bring him to thy arms, Swanhild, witch mother's witch child."
She hearkened. Her breast heaved and her eyes flashed.
"And thy price, Toad?"
"Thou art the price, lady,"
piped the goblin.
"Thou shalt give thyself to me when thy day is done, and merrily will we sisters dwell in Hela's halls, and merrily for ever will we fare about the earth o' nights, doing such tasks as this task of thine, Swanhild, and working wicked woe till the last woe is worked on us. Art thou content?"
Swanhild thought. Twice her breath went from her lips in great sighs. Then she stood, pale and silent.
"Safely shall he sail the firth,"
piped the thin voice.
"Safely shall he sit in Fareys. Safely shall he lie in white Gudruda's arms. Hee hee! Think of it, lady."
Then Swanhild shook like a birch tree in the gale, and her face grew ashen.
"I am content,"
she said.
"Hee hee, brave lady, she is content. Ah, we sisters shall be merry. Hearken, if I aid thee thus, I may do no more. Thrice has the night owl come at thy call. Now it must wing away. Yet things will be as I have said. Thine own wisdom shall guide the rest. Ere morn Brighteyes shall stand in Atli's hall. Ere spring he will be thy love. And ere autumn Gudruda shall sit on the high seat in the hall of Middlehof, the bride of Ospakar. Draw nigh, give me thine arm, sister, that blood may seal our bargain."
Swanhild drew near the toad, and, shuddering, stretched out her arm, and then and there the red blood ran, and there they sealed their sisterhood. And as the nameless deed was wrought, it seemed to Swanhild as though fire shot through her veins, and fire surged before her eyes, and in the fire a shape passed up weeping.
"It is done, blood sister,"
piped the voice.
"Now I must away in thy form, to be about thy tasks. Seat thee here before me, so. Now lay thy brow upon my brow. Fear not, it was thy mother's. Life on death, curling locks on corpse hair. See, so we change, we change. now thou art the death toad, and I am Swanhild, Atli's wife, who shall be Eric's love."
Then Swanhild knew that her beauty had entered into the foulness of the toad, and the foulness of the toad into her beauty. For there before her stood her own shape, and here she crouched a toad upon the floor. "Away to work, away," said a soft low voice, her own voice speaking from her own body that stood before her, and lo, it was gone. But Swanhild crouched, in the shape of a hag-headed toad, upon the ground in her bower of Atli's hall, and felt wickedness and evil longings and hate boil and seethe within her heart. She looked out through her sunken, horny eyes, and she seemed to see strange sights. She saw Atli, her lord, dead upon the grass. She saw a woman asleep, and above her flashed a sword. She saw the hall of Middalhof red with blood. She saw a great gulf in a mountain's heart, and men fell down it. And last she saw a warship sailing fast out on the sea, of fire, and vanished there. Now the witch hag who wore Swanhild's loveliness stood upon the cliffs of Straumey, and tossed her white arms towards the north. "Come, fog, come, sleet," she cried. "Come, fog, come, sleet, put out the moon, and blind the eyes of Eric." And as she called, the fog rose up like a giant, and stretched his arm from shore to shore. "Move, fog, beat rain," she cried. "Move, and beat against the gale, and blind the eyes of Eric." And the fog moved on against the wind, and with it sleet and rain. "Now I am afeared," said Eric to Skallagrim, as they stood in darkness upon the ship. "The gale blows from behind us, and yet the mist drives fast in our faces. What comes now?"
"This is witchwork, lord,"
answered Skallagrim.
"and in such things no counsel can avail. Hold the tiller straight and drive on, say I. Methinks the gale lessens more and more."
So they did for a little while, and all around them sounded the roar of breakers. Darker grew the sky and darker yet, till at the last, though they stood side by side, they could not see each other's shapes. "This is strange sailing," said Eric. "I hear the roar of breakers as it were beneath the prow."
"Lash the helm, lord, and let us go forward. If there are breakers, perhaps we shall see their foam through the blackness," said Skallagrim.
Eric did so, and they crept forward on the starboard board right to the prow of the ship, and there Skallagrim peered into the fog and sleet.
"Lord,"
he whispered presently, and his voice shook strangely,
"what is that yonder on the waters? Seest thou aught?"
Eric stared and said, "By Odin, I see a shape of light like to the shape of a woman. It walks upon the waters towards us, and the mist melts before it, and the sea grows calm beneath its feet."
"I see that also,"
said Skallagrim. "She comes nigh," gasped Eric. "See how swift she comes! By the dead, it is Swanhild's shape! Look, Skallagrim! Look how her eyes flame! Look how her hair streams upon the wind!"
"It is Swanhild, and we are fey,"
quoth Skallagrim, and they ran back to the helm, where Skallagrim sank upon the deck in fear. "See, Skallagrim! She glides before the Gudruda's beak. She glides backwards, and she points yonder, to the right. Shall I put the helm down and follow her?"
"Nay, lord, nay. Set no faith in witchcraft, or evil will befall us."
As he spoke, a great gust of wind shook the ship, the music of the breakers roared in their ears, and the gleaming shape upon the waters tossed its arms wildly and pointed to the right. "The breakers call ahead," said Eric. "The shape points yonder, where I hear no sound of sea. Once before, thou mindest, Swanhild walked the waves to warn us, and thereby saved us from the men of Ospakar. Ever she swore she loved me, and now she is surely come in love to save us and all our comrades. Say, shall I put about? Look, once more she waves her arms and points." And as he spoke, he gripped the helm.
"I have no rede, lord,"
said Skallagrim,
"and I love not witchwork. We can die but once, and death is all around. Be it as thou wilt."
Eric put down the helm with all his might. The good ship answered, and her timbers groaned loudly, as though in woe, when the strain of the sea struck her abeam. Then, once more she flew fast across the waters, and fast before her glided the wraith of Swanhild. Now it pointed here, and now there, and as it pointed, so Eric shaped his course. For a while the noise of breakers lessened, but now again came a thunder, like the thunder of waves smiting on a cliff, and about the sides of the Gudruda the waves hissed like snakes. Suddenly the shape threw up its arms and seemed to sink beneath the waves, while a sound like the sound of a great laugh went up from sea to sky.
"Now here is the end," said Skallagrim, "and we are lured to doom."
Ere ever the words had passed his lips, the ship struck, and so fiercely that they were rolled upon the deck. Suddenly the sky grew clear, the moon shone out, and before them were cliffs and rocks, and behind them a great wave rushed on. From the hold of the ship there came a cry, for now their comrades were awake and they knew that death was here. Eric gripped Skallagrim round the middle and looked aft. On rushed the wave, no such wave had he ever seen. Now it struck, and the Gudruda burst asunder beneath the blow. But Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail were lifted on its crest and knew no more. Swanhild, crouching in hideous guise upon the ground in the bower of Atli's hall, looked upon the visions that passed before her. Suddenly a woman's shape, her own shape, was there.
"It is done, blood sister,"
said a voice, her own voice.
"Merrily I walked the waves, and oh, merry was the cry of Eric's folk when Ran caught them in her net. Be thyself again, blood sister, be fair as thou art foul. Then arise, wake Atli thy lord, and go down to the sea's lip by the southern cliffs, and see what thou shalt find. We shall meet no more till all this game is played and another game is set."
And the shape of Swanhild crouched upon the floor before the hag-headed toad, muttering, "Pass! Pass!" Then Swanhild felt her flesh come back to her, and as it grew upon her, so the shape of the death-headed toad faded away.
"Farewell, blood sister,"
piped a voice.
"make merry as thou mayest, but merrier shall be our nights when thou hast gone a-sailing with Eric on the sea. Farewell! Farewell! Werewolf thou didst call me once, and as a wolf I came. Rat thou didst call me once, and as a rat I came. Toad thou didst call me once, and as a toad I came. Say, at the last, what wilt thou call me, and in what shape shall I come, blood sister? Till then, farewell."
And all was gone, and all was still. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 17 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 17. How Asmund the Priest wedded Una, Thorod's daughter. Now the story goes back to Iceland. When Brighteyes was gone, for a while Gudruda the Fair moved sadly about the stead, like one new widowed. Then came tidings. Men told how Ospakar Blacktooth had waylaid Eric on the seas with 2 long ships, dragons of war, and how Eric had given him battle and sunk one dragon with great loss to Ospakar. They told also how Blacktooth's other dragon, the Raven, had sailed away before the wind, and Eric had sailed after it in a rising gale. But of what befell these ships no news came for many a month, and it was rumoured that this had befallen them, that both had sunk in the gale, and that Eric was dead. But Gudruda would not believe this. When Asmund the Priest, her father, asked her why she did not believe it, she answered that, had Eric been dead, her heart would surely have spoken to her of it. To this Asmund said that it might be so. Hay harvest being done, Asmund made ready for his wedding with Una, Thorod's daughter, and Eric's cousin. Now it was agreed that the marriage feast should be held at Middalhof, for Asmund wished to ask a great company to the wedding, and there was no place at Coldback to hold so many. Also, some of the kin of Thorod, Una's father, were bidden to the feast from the east and north. At length all was prepared, and the guests came in great companies, for no such feast had been made in this quarter for many years. On the eve of the marriage Asmund spoke with Groa. The witch-wife had borne herself humbly since she was recovered from her sickness. She passed about the stead like a rat at night, speaking few words and with downcast eyes. She was busy also making all things ready for the feasting. Now, as Asmund went up the hall, seeing that everything was in order, Groa drew near to him and touched him gently on the shoulder. "Are things to thy mind, lord?" she said.
"Yes, Groa," he answered. "More to my mind than to thine, I fear."
"Fear not, lord. Thy will is my will."
"Say, Groa, is it thy wish to bide here in Middalhof when Una is my housewife?"
"It is my wish to serve thee as aforetime," she answered softly, "if so be that Una wills it."
"That is her desire," said Asmund, and went his ways.
But Groa stood looking after him, and her face was fierce and evil. "While bane has virtue, while runes have power, and while hand has cunning, never, Una, shalt thou take my place at Asmund's side. Out of the water I came to thee, Asmund. Into the water I go again. Unquiet shall I lie there. Unquiet shall I wend through Hela's halls. But Una shall rest at Asmund's side, in Asmund's cairn." Then again she moved about the hall, making all things ready for the feast. But at midnight, when the light was low and folk slept, Groa rose and, veiled in a black robe, with a basket in her hand, passed like a shadow through the mists that hang about the river's edge, and in silence, always looking behind her, like one who fears a hidden foe, culled flowers of noisome plants that grow in the marsh. Her basket being filled, she passed round the stead to a hidden dell upon the mountain side. Here a man stood waiting, and near him burned a fire of turf. In his hand he held an iron pot. It was Koll the half-witted, Groa's thrall. "Are all things ready, Koll?" she said.
"Yes," he answered, "but I like not these tasks of thine, mistress. Say now, what wouldst thou do with the fire and the pot?"
"This, then, Koll. I would brew a love potion for Asmund the priest, as he has bidden me to do."
"I have done many an ill deed for thee, mistress, but of all of them I love this the least," said the thrall doubtfully.
"I have done many a good deed for thee, Koll. It was I who saved thee from the doomstone, seeming to prove thee innocent, ay, even when thy back was stretched on it, because thou hadst slain a man in his sleep. Is it not so?"
"Yea, mistress."
"And yet thou wast guilty, Koll, and I have given thee many good gifts. Is it not so?"
"Yes, it is so."
"Listen, then. Serve me this once, and I will give thee one last gift, thy freedom, and with it 200 in silver."
Koll's eyes glistened. "What must I do, mistress?"
"Today at the wedding feast it will be thy part to pour the cups while Asmund calls the toasts. Last of all, when men are merry, thou wilt mix that cup in which Asmund shall pledge Una his wife, and Una must pledge Asmund. Now, when thou hast poured, thou shalt pass the cup to me, as I stand at the foot of the high seat, waiting to give the bride greeting on behalf of the serving women of the household. Thou shalt hand the cup to me, as though in error, and that is but a little thing to ask of thee."
"A little thing indeed," said Koll, staring at her, and pulling with his hand at his red hair. "Yet I like it not. What if I say no, mistress?"
"Say no, or speak of this, and I will promise thee one thing only, thou knave, and it is, before winter comes, that crows shall pick thy bones. Now, brave me if thou darest."
And straightway Groa began to mutter some witch words. "Nay," said Koll, holding up his hand as though to ward away a blow. "Curse me not. I will do as thou wilt. But when shall I touch the 200 in silver?"
"I will give thee half before the feast begins, and half when it is ended, and with it freedom to go where thou wilt. And now leave me, and on thy life see that thou fail me not."
"I have never failed thee yet," said Koll, and went his ways. Now Groa set the pot upon the fire, and, placing in it the herbs that she had gathered, poured water on them. Presently they began to boil, and as they boiled she stirred them with a peeled stick, and muttered spells over them. For long she sat in that dim and lonely place, stirring the pot and muttering spells, till at length the brew was done. She lifted the pot from the fire and smelt at it. Then, drawing a phial from her robe,
she poured out the liquor and held it to the sky. The witch water was white as milk, but presently it grew clear. She looked at it, then smiled evilly.
"Here is a love draught for a queen. Ah, a love draught for a queen!"
she said, and still smiling, she placed the phial in her breast. Then, having scattered the fire with her foot, Groa took the pot and threw it into a deep pool of water, where it could not be found readily, and crept back to the stead before men were awake. Now the day wore on, and all the company were gathered at the marriage feast to the number of nearly 200. Una sat in the high seat, and men thought her a bonny bride, and by her side sat Asmund the priest. He was a hale, strong man to look on, though he had some 60 winters. But his mien was sad, and his heart heavy. He drank cup after cup to cheer him, but all without avail. For his thoughts sped back across the years, and once more he seemed to see the face of Gudruda the Gentle as she lay dying, and to hear her voice when she foretold evil to him if he had aught to do with Groa the witch-wife. And now it seemed to him that the evil was at hand, though whence it should come he knew not. He looked up. There Groa moved along the hall, ministering to the guests, but he saw as she moved that her eyes were always fixed, now on him and now on Una. He remembered that curse also which Groa had called down upon him when he had told her that he was betrothed to Una, and his heart grew cold with fear.
"Now I will change my counsel," Asmund said to himself. "Groa shall not stay here in this stead, for I will look no longer on that dark face of hers. She goes hence tomorrow."
Not far from Asmund sat Björn his son. As Gudruda the Fair, his sister, brought him mead, he caught her by the sleeve, whispering in her ear, "Methinks our father is sad. What weighs upon his heart?"
"I know not,"
said Gudruda, but as she spoke she looked first on Asmund, then at Groa. "It is ill that Groa should stop here," whispered Björn again.
"It is ill,"
answered Gudruda, and glided away. Asmund saw their talk and guessed at its purport. Rousing himself, he laughed aloud and called to Koll the Half-witted to pour the cups that he might name the toasts. Koll filled, and, as Asmund called the toasts one by one, Koll handed the cups to him. Asmund drank deep of each, till at length his sorrow passed from him, and, together with all who sat there, he grew merry. Last of all came the toast of the bride's cup, but before Asmund called it, the women of the household drew near the high seat to welcome Una when she should have drunk. Gudruda stood foremost, and Groa was next to her. Now Koll filled as before, and it was a great cup of gold that he filled. Asmund rose to call the toast, and with him all who were in the hall. Koll brought up the cup and handed it, not to Asmund, but to Groa, but there were few who noted this, for all were listening to Asmund's toast, and most of the guests were somewhat drunken.
"The cup!"
cried Asmund.
"Give me the cup that I may drink."
Then Groa started forward, and as she did so she seemed to stumble, so that for a moment her robe covered up the great bride cup. Then she gathered herself together slowly, and, smiling, passed up the cup. Asmund lifted it to his lips and drank deep. Then he turned and gave it to Una his wife, but before she drank he kissed her on the lips. Now, while all men shouted such a welcome that the hall shook, and as Una, smiling, drank from the cup, the eyes of Asmund fell upon Groa, who stood beneath him, and lo! her eyes seemed to flame, and her face was hideous as the face of a troll. Asmund grew white and put his hand to his head, as though to think, then cried aloud,
"Drink not, Una! The draught is drugged!"
And he struck at the vessel with his hand. He smote it indeed, and so hard that it flew from her hand far down the hall. But Una had already drunk deep.
"The draught is drugged!"
Asmund cried, and pointed to Groa, while all men stood silent, not knowing what to do.
"The draught is drugged!"
he cried a third time.
"And that witch has drugged it!"
And he began to tear at his breast. Then Groa laughed so shrilly that men trembled to hear her.
"Yes, lord," she screamed, "the draught is drugged, and Groa the witch-wife hath drugged it. Ay, tear thy heart out, Asmund, and Una, grow thou white as snow. Soon, if my medicine has virtue, thou shalt be whiter yet. Hearken, all men! Asmund the priest is Swanhild's father, and for many a year I have been Asmund's mate. What did I tell thee, lord? That I would see the two of you dead ere Una should take my place. Ay, and on Gudruda the Fair, thy daughter, and Björn thy son, and Eric Brighteyes, Gudruda's love, and many another man. On them too shall my curse fall. Tear thy heart out, Asmund. Una, grow thou white as snow. The draught is drugged, and Groa, Ran's gift, Groa the witch-wife, Groa, Asmund's love, hath drugged it."
And ere ever a man might lift a hand to stay her, Groa glided past the high seat and was gone. For a space all stood silent. Asmund ceased clutching at his breast. Rising, he spoke heavily. "Now I learn that sin is a stone to smite him who hurled it. Gudruda the Gentle spoke sooth when she warned me against this woman. New wed, new dead. Una, fare thee well." And straightway Asmund fell down and died there by the high seat in his own hall. Una gazed at him with ashen face. Then, plucking at her bosom, she sprang from the dais and rushed along the hall screaming. Men made way for her, and at the door she also fell dead. This then was the end of Asmund Asmundson the priest, and Una, Thorod's daughter, Eric's cousin, his new-made wife. For a moment there was silence in the hall, but before the echoes of Una's screams had died away, Björn cried aloud, "The witch! Where is the witch?" Then with a yell of rage men leapt to their feet, seizing their weapons, and rushed from the stead. Out they ran. There on the hillside far above them a black shape climbed and leapt swiftly. They gave tongue like dogs set upon a wolf and sped up the hill. They gained the crest of the hill, and now they were at Goldfoss brink. Lo! the witch-wife had crossed the bed of the torrent, for little rain had fallen and the river was low. She stood on Sheep's saddle, the water running from her robes. On Sheep's saddle she stood and cursed them. Björn took a bow and set a shaft upon the string. He drew it, and the arrow sung through the air and smote her, speeding through her heart. With a cry Groa threw up her arms. Then down she plunged. She fell on Wolf's Fang, where Eric once had stood, and, bouncing thence, rushed to the boiling deeps below, and was no more seen for ever. Thus then did Asmund the priest wed Una, Thorod's daughter, and this was the end of the feasting. Thereafter Björn, Asmund's son, ruled at Middalhof and was priest in his place. He sought for Koll the Half-witted to kill him, but Koll took the fells, and after many months he found passage in a ship that was bound for Scotland. Now Björn was a hard man and a greedy. He was no friend to Eric Brighteyes, and always pressed it on Gudruda that she should wed Ospakar Blacktooth. But to this counsel Gudruda would not listen, for day and night she thought upon her love. Next summer there came tidings that Eric was safe in Ireland, and men spoke of his deeds, and of how he and Skallagrim had swept the ship of Ospakar single-handed. Now after these tidings, for a while Gudruda walked singing through the meads, and no flower that grew in them was half so fair as she. That summer also Ospakar Blacktooth met Björn, Asmund's son, at the Althing, and they talked much together in secret. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 18 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 18. How Earl Atli found Eric and Skallagrim on the southern rocks of Straumey Isle. Swanhild, robed in white as though new risen from sleep, stood, candle in hand, by the bed of Atli the Earl, her lord, crying, "Awake!" "What passes now?" said Atli, lifting himself upon his arm. "What passes, Swanhild, and why dost thou ever wander alone at night, looking so strangely? I love not thy dark witch ways, Swanhild, and I was wed to thee in an ill hour, wife who art no wife." "An ill hour indeed, Earl Atli," she answered, "an ill hour for thee and me, for,
As thou hast said, eld and youth are strange yokefellows, and pull different paths. Arise now, Earl, for I have dreamed a dream."
"Tell it to me on the morrow, then," quoth Atli. "There is small joyousness in thy dreams that always point to evil, and I must bear enough evil of late."
"Nay, lord, my rede may not be put aside so. Listen now. I have dreamed that a great dragon of war has been cast away upon Straumey's southwestern rocks. The cries of those who drowned rang in my ears, but I thought that some came living to the shore, and lie there senseless, to perish of the cold. Arise, therefore, take men, and go down to the rocks."
"I will go at daybreak," said Atli, letting his head fall upon the pillow. "I have little faith in such visions, and it is too late for ships of war to try the passage of the Firth."
"Arise, I say," answered Swanhild sternly, "and do my bidding, else I will go myself to search the rocks."
Then Atli rose grumbling, and shook the heavy sleep from his eyes, for of all living folk he most feared Swanhild his wife. He donned his garments, threw a thick cloak about him, and, going to the hall where men snored around the dying fires, for the night was bitter, he awoke some of them. Now among those men whom he had called was Hall of Lithdale, Hall the mate who had cut the grapnel chain. For this Hall, fearing to return to Iceland, had come hither saying he had been wounded off Fareys in the great fight between Eric and Ospakar's men, and left there to grow well of his hurt or die. Then Atli, not knowing that the carle lied, had bid him welcome for Eric's sake, for he still loved Eric above all men. But Hall loved not labour and night farings to search for shipwrecked men of whom the Lady Swanhild had chanced to dream. So he turned himself upon his side and slept again. Still, certain of Atli's folk rose at his bidding, and they went together down to the southwestern rocks. But Swanhild, a cloak thrown over her night gear, sat herself in the high seat of the hall, and fixing her eyes, now upon the dying fires, and now upon the blood marks in her arm, waited in silence. The night was cold and windy, but the moon shone bright, and by its light Atli and his people made their way to the southwestern rocks, on which the sea beat madly.
"What lies yonder?"
said Atli, pointing to some black things that lay beneath them upon the rock, cast there by the waves. A man climbed down the cliff side that is here, as though it were cut in steps, and then cried aloud, "A ship's mast, new broken, lord!"
"It seems that Swanhild dreams true," muttered Atli, "but I am sure of this, that none have come ashore alive in such a sea."
Presently the man who searched the rocks below cried aloud again, "Here lie two great men, locked in each other's arms. They seem to be dead." Now all the men climb down the slippery rocks as best they may, though the spray wets them, and with them goes Atli. The Earl is a brisk man, though old in years, and he comes first to where the two lie. He who was undermost lay upon his back, but his face is hid by the thick golden hair that flowed across it.
"Man's body indeed, but woman's locks,"
said Atli as he put out his hand and drew the hair away, so that the light of the moon fell on the face beneath. He looked, then staggered back against the rock.
"By Thor!" he cried, "here lies the corpse of Eric Brighteyes!"
And Atli wrung his hands and wept, for he loved Eric much. "Be not so sure that the men are dead, Earl," said one. "I thought I saw yon great carle move but now."
"He is Skallagrim Lambstail, Eric's death shadow," said Atli again. "Up with them, lads! See, yonder lies a plank, and away to the hall. I will give 20 in silver to each of you if Eric lives."
And he unclasped his cloak and threw it over both of them. Then with much labour they loosed the grip of the two men one from the other, and they set Skallagrim on the plank. But 8 men bore Eric up the cliff between them, and the task was not light, though the Earl held his head, from which the golden hair hung like seaweed from a rock. At length they came to the hall and carried them in. Swanhild, seeing them come, moved down from the high seat.
"Bring lamps and pile up the fires," cried Atli. "A strange thing has come to pass, Swanhild, and thou dost dream wisely indeed, for here we have Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail. They were locked like lovers in each other's arms, but I know not if they are dead or living."
Now Swanhild started and came on swiftly. Had the familiar tricked her, and had she paid the price for nothing? Was Eric taken from Gudruda and given to her indeed, but given dead? She bent over him, gazing keenly on his face. Then she spoke.
"He is not dead, but senseless. Bring dry clothes, and make water hot."
And kneeling down, she loosed Eric's helm and harness, and ungirded Whitefire from his side. For long Swanhild and Atli tended Eric at one fire, and the serving women tended Skallagrim at the other. Presently there came a cry that Skallagrim stirred, and Atli with others ran to see. At this moment also the eyes of Eric were unsealed, and Swanhild saw them looking at her dimly from beneath. Moved to it by her passion and her joy that he yet lived, Swanhild let her face fall till his was hidden in her unbound hair, and kissed him upon the lips. Eric shut his eyes again, sighing heavily, and presently he was asleep. They bore him to a bed and heaped warm wrappings upon him. At daybreak he woke, and Atli, who sat watching at his side, gave him hot mead to drink. "Do I dream?" said Eric, "or is it Earl Atli who tends me? And did I but now see the face of Swanhild bending over me?" "It is no dream, Eric, but the truth. Thou hast been cast away here on my Isle of Straumey." "And Skallagrim, where is Skallagrim?" "Skallagrim lives, fear not." "And my comrades, how went it with them?" "But ill, Eric. Ran has them all. Now sleep." Eric groaned aloud. "I had rather died also than to live to hear such heavy tidings," he said. "Witch work! Witch work! And that fair witch face wrought it." And once again he slept, nor did he wake till the sun was high, but Atli could make nothing of his words. When Swanhild left the side of Eric, she met Hall of Lithdale face to face, and his looks were troubled.
"Say, lady," he asked, "will Brighteyes live?"
"Grieve not, Hall," she answered. "Eric will surely live, and he will be glad to find a messmate here to greet him, having left so many yonder." And she pointed to the sea.
"I shall not be glad," said Hall, letting his eyes fall.
"Why not, Hall? Fearest thou Skallagrim, or hast thou done ill by Eric?"
"Ay, lady, I fear Skallagrim, for he swore to slay me, and that kind of promise he ever keeps. Also, if the truth must out, I have not dealt altogether well with Eric, and of all men I least wish to talk to him."
"Speak on," she said.
Then, being forced to it, Hall told her something of the tale of the cutting of the cable, being careful to put another colour on it.
"Now it seems that thou art a coward, Hall," Swanhild said when he had done, "and I scarcely looked for that in thee."
For she had not been deceived by the glozing of his speech.
"It will be bad for thee to meet Eric and Skallagrim, and this is my counsel, that thou goest hence before they wake, for they will sit this winter here in Atli's hall."
"And whither shall I go, lady?" Swanhild gazed on him, and as she did so a dark thought came into her heart. Here was a knave who might serve her ends.
"Hall," she said, "thou art an Icelander, and I have known of thee from a child, and therefore I wish to serve thee in thy strait, though thou deservest it little. See now, Atli the Earl has a farm on the mainland not 2 hours' ride from the sea. Thither thou shalt go, if thou art wise, and thou shalt sit there this winter, and be hidden from Eric and Skallagrim. Nay, thank me not, but listen. It may chance that I shall have a service for thee to do before spring is come."
"Lady, I shall wait upon thy word," said Hall.
"Good. Now, so soon as it is light, I will find a man to sail with thee across the firth, for the sea falls, and bear my message to the steward at Atli's farm. Also, if thou needest faring money, thou shalt have it. Farewell."
Thus then did Hall fly before Eric and Skallagrim. On the morrow Eric and Skallagrim arose, sick and bruised indeed, but not at all harmed, and went down to the shore. There they found many dead men of their company, but never a one in whom the breath of life remained. Skallagrim looked at Eric and spoke.
"Last night the mist came up against the wind. Last night we saw Swanhild's wraith upon the waves, and there is the path it showed, and there," and he pointed to the dead men, "is the witch seed's flower. Now today we sit in Atli's hall, and here we must stay this winter at Swanhild's side. And in all this there lies a riddle that I cannot read."
But Eric shook his head, making no answer. Then, leaving Skallagrim with the dead, he turned, and striding back alone towards the hall, sat down on a rock in the home meadows and, covering his face with his hands, wept for his comrades. As he wept, Swanhild came to him, for she had seen him from afar, and touched him gently on the arm.
"Why weepest thou, Eric?"
she said. "I weep for the dead, Swanhild," he answered.
"Weep not for the dead, they are at peace. If thou must weep, weep for the living. Nay, weep not at all. Rejoice rather that thou art here to mourn. Hast thou no word of greeting for me, who have not heard thy voice these many months?"
"How shall I greet thee, Swanhild, who would never have seen thy face again if I might have had my will? Knowest thou that yesternight, as we laboured in yonder firth, we saw a shape walking the waters to lead us to our doom? How shall I greet thee, Swanhild, who art a witch and evil?"
"And knowest thou, Eric, that yesternight I woke from sleep, having dreamed that thou didst lie upon the shore, and thus I saved thee alive, as perchance I saved thee aforetime? If thou didst see a shape walking the waters, it was that shape which led thee here. Hadst thou sailed on, not only those thou mournest, but Skallagrim and thou thyself had now been numbered with the lost."
"Better so than thus," said Brighteyes. "Knowest thou also, Swanhild, that when last night my life came back again in Atli's hall, methought that Atli's wife leaned over me and kissed me on the lips. That was an ill dream, Swanhild."
"Some have found it none so ill, Eric," she made answer, looking on him strangely. "Still, it was but a dream. Thou didst dream that Atli's wife breathed back the breath of life into thy pale lips. Be sure of it, thou didst but dream. Ah, Eric, fear me no more. Forget the evil I have wrought in the blindness and folly of my youth. Now things are otherwise with me. Now I am a wedded wife, and faithful-hearted to my lord. Now, if I still love thee, it is with a sister's love. Therefore forget my sins. Remember only that as children we played upon Iceland's fells. Remember that, as a boy and girl, we rode along the marshes, while the sea mews clamoured round our heads. The world is cold, Eric, and few are the friends we find in it. Many are already gone, and soon the friendless dark draws near. So put me not away, my brother and my friend, but for a little space, whilst thou art here in Atli's hall, let us walk hand in hand, as we walked long years ago in Iceland, gathering up the fifa bloom and watching the midnight shadows creep up the icy Jökull's crest."
Thus Swanhild spoke to him most sweetly in a low voice of music, while the tears gathered in her eyes, talking ever of Iceland that he loved, and of the days long dead, till Eric's heart softened in him. "Almost do I believe thee, Swanhild," he said, stretching out his hand, "but I know thus, that thou art never twice in the same mood, and that is beyond my measuring. Thou hast done much evil, and thou hast striven to do more. Also I love not those who seem to walk the seas of nights. Still, hold thou to this last saying of thine, and there shall be peace between us while I bide here." She touched his hand humbly and turned to go. But as she went, Eric spoke again. "Say, Swanhild, hast thou tidings from Iceland yonder? I have heard no word of Asmund or of Gudruda for 2 long years and more." She stood still, and a dark shadow that he could not see flitted across her face.
"I have a few tidings, Eric," she said, turning, "and those few, if I may trust them, bad enough. For this is the rumour that I have heard, that Asmund the priest, my father, is dead, that Groa, my mother, is dead, how I know not, and lastly, that Gudruda the Fair, thy love, is betrothed to Ospakar Blacktooth, and weds him in the spring."
Now Eric sprang up with an oath and grasped the hilt of Whitefire. Then he sat down again upon the stone, and covered his face with his hands.
"Grieve not, Eric," she said gently. "I put no faith in this news, for rumour, like the black-backed gull, often changes colour in its flight across the seas. Also, I had it but at fifth hand. I am sure of this, at least, that Gudruda will never forsake thee without a cause."
"It shall go ill with Ospakar if this be true," said Eric, smiling grimly, "for Whitefire is yet left me, and with it one true friend."
"Run not to meet the evil, Eric. Thou shalt come to Iceland with the summer flowers, and find Gudruda faithful, and yet fairer than of yore. Knowest thou that Hall of Lithdale, who was thy mate, has sat here these last 2 months? He is gone but this morning, I know not whither, leaving a message that he returns no more."
"He did well to go," said Eric, and he told her how Hall had cut the cable.
"Ah, well indeed," answered Swanhild. "Had Atli known this, he would have scourged Hall hence with rods of seaweed. And now, Eric, I desire to ask thee one more thing. Why wearest thou thy hair long like a woman's? Indeed, few women have such hair as thine is now."
"For this cause, Swanhild. I swore to Gudruda that none shall cut my hair till she cut it once more. It is a great burden to me, surely, for never did hair grow so fast and strong as mine, and once in a fray I was held fast by it, and went near to the losing of my life. Still, I will keep the oath, even if it grows on to my feet," and he laughed a little and shook back his golden locks. Swanhild smiled also, and, turning, went. But when her face was hidden from him she smiled no more.
"As I live," she said in her heart, "before spring rains fall I again will cause thee to break this oath, Eric. Ay, I will cut a lock of that bright hair of thine and send it for a love token to Gudruda."
But Eric still sat upon the rock, thinking. Swanhild had set an evil seed of doubt in his heart, and already it put forth roots. What if the tale were true? What if Gudruda had given herself to Ospakar? Well, if so, she should soon be a widow, that he swore. Then he rose and stalked grimly towards the hall. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 19 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 19. How Koll the Half-Witted brought tidings from Iceland. Presently, as Eric walked, he met Atli the Earl seeking him. Atli greeted him.
"I have seen strange things, Eric," he said, "but none more strange than this coming of thine and the manner of it. Swanhild is foresighted, and that was a doom dream of hers."
"I think her foresighted also," said Eric. "And now, Earl, knowest thou this, that little good can come to thee at the hands of one whom thou hast saved from the sea."
"I set no faith in such old wives' tales," answered Atli. "Here thou art come, and it is my will that thou shouldst sit here. At the least, I will give thee no help to go hence."
"Then we must bide in Straumey, it seems," said Eric. "For of all my goods and gear this alone is left me," and he looked at Whitefire.
"Thou hast still a gold ring or two upon thy arm," answered the Earl, laughing. "But surely, Eric, thou wouldst not be gone."
"I know not, Earl. Listen, it is well that I should be plain with thee. Once, before thou didst wed Swanhild, she had another mind."
"I have heard something of that, and I have guessed more, Brighteyes. But methinks Swanhild is little given to gadding now. She is as cold as ice, and no good wife for any man."
And Atli sighed.
"Snow melts not if sun shines not. So runs the saw. Thou art an honest man, Eric, and no whisperer in the ears of others' wives."
"I am not minded indeed to do thee such harm, Earl, but this thou knowest, that woman's guile and beauty are swords few shields can brook. Now I have spoken, and they are hard words to speak, be it as thou wilt."
"It is my will that thou shouldst sit here this winter, Eric. Had I my way, indeed, never wouldst thou sit elsewhere. Listen, things have not gone well with me of late. Age hath a grip of me, and foes rise up against one who has no sons. That was an ill marriage, too, which I made with Swanhild yonder, for she loves me not, and I have found no luck since first I saw her face. Moreover, it is in my mind that my days are almost sped. Swanhild has already foretold my death, and, as thou knowest well, she is foresighted. So I pray thee, Eric, bide thou here while thou mayest, for I would have thee at my side."
"It shall be as thou wilt, Earl," said Eric. So Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail sat that winter in the hall of Atli the Earl at Straumey. For many weeks all things went well, and Eric forgot his fears. Swanhild was gentle to him and kindly. She loved much to talk with him, even of Gudruda her rival, but no word of love passed her lips. Nevertheless she did but bide her time, for when she struck she determined to strike home.
Atli and Eric were ever side by side, and Eric gave the Earl much good counsel. He promised to do this also, for now, being simple-minded, his doubts had passed, and he had no more fear of Swanhild. On the mainland lived a certain chief who had seized large lands of Atli's, and held them for a year or more. Now Eric gave his word that, before he sailed for Iceland in the early summer, he would go up against this man and drive him from the lands, if he could. For Brighteyes might not come to Iceland till hard upon midsummer, when his 3 years of outlawry were spent. The winter wore away and the spring came. Then Atli gathered his men and went with Eric in boats to where the chief dwelt who held his lands. There they fell on him, and there was a fierce fight. But in the end the man was slain by Skallagrim, and Eric did great deeds, as was his wont. Now in this fray Eric was wounded in the foot by a spear, so that he must be borne back to Straumey, and he lay there in the hall for many days. Swanhild nursed him, and most days he sat talking with her in her bower. When Eric was nearly healed of his hurt, the Earl went with all his people to a certain island of the Orkneys to gather scat tribute that was unpaid, and Skallagrim went with him. But Eric did not go, because of his hurt, fearing lest the wound should open if he walked overmuch. Thus it came to pass, except for some women, that he was left almost alone with Swanhild. Now, when Atli had been gone 3 days, it chanced on an afternoon that Swanhild heard how a man from Iceland sought speech with her. She bade them bring him in to where she was alone in her bower, for Eric was not there, having gone down to the sea to fish. The man came, and she knew him at once for Koll the Half-Witted, who had been her mother Groa's thrall. On his shoulders was the cloak that Ospakar Blacktooth had given him. It was much torn now, and he had a worn and hungry look.
"Whence comest thou, Koll?" she asked, "and what are thy tidings?" "From Scotland last, lady, where I sat this winter. Before that, from Iceland. As for my tidings, they are heavy, if thou hast not heard them. Asmund the priest is dead, and dead is Unna his wife, poisoned by thy mother Groa at their marriage feast. Dead too is thy mother Groa. Björn, Asmund's son, shot her with an arrow, and she lies in Goldfoss pool." Now Swanhild hid her face for a while in her hands. Then she lifted it, and it was white to see. "Speakest thou truth, fox? If thou liest, this I swear to thee, thy tongue shall be dragged from thee by the roots."
"I speak the truth, lady," he answered, but still he spoke not all the truth, for he said nothing of the part which he had played in the deaths of Asmund and Unna. Then he told her of the manner of their end. Swanhild listened silently, then said:
"What news of Gudruda, Asmund's daughter? Is she wed?"
"Nay, lady, folk spoke of her and Ospakar, that was all."
"Hearken, Koll," said Swanhild. "Bearing such heavy tidings, canst thou not wait the ship a little more? Eric Brighteyes is here. Canst thou not swear to him that, when thou didst leave Iceland, it was said without question that Gudruda had betrothed herself to Ospakar, and that the wedding feast was set for this last Yule? Thou hast a hungry look, Koll, and methinks that things have not gone altogether well with thee of late. Now, if thou canst so charge thy memory, thou shalt lose little by it. But if thou canst not, then thou goest hence from Straumey with never a luck penny in thy purse, and never a sup to stay thy stomach with."
Now of all things Koll least desired to be sent from Straumey, for, though Swanhild did not know it, he was sought for on the mainland as a thief. "That I may do, lady," he said, looking at her cunningly. "Now I remember that Gudruda the Fair charged me with a certain message for Eric Brighteyes, if I should chance to see him as I journeyed." Then Swanhild, Atli's wife, and Koll the Half-Witted talked long and earnestly together. At nightfall Eric came in from his fishing. His heart was light, for the time drew near when he should sail for home, and he did not think on evil. For now he feared Swanhild no longer, and, no fresh tidings having come from Iceland about Ospakar and Gudruda, he had almost put the matter from his mind. On he walked to the hall, limping somewhat from his wound, but singing as he came, and bearing his fish slung upon a pole. At the men's door of the hall a woman stood waiting.
she told Eric that the Lady Swanhild would speak with him in her bower. Thither he went and knocked. Getting no answer, he knocked again and entered. Swanhild sat on a couch. She was weeping, and her hair fell about her face. "What now, Swanhild?" he said. She looked up heavily.
"Ill news for thee and me, Eric. Koll, who was my mother's thrall, has come hither from Iceland, and these are his tidings, that Asmund is dead, and Unna, thy cousin, Thorod of Greenfell's daughter, is dead, and my mother Groa is dead also."
"Heavy tidings truly," said Eric. "And what of Gudruda? Is she also dead?"
"Nay, Eric, she is wed to Ospakar."
Now Eric reeled against the wall, clutching it, and for a space all things swam round him. "Where is this Koll?" he gasped. "Send me Koll hither." Presently he came, and Eric questioned him coldly and calmly. But Koll could lie full well. It is said that in his day there was no one in Iceland who could lie so well as Koll the Half-witted. He told Eric how it was said that Gudruda was plighted to Ospakar, and how the match had been agreed on at the Althing in the summer that was gone, and indeed there had been some such talk, and how that the feast was to be at Middalhof on last Yule Day. "Is that all thy tidings?" said Eric. "If so, I give no heed to them. For ever, Koll, I have known thee for a liar." "Nay, Eric, it is not all," answered Koll. "As it chanced, 2 days before the ship in which I sailed was bound, I saw Gudruda the Fair. Then she asked me whither I was going, and I told her that I would journey to London, where men said thou wert, and asked her if she would send a message. Then she alighted from her horse, Blackmane, and spoke with me apart. 'Koll,' she said, 'it well may be that thou wilt see Eric Brighteyes in London town. Now, if thou seest him, I charge thee straitly tell him this. Tell him that my father is dead, and my brother Björn, who rules in his place, is a hard man, and has ever urged me on to wed Ospakar, till at last, having no choice, I have consented to it. And say to Eric that I grieve much and sorely, and that, though we twain should never meet more, yet I shall always hold his memory dear.'" "It is not like Gudruda to speak thus," said Eric. "She had ever a stout heart, and these are craven words. Koll, I hold that thou liest, and, if indeed I find it so, I'll wring the head from off thee." "Nay, Eric, I lie not. Wherefore should I lie? Hearken, thou hast not heard all my tale. When the Lady Gudruda had made an end of speaking, she drew something from her breast and gave it me, saying, 'Give this to Eric, in witness of my words.'" "Show me the token," said Eric. Now many years ago, when they were yet boy and girl, it chanced that Eric had given to Gudruda the half of an ancient gold piece that he had found upon the shore. He had given her half, and half he had kept, wearing it next to his heart. But he knew not this, for she feared to tell him, that Gudruda had lost her half. Nor indeed had she lost it, for Swanhild had taken the love token and hidden it away. Now she brought it forth for Koll to build his lies upon. Then Koll drew out the half-piece from a leather purse and passed it to him. Eric plunged his hand into his breast and found his half. He placed the two side by side, while Swanhild watched him. Lo, they fitted well. Then Eric laughed aloud, a hard, bitter laugh. "There will be slaying," he cried, "before all this tale is told. Take thy fee and be gone, thou messenger of ill." And he cast the broken piece at Koll. "For once thou hast spoken the truth." Koll stooped, found the gold and went, leaving Brighteyes and Swanhild face to face. He hid his brow in his arms and groaned aloud. Softly Swanhild crept up to him. Softly she drew his hands away, holding them between her own.
"Heavy tidings, Eric," she said. "Heavy tidings for thee and me. She is a murderess who gave me birth, and she has slain my own father. My father and thy cousin Unna also. Gudruda is a traitress fair and false. I did ill to be born of such a woman. Thou didst ill to put thy faith in such a woman. Together let us weep, for our woe is equal."
"Ay, let us weep together," Eric answered. "Nay, why should we weep? Together let us be merry, for we know the worst. All words are said, all hopes are sped. Let us be merry then, for now we have no more tidings to fear."
"Ay,"
Swanhild answered, looking on him darkly.
"we will be merry and laugh our sorrows down. Ah, thou foolish Eric, under what unlucky star wast thou born, that thou knewest not true from false?"
And she called the serving women, bidding them bring food and wine. Now Eric sat alone with Swanhild in her bower and made pretence to eat, but he could eat little, though he drank deep of the southern wine. Close beside him sat Swanhild, filling his cup. She was wondrous fair that night, and it seemed to Eric that her eyes gleamed like stars. Sweetly she spoke also, and wisely. She told strange tales and sang strange songs, and ever her eyes shone more and more, and ever she crept closer to him. Eric's brain was afire, though his heart was cold and dead. He laughed loud and mightily. He told great tales of deeds that he had done, growing boastful in his folly. And still Swanhild's eyes shone more and more, and still she crept closer, wooing him in many ways. Now of a sudden Eric thought of his friend Earl Atli, and his mind grew clear. "This may not be, Swanhild," he said. "Yet I would that I had loved thee from the first, and not the false Gudruda, for, with all thy dark ways, at least thou art better than she."
"Thou speakest wisely, Eric,"
Swanhild answered, though she meant not that he should go.
"The Norns have appointed us an evil fate, giving me as wife to an old man whom I do not love, and thee for a lover to a woman who has betrayed thee. Ah, Eric Brighteyes, thou foolish Eric! Why knewest thou not the false from the true while yet there was time? Now are all words said and all things done, nor can they be undone. Go hence, Eric, ere ill come of it. But, before thou goest, drink one cup of parting, and then farewell."
And she slipped from him and filled the cup, mixing in it a certain love potion that she had made ready. "Give it me that I may swear an oath on it," said Eric. Swanhild gave him the cup and stood before him, watching him. "Hearken," he said. "I swear this, that before snow falls again in Iceland, I will see Ospakar dead at my feet, or lie dead at the feet of Ospakar."
"Well spoken, Eric,"
Swanhild answered.
"Now, before thou drinkest, grant me one little boon. It is but a woman's fancy, and thou canst scarce deny me. The years will be long when thou art gone, for from this night it is best that we should meet no more, and I would keep something of thee to call back thy memory, and the memories of our youth when thou hast passed away and I grow old."
"What wouldst thou have then, Swanhild? I have nothing left to give, except Whitefire alone."
"I do not ask Whitefire, Eric, though Whitefire shall kiss the gift. I ask nothing but one tress of that golden hair of thine."
"Once I swore that none should touch my hair again except Gudruda's self."
"It will grow long then, Eric, for now Gudruda tends black locks and thinks little on golden. Broken are all oaths."
Eric groaned. "All oaths are broken in sooth," he said. "Have then thy will." And, loosing the peace strings, he drew Whitefire from its sheath and gave her the great war sword. Swanhild took it by the hilt, and, lifting a tress of Eric's yellow hair, she shorn through it deftly with Whitefire's razor edge, smiling as she shore. With the same war blade on which Eric and Gudruda had pledged their troth, did Swanhild cut the locks that Eric had sworn no hand should clip except Gudruda's. He took back the sword and sheathed it, and, knotting the long tress, Swanhild hid it in her bosom.
"Now drink the cup, Eric,"
she said.
"Pledge me and go."
Eric drank to the dregs and cast the cup down, and lo! all things changed to him, for his blood was afire, and seas seemed to roll within his brain. Only before him stood Swanhild, like a shape of light and glory, and he thought that she sang softly over him, always drawing nearer, and that with her came a scent of flowers like the scent of Iceland's meads in May.
"All oaths are broken, Eric," she murmured. "All oaths are broken indeed, and now must new oaths be sworn, For cut is thy golden hair, Brighteyes, and not by Gudruda's hand.
End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey. Chapter 20 of Eric Brighteyes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Brett Downey. Eric Brighteyes by H. Rider Haggard. Chapter 20. How Eric was named anew. Eric dreamed. He dreamed that Gudruda stood by him looking at him with soft, sad eyes, while with her hand she pointed to his hair and spake.
"Thou hast done ill, Eric," she seemed to say. "Thou hast done ill to doubt me, and now thou art for ever shamed, for thou hast betrayed Atli thy friend. Thou hast broken thy oath, and therefore hast thou fallen into this pit. For when Swanhild shore that lock of thine, my watching spirit passed, leaving thee to Swanhild and thy fate. Now I tell thee this, that shame shall lead to shame, and many lives shall pay forfeit for thy sin, Eric."
Eric awoke, thinking that this was indeed an evil dream which he had dreamed. He woke, and lo, by him was Swanhild, Atli's wife. He looked upon her beauty, and fear and shame crept into his heart, for now he knew that it was no dream, but he was lost indeed. He looked again at Swanhild, and hatred and loathing of her shook him. She had overcome him by her arts. That cup was drugged which he had drunk, and he was mad with grief. Yes, she had played upon his woe like a harper on a harp, and now he was ashamed. Now he had betrayed his friend who loved him. Had Whitefire been to his hand at that moment, Eric had surely slain himself. But the great sword was not there, for it hung in Swanhild's bower. Eric groaned aloud, and Swanhild turned at the sound. But he sprang away and stood over her, cursing her. "Thou witch!" he cried. "What hast thou done? What didst thou mix in that cup yester-evening? Thou hast brought me to this, that I have betrayed Atli my friend, Atli thy lord, who left thee in my keeping." He seemed so terrible in his woe and rage that Swanhild shrank from him, and, throwing her hair about her face, peeped at him through its meshes, as once she had peeped at Asmund.
"It is like a man,"
she said, gathering up her courage and her wit.
"'Tis like a man, having won my love, now to turn upon me and upbraid me. Fie upon thee, Eric! Thou hast dealt ill with me to bring me to this."
Now Eric ceased his raving and spoke more calmly. "Well thou knowest the truth, Swanhild," he said.
"Hearken, Eric," she answered. "Let this be secret between us. Atli is old, and methinks that not long shall he bide here in Straumey. Soon he will die. It is upon my mind that he soon will die, and being childless, his lands and goods pass to me. Then, Eric, thou shalt sit in Atli's hall, and in all honour shall Atli's wife become thy bride."
Eric listened coldly. "I can well believe," he said, "that thou hast it in mind to slay thy lord, for all evil is in thy heart, Swanhild. Now know this, that if in honour or dishonour my lips touch that fair face of thine again, may the limbs rot from thy trunk, and may I lie a log for ever in the halls of Hela. If ever my eyes of their own will look again upon thy beauty, may I go blind and beg my meat from homestead to homestead. If ever my tongue whisper a word of love into thy ears, may dumbness seize it, and may it wither to the root." Swanhild heard, and sank upon the ground before him, her head bowed almost to her feet. "Now, Swanhild, fare thee well," said Eric. "Living or dead, may I never see thy face again." She gazed up through her falling hair. Her face was wild and white, and her eyes glowed in it as live embers glow in the ashes of burnt wood.
"We are not so easily parted, Eric," she said. "Not for this came I to witchcraft and to sin. Thou fool! Hast thou never heard that, of all the foes a man may have, none is so terrible as the woman he has scorned? Thou shalt learn this lesson, Eric Brighteyes, Thorgrimur's son, for here we have but the beginning of the tale. For its end I will write it in runes of blood."
"Write on," said Eric. "Thou canst do no worse than thou hast done." And he passed thence. For a while Swanhild crouched upon the ground, brooding in silence. Then she rose, and, throwing up her arms, wept aloud. "Is it for this that I have sold my soul to the Hell hag?" she cried. "Is it for this that I have become a witch, and sunk so low as I sank last night? To be scorned, to be hated, to be betrayed? Now Eric will go to Atli and tell this tale. Nay, there I will be beforehand with him, and with another story, an ancient wile of women truly, but one that never yet has failed them, nor ever will. And then for vengeance! I will see thee dead, Eric, and dead will I see Gudruda at thy side. Afterward let darkness come, ay, though the horror rides it. Swift! I must be swift." Eric passed into Swanhild's bower, and, finding Whitefire, bore it thence. On the table was food. He took it. Then, going to the place where he was wont to sleep, he armed himself, girding his byrnie on his breast and his golden helm upon his head, and taking shield and spear in his hand. Then he passed out. By the men's door he found some women spreading fish in the sun. Eric greeted them, saying that when the Earl came back, for he was to come on that morning, he would find him on the south-western rocks, nigh to where the Gudruda sank. This he begged of them to tell Atli, for he desired speech with him. The women wondered that Brighteyes should go forth thus, and fully armed, but, holding that he had some deed to do, they said nothing. Eric came to the rocks, and there he sat all day long, looking on the sea, and grieving so bitterly that he thought his heart would burst within him. For of all the days of Eric's life this was the heaviest, except one other only. But Swanhild, going to her bower, caused Koll the Half-witted to be summoned. To him she spoke long and earnestly, and they made a shameful plot together. Then she bade Koll watch for Atli's coming, and, when he saw the Earl leave his boats, to run to him and say that she would speak with him. After this, Swanhild sent a man across the firth to the stead where Hall of Lithdale sat, bidding him to come to her at speed. When the afternoon grew towards the evening, Koll, watching, saw the boats of Atli draw to the landing place. Then he went down, and, going to the Earl, bowed before him. "What wouldst thou, fellow, and who art thou?" asked Atli. "I am a man from Iceland. Perchance, lord, thou sawest me in Asmund's hall at Middalhof. I am sent here by the Lady Swanhild to say that she desires speech with thee, and that at once." Then, seeing Skallagrim, Koll fled back to the house, for he feared Skallagrim. Now Atli was uneasy in his mind, and, saying nothing, he hurried up to the hall, and through it into Swanhild's bower. There she sat on a couch, her eyes red with weeping, and her curling hair unbound. "What now, Swanhild?" he asked. "Why lookest thou thus?"
"Why look I thus, my lord?"
she answered heavily.
"Because I have to tell thee that which I cannot find words to fit."
And she ceased.
"Speak on," he said. "Is aught wrong with Eric?"
Then Swanhild drew near and told him a false tale. When it was done for a moment or so, Atli stood still, and grew white beneath his ruddy skin, white as his beard. Then he staggered back against the wainscoting of the bower.
"Woman, thou liest," he said. "Never will I believe so vile a thing of Eric Brighteyes, whom I have loved."
"Would that I could not believe it," she answered. "Would that I could think it was but an evil dream. But alas! Nay, I will prove it. Suffer that I summon Koll, the Icelander, who was my mother's thrall, Groa, who is now dead, for I have that tidings also. He saw something of this thing, and he will bear me witness."
"Call the man," said Atli sternly.
So Koll was summoned, and told his lies with a bold face. He was so well taught, and so closely did his story tally with that of Swanhild, that Atli could find no flaw in it. "Now I am sure, Swanhild, that thou speakest truth," said the Earl when Koll had gone. "And now also I have somewhat to say to this Eric. For thee, rest thyself. That which cannot be mended must be borne." And he went out. Now when Skallagrim came to the house he asked for Eric. The women told him that Brighteyes had gone down to the sea, fully armed, in the morning, and had not returned.
"Then there must be fighting toward, and that I am loath to miss,"
said Skallagrim, and, axe aloft, he started for the southwestern rocks at a run. Skallagrim came to the rocks. There he found Eric, sitting in his harness, looking out across the sea. The evening was wet and windy. The rain beat upon him as he sat, but Eric took no heed.
"What seekest thou, lord?"
asked the Baresark. "Rest," said Eric, "and I find none."
"Thou seekest rest, helm on head and sword in hand? This is a strange thing, truly."
"Stranger things have been, Skallagrim. Wouldst thou hear a tale?" And he told him all.
"What said I?" asked Skallagrim. "We had fared better in London town. Flying from the dove, thou hast found the falcon."
"I have found the falcon, comrade, and she has pecked out my eyes. Now I would speak with Atli, and then I go hence."
"Hence go the twain of us, lord. The Earl will be here presently, and rough words will fly in this rough weather. Is Whitefire sharp, Brighteyes?"
"Whitefire was sharp enough to shear my hair, Skallagrim. But if Atli would strike, let him lay on. Whitefire will not be aloft for him."
"That we shall see," said Skallagrim. "At least, if thou art harmed because of this loose queen, my axe will be aloft."
"Keep thou thine axe in its place," said Eric, and as he spoke Atli came, and with him many men. Eric rose and turned to meet the Earl, looking on him with sad eyes. For Atli, his face was as the face of a trapped wolf, for he was mad with rage at the shame that had been put upon him, and the ill tale that Swanhild had told of Eric's dealings with her.
"It seems the Earl has heard of these tidings," said Skallagrim.
"Then I shall be spared the telling of them," answered Eric. Now they stood face to face. Atli leaned upon his drawn sword, and his wrath was so fierce that for a while he could not speak. At length he found words.
"See ye that man, comrades?"
he said, pointing at Eric with the sword.
"He has been my guest these many months. He has sat in my hall and eaten of my bread, and I have loved him as a son. And wot ye how he has repaid me? He has put me to the greatest shame, me and my wife the Lady Swanhild, whom I left in his guard, to such shame indeed that I cannot speak it."
"True words, Earl," said Eric, while folk murmured and handled their swords.
"True, but not all the truth,"
growled Skallagrim.
"Methinks the Earl has heard a garbled tale."
"True words thyself thou sayest it," went on Atli. "Thou hound that I saved from the sea. Ran's gift, Hela's gift, so runs the saw, and now from Ran to Hela thou shalt go, thou mishandler of defenceless women."
"Here is somewhat of which I know nothing," said Eric.
"And here is something of which thou shalt know," answered Atli, and he shook his sword before Eric's eyes. "Guard thyself!"
"Nay, Earl, thou art old, and I have done the wrong. I may not fight with thee."
"Art thou a coward also?" said the Earl.
"Some have deemed otherwise," said Eric. "But it is true that heavy heart makes weak hand. Nevertheless, this is my rede. With thee are 10 men. Stand thou aside and let them fall on me till I am slain."
"The odds are too heavy even for thee,"
said Skallagrim.
"Back to back, lord, as we have stood aforetime, and let us play this game together."
"Not so," cried Atli. "This shame is mine, and I have sworn to Swanhild that I will wipe it out in Eric's blood. Stand thou before me, and draw!"
Then Eric drew Whitefire and raised his shield. Atli the Earl rushed at him and smote a great two-handed blow. Eric caught it on his shield and suffered no harm, but he would not smite back. Atli dropped his point.
"Niddering art thou, and coward to the last!" he cried. "See, men, Eric Brighteyes fears to fight. I am not come to this, that I will cut down a man who is too faint-hearted to give blow for blow. This is my word. Take ye your spear shafts and push this coward to the shore. Then put him in a boat and drive him hence."
Now Eric grew red as the red light of sunset, for his manhood might not bear this. "Take shield," he said, "and, Earl, on thine own head be thy blood, for none shall live to call Eric niddering and coward." Atli laughed in his folly and his rage. He took a shield, and, once more springing on Brighteyes, struck a great blow. Eric parried, then whirled Whitefire on high and smote, once and once only.
Down rushed the bright blade like a star through the night. Sword and shield did Atli lift to catch the blow. Through shield it sheared, and arm that held the shield, through byrnie mail and deep into Earl Atli's side. He fell prone to earth, while men held their breath, wondering at the greatness of that stroke. But Eric leaned on Whitefire and looked at the old Earl upon the rock. "Now, Atli, thou hast had thy way," he said, "and methinks things are worse than they were before. But I will say this: would that I lay there and thou stoodest to watch me die, for as lief would I have slain my father as thee, Earl Atli. There lies Swanhild's work." Atli gazed upwards into Eric's sad eyes, and, while he gazed so, his rage left him, and of a sudden a light brake upon his mind, as even then the light of the setting sun brake through the driving mist. "Eric," he said, "draw near and speak with me ere I am sped. Methinks that I have been beguiled, and that thou didst not do this thing that Swanhild said, and Koll bore witness to." "What did Swanhild say, then, Earl Atli?" The Earl told him. "It was to be looked for from her," said Eric, "though I never thought of it. Now hearken," and he told him all. Atli groaned aloud. "I know this now, Eric," he said, "that thou speakest truth, and once more I have been deceived. Eric, I forgive thee all, for no man may fight against woman's witchcraft and witches' wine. Swanhild is evil to the heart. Yet, Eric, I lay this doom upon thee. I do not lay it of my own will, for I would not harm thee, whom I love, but because of the words that the Norns put in my mouth, for now I am fey in this hour of my death. Thou hast sinned, and that thou didst sin against thy will shall avail thee nothing, for of thy sin fate shall fashion a handle to the spear which pierces thee. Henceforth thou art accursed, for I tell thee that this wicked woman, Swanhild, shall drag thee down to death, and worse than death, and with thee those thou lovest. By witchcraft she brought thee to Straumey, by lies she laid me here before thee. Now by hate and might and cruel deeds shall she bring thee to lie more low than I do. For, Eric, thou art bound to her, and thou shalt never loose the bond." Atli ceased a while, then spoke again more faintly. "Hearken, comrades," he cried. "My strength is well nigh spent. Ye shall swear 4 things to me: that ye will give Eric Brighteyes and Skallagrim Lambstail safe passage from Straumey; that ye will tell Swanhild the Fatherless, Groa's daughter and Atli's wife, that, at last, I know her for what she is, a murderess, a harlot, a witch and a liar; and that I forgive Eric whom she tricked, but that her I hate and spit upon. That ye will slay Koll the Half-witted, Groa's thrall, who came hither about 2 days gone, since by his lies he hath set an edge upon this sword of falsehood. That ye will raise no blood feud against Eric for this my slaying, for I goaded him to the deed. Do ye swear?"
"We swear,"
said the men. "Then farewell, and to thee farewell also, Eric Brighteyes. Now take my hand and hold it while I die. Behold, I give thee a new name, and by that name thou shalt be called in story. I name thee Eric the Unlucky. Of all tales that are told, thine shall be the greatest. A mighty stroke that was of thine, a mighty stroke. Farewell." Then his head fell back upon the rock, and Earl Atli died. And as he died, the last rays of light went out from the sky. End of chapter. Recording by Brett Downey.